The only interesting thing about the cathedral is, of course,
I didn't say I saw the statue and I saw the photograph of it. So it struck me odd that this one.
yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
That chimney with the writing on it.
Yeah.
It is connected to the production of textiles, clothing and shoes. It's now where some socks are made. Pantarello socks. Pantarello's operated out of the same Fabio factory in Leicestershire for 19 years. Zanatic works buildings which are constructed from Pincon and manufactures celebrated Zanatic pen duplicating paper. They make special socks. They've got quite a few people. They all live around the area. I can hear myself on the computer, so I'll be a bit careful. Right.
Important first hour, what do you think?
Could be alright.
Well, it could, but if Leicestershire can get through the first hour,
Yes.
that's what we used to yesterday. Steam out of the bowling.
It's interesting watching Jeffridge. Didn't take part in the football, he just kind of ran around. Sort of warmed up with it. He looks sort of quite intense.
Track, yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
commentating in the end, this is the field that's to the ground. The other commentator keeps saying it's a potato field, but I'm pretty sure it's just grass.
Is he commentating on a Leicester game on the preamble street?
Big difference, it should be.
And their foliage is very different to grass.
Why you wouldn't think that's potatoes?
Good morning everybody, delighted you can join us here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester for the start of the third day of the LV Equals County Championship match between Leicestershire and Somerset. BBC Radio's Somerset and Leicester bringing you the commentary. Anthony Gibson and Richard Ray, your commentators for the game. The umpires Tim Robinson and Rob Bailey heading out into the middle where the Leicestershire ground staff are still sort of gathered around the pitch, which has had the heavy roller on it this morning. It has only just been remarked. The match referee James Whittaker, formerly of this parish of course, was out there in the middle talking to the Leicestershire ground staff and groundsman Andy Ward for quite a long time in the sort of half hour or so before the start of play. But all seems to be well. I think it's been a brilliant pitch for the game, which is currently looking as though it's swung heavily in Somerset's favour, certainly last night. Leicestershire about to resume their second innings on 48-4-3. They are still 37 behind Somerset on first innings. Could have been worse. They were 21 for 3 at one stage last night when Marcus Harris was caught trying to pull a delivery from Craig Overton that he just top edge spliced up perhaps a little bit as well to Tom Lammonby at square leg. At that stage the deficit 64, but Rishi Patel, summoned from the golf course, has done a pretty good job for the Foxes. He's summoned from the golf course because he's replaced the Leicestershire skipper Colin Ackerman, who is out of the game under the concussion protocols, having been hit on the head when he was fielding in the slips. Lewis Hill is with him, scorer of a half-century in each of his last 4 innings, hoping perhaps to go on this time. So a very, very key partnership. And Anthony, as you said to me already off air this morning, a key start to the day.
Yeah, I think the first hour could be crucial. If Somerset can pick up a couple of wickets, they'll feel they're almost there. But if Hill and Patel can get through the first hour, take some of the sting out of the Somerset bowling, blunt some of the early sharpness, rather as Abel and Leach did yesterday, could be a different story.
Craig Overton is going to open the bowling from the pavilion end. Bowls edge caught, first ball, Patel has gone, and that is huge. Well, we were talking about the importance of the start. He went for a loose-ish drive. It was just there outside off stump. The ball didn't do too much, and no wonder the Somerset fielders are dancing around in joy. What a start for the visitors.
What a catch from James Hildreth as well, because that flew really quickly low to his left, and of course the first ball, the fielders may not be completely prepared, but James Hildreth absolutely sharp as a tack in taking that catch at first hit. Beautiful piece of fielding and a good piece of bowling by Craig Overton.
Yes, it was low, but it was the sort you like, I think, at first slip. Really, it was
what, first ball of the day?
Yeah, absolutely. It was. That's what they've been doing out there for the last. I've been watching the slips, the Somerset slippers, fielding to that, so the hands are still warm. It's almost better to get it early than it is. Well, obviously, from a team point of view, it is, but it's then to be waiting for 6 or 7 overs and your hands get a little bit cold. But that's Absolutely perfect. Straight to him.
You're quite right. It was a pretty straightforward catch in the end.
Straight to him, and what a huge blow that is for Somerset and against Leicestershire. Patel had done so well yesterday, looked really good, but that was horribly loose first up. Horribly loose, really.
Just drawn into it by a full... It was on the full side of a good length, if you see what I mean. It wasn't quite there for the drive.
No.
And he likes the off drive, does Rishi Patel, and he hit some nice shots with it yesterday, but he was just drawn into playing at that ball when he should have left it alone.
Exactly that. Exactly that. But that is the reward that Overton sort of worked for yesterday for so much. It's so accurate as well. It doesn't give anything away, and that was a sort of testing line. It was outside off stump, as Anthony said, and it should really have been left.
Well, Overton has figures of 7.1 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 4.
Wow.
And that 4 was just one scoring shot, so in 43 deliveries, only one scoring shot has been played.
Well, Harry Swindles must have been hoping for rather longer than this to accustom himself to the prospect of coming into bat, but at least he hasn't had to live on his nerves for a while. The young wicketkeeper batsman is out there now. He's asking Overton to wait while he looks around. Well, here goes Overton and bowls 2 Swindles onto the legs this time, and a rare, slightly wayward delivery from Craig Overton is clipped away down to long leg by Swindle, so he is off the mark for his innings, and Leicestershire up and running for the day. But 48 for 4 with the fall of that wicket, now 49 for 4. Still 36 behind. Just for BBC Radio Somerset listeners who haven't been with us previously, we do a half-hourly update on BBC Radio Leicester, so you will hear me sort of break into news mode every half hour, the first of which is coming up fairly shortly. Overton is in down the leg side again, and this time it's Hill who clips him away through square leg, and it's a long chase round down there, out there, long leg. Is it Gregory out there down that long leg at the moment? He may be about to bowl. Oh, here's the update. 2 taken anyway. 50 up for the Foxes. Well, believe it or not, they've lost their 4th wicket to the very first ball of the day. Rishi Patel, who played so well yesterday, was drawn into a rather loose off-drive, got the edge, and it flew straight, low, but straight to James Hildreth at first slip, who made no mistake. That was Patel gone for 27, a huge blow for the Foxes' chances of extending their visitors. They are now 51 for 4. Lewis Hill has just picked up a couple of runs there. He's moved on to 9, but they're still 34 behind Somerset on first innings. These two, Hill and now been joined by Harry Swindles, have got to put together a partnership. Leicestershire 51 for 4. In goes Overton, bowls, squares uphill a little bit, squirts it out into the offside, but it's a good tumbling sort of stop by, I think that's Bartlett or Lammonby at point. They're both tall men.
Lammonby.
I was very impressed by Bartlett in the football, by the way, this morning. He played a sort of very intelligent sweeper role. Marchant Langer was impressed with him as well. Yeah. Good Georgie. In goes Overton, bowls and turned wristily by Hill. In defence, though, only as far as mid-on. Well, what a start. What a start to the day. 3 runs off the over, but the key ball was the very first. Jamie Overton picks up a vital wicket.
Bowling partnerships this century. Taking some time to set the field, so I might as well give you now. And Overton and Josh Davey are the most successful in county cricket this century. They have taken, this is first innings only, they've taken 81 wickets between them at an average of 16.7 runs per wicket.
Great start.
And next in that league are the legendary Onions and Rushworth, who have 125 at 18.4. It's Gregory coming in from the Bennett end, bowl down the leg side to Lewis Hill. And there's no run. So they've...
It's Swindles.
Oh.
That's right.
Oh, no.
They are both very sort of roughly other size.
They are indeed.
They're both wicketkeeper batsmen. They're both Leicester boys.
Well, they've got a job to do here this morning.
Yeah, they surely do.
For their side and for their county. That early dismissal of Patel. That's a defensive shot from Swindles back up the onside of the pitch. Just watching the replay. Gregory not getting any obvious swing at the moment. It's another very fine day. Hazy cloud, milky cloud overhead, but sunshine burning through it. It's a warm morning. There's less of a breeze than there was yesterday. Gregory into Swindles. Takes another pad and not given. That was a terrific appeal. Maybe a little bit high, maybe a little bit going down. Oh, I don't know. Pretty good shout. Pretty good shout. But umpire Bailey remains. I think that was going down.
Going down, yeah. It was, yeah.
Good decision, I think, by umpire Bailey. Good appeal.
Was.
Umpire's
wasn't going
call.
over, was it?
No.
But, yeah.
Quite a clipped leg stump.
Yeah.
And I think if we had DRS, with the umpire having given that not out, I think the batsman would have survived. Here's Gregory again, and good delivery. Swindles keeps it out, and the bowler doesn't field cleanly, but does enough.
59 and 34 in the first game against Hampshire for Harry Swindles. 20 at Surrey last week in the only time he batted, and then obviously in the first innings here just the single one. He too was caught Hildreth bowled Overton.
Here's Gregory in from the Bennett end, bowls to Swindles, who watchfully plays that into the offside, and I think that's Tom Banton at extra cover doing the fielding.
Speak to us on Twitter. We're delighted to hear from you. Several people already have. You won't be surprised to know that we've already heard from a delighted grumpy git, Ranting Dave. What a start, he says. Go, 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 Craig, go.
Here comes Gregory again. He's in the bowls. That's turned into the onside, but only as far as Josh Davey at mid-wicket, and that's a decent over from Lewis Gregory. A maiden, 51 for 4 at the end of it.
The Twitter handles, I think is the word, at and Gib, all one word, ANTGIB, or at Rich M Ray RAE. Steve Roberts tweeted, I suspect just before the first ball, "This is it, no more negativity. The fight back starts today with Leicestershire batting all day and Somerset bowled out tomorrow." Well,
you never know, stranger things have happened.
It could yet happen, but they've got a lot of work to do, Steve. But I admire your positive spirit. Hill looks around him. Just the two slips for Hill as in goes Overton and bowls bang on the money, and forward goes Hill. Middle and off, back down the pitch to Somerset's opening bowler with that sort of curious vertical red stripe on his stomach, essentially, which is obviously covered by some sort of undergarment. But he lifts his shirt and polishes it on that, and then the shirt comes back down. So there's the red stripe every time he lifts his Somerset shirt. In he goes, bowls to Hill. Short, where's it gone? Oh, Hill had absolutely no idea. Took the shoulder off the bat, flew in the air, bounced well short of third man, but Hill had no idea where that had gone. He was looking away to the leg side. Sort of short third man might have been in the game, or a deepish gully. Might just have flown over his head, but could have gone absolutely anywhere.
Very fortunate for Lewis Hill.
Springsteen's wondering, as we have TV and a match referee, we don't have TV, there aren't sort of TV cameras as such as Overton is in, and bowls. Swindles solidly behind it, pushing to mid on, and there's no run. I think he's wondering why we can't have DRS, but we don't have sufficiently high quality cameras. Springsteen, I don't think they're sort of fixed cameras behind the bowler's arm, and I think they need to be a higher quality to have DRS, and all sorts of expensive gadgets go with it, I'm afraid. Maybe it'll come. In goes Overton, bowls, good bouncer, and Swindles just ducks underneath it. He's got that ability because he's a big, strong man, and the bouncer looks quicker to me. He's got a quick-ish bouncer. It clearly surprises the batsmen.
Yes, he's a very strong man, is Craig Overton. He started bowling a little bit quicker last season after spending some time in the England bubble, and he's carried on the good work this year.
In he goes, and bowls, worked in towards mid-wicket by Swindles. It is in the air for a couple of feet, hence the cries of catch from behind the stumps, but bounce well short of mid-wicket. But he's making the batsman work really hard. Yeah, I watched him a little bit in the warm-ups as well, because Somerset have been warming up just below our window in this game. Obviously enjoyed his football, but then just at the end, when everybody else was going into change, he was actually practicing his fielding and throwing with the Somerset coaching staff. In he goes and bowls. Solidly behind it is Swindles, defending out to mid-on, and there's no run, and he was sort of berating himself about the accuracy of his throws at the stump, but he was beautifully gathering the ball, which was hit towards him very hard from a distance, and works on every aspect of his game very hard indeed. End of the over. Leicestershire at 52 for 4. They are still 33 behind with just 6 now. Second innings wickets in hand.
Yeah, really good over that from Craig Overton. Produced the involuntary shot coming off the shoulder of the bat and flying over the top of the gully, landing about halfway back to the third man boundary, so no possibility of any fielder being in the vicinity. Gregory's going to bowl his second over of the morning. He's bowling to Hill, and this is played very well stopped at short mid-wicket by the skipper, who gives absolutely nothing away in the field. That was travelling, that shot. Nicely timed by Hill.
Great work by Abel.
He's in a catching position there at short mid-wicket for precisely that shot that Lewis Hill has just played, but fails to keep down as Gregory's in and bowls outside the off stump, and no shot from Hill. Tom Abel last night was pleased with the way things were going, but not in any way complacent. When I spoke to him, he said that the pitch is offering a little bit of occasional turn, which Jack Leach may be able to exploit, and that there was swing out there all day. As Gregory is in bowls to Hill, who plays that to mid-wicket, to a square leg rather, where Josh Davey does the fielding, just in front of the square leg umpire.
I asked Ben Mike, who was sort of Leicestershire's interviewee of the day, whether it was reverse swing, and he said no, it was conventional, normal swing.
It kept going all day long. In fact, the second new ball, the ball that Wright cleaned up Marchant de Lange with, was really swung late.
It was a brute, wasn't it?
Defensive shot up to mid-off. It was, and it wouldn't have mattered how de Lange shaped to play that. I think it would have cleaned him up. Whether he flung the bat at it as it was, he tried to defend it, and it completely
turned him inside out,
him.
Didn't it? Really. It was not what your number 11 wants. He's better. He's not what you'd think of as a number 11, really, de Lange, but no, it's a good one.
It's Gregory to Hill, up on his toes and punching that into the offside, but only as far as Tom Banton, who's at extra cover. Got Lammonby at backward point, Banton at extra cover. It's Marchant de Lange at mid-off. Here comes Gregory again, bat patting in the crease. who again plays that solidly into the offside. It's fielded at extra cover, and that's the end of another over. 52 for 4 at the end of that over. We started at 48 for 2, and Leicestershire lost a wicket to the very first ball of the day, when Rishi Patel was caught at first slip by James Hildreth off a ball from Craig Overton, and batsmen have found it hard going since then against some very accurate Somerset seam bowling.
They have, led by Craig Overton, who obviously will continue from the pavilion end. He's going to be bowling to Harry Swindles, who asks Overton to wait for a second because they're just setting a gully. In goes Overton and bowls up into the ribs of Swindles, who plays it down in the end, but was just a suggestion. It might pop up a little bit, and I'm sure it's crossing Abel's mind. Short leg, perhaps. Struggling a little bit with Overton's bouncer. He got bounced out at the Oval, actually. In my memory, I'll just check that. Swindles. He waits with bat raised. Overton is in. Bowls a more normal length and much more comfortable. Swindles defends it out into the onside. There's no run. Lost his middle stump to Kemar Roach at the Oval. Maybe I'm thinking of the second innings against Hampshire. Overton is in and bowls just outside off stump. On his toes, Swindles blocks it out into the offside. You heard the sharp call of no. Slammerby came in from point. A good call. Volley of noise from the close fielders, hugely lifted by that wicket, the very first ball of the day. Overton in and bowls upon his toes again to a slightly short of a length delivery. Is Swindles blocking it back down the pitch to Overton. No run.
A question from Stephen at Berkhamsted, asking if Tom Abel fielding in the slips is a new development. Not really. I think what's made the difference is that Jamie Overton would have been fielding in the slips if he'd been in the side. So Tom Abel has effectively taken Jamie's place.
In goes Overton, and again splice of the bat as Swindles defends out into the offside.
The pecking order of Somerset slips is Hildreth at first, ideally, Craig Overton at second, but obviously Craig is bowling at the moment, so he can't field at second slip. Lewis Gregory at third, Tom Abel at fourth, and then if they're having a gully as well, that would be Tom Lallenby.
Polly points out that if DRS is used, the TV cameras have to be in certain places. In goes Overton, bowls Fuller this time, but forward is Swindles, back to Overton, who momentarily threatens to hurl the ball at the stumps. Swindles hadn't left his crease, just stepped back anyway, just in case, but Overton didn't let the ball go. End of, well, the usual accurate Overton over. Didn't take a wicket for once, but another maiden to add to his collection. 10 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 8. His figures. I remember one of those, well, of the 8, certainly the first 4 was conceded in one shot. There was 1 4 that Patel hit very nice and straight, but that was last night. So I think it's just 3 scoring shots off him.
Here's Gregory. In and bows to Hill, who plays that back firmly to the bowler, who manages to deflect it onto the stumps. But Swindles hadn't moved. Rob Bailey replaces the bails.
The ECB and ICC regs actually have a section on the positioning of the cameras in those circumstances. In their little blue regs book, don't have a copy, no. I don't know if they make them available to the likes of us, Polly. Should do.
It's Gregory from the Bennett end, in and bowls, and Hill, who looks solid in defence. He's been out there a long time, as Lewis Hill, for his 10. That was the 49th delivery that he's faced. Been out there for an hour and a quarter.
And he's one of Leicestershire's sort of quickest scoring batsmen normally. He's very innovative in white ball cricket, so it's another testimony to the accuracy of the Somerset bowlers.
Well, he's carrying Leicestershire's hopes of setting a decent target as Gregory's in and bowls, and he cuts that away nicely, short and wide from Gregory, and Hill got onto the back foot and cut it away between cover and backward point for 4 runs. He moves on to 14, 56 for 4. Nice shot.
Yeah, right up on his toes, very light on his feet, cracked it away. As you say, Leicestershire's main, not to say only really, hope that Swindles is prospectively a very useful player. Got, as I say, that good half-century against Hampshire, a very good Hampshire attack.
Here's Gregory again, in and bowls outside the off stump. No shot. Yes, I mean, Ben Mike is obviously a talented striker of the ball, but he's going to give the bowlers a chance, isn't he?
Yeah, that's a fair assessment of Ben at the moment.
Parkinson batted pretty well in the first innings.
Gritty little player, as you'd expect from a sort of Lancastrian.
Somerset are going to have to work hard. They're going to have to stick at it. These wickets aren't going to fall like apples from a tree. Oh, and
nearly did there.
Poor shot there from Lewis Hill. He followed a ball that was just short of a length outside the off stump, left him. Could easily have nicked that through to Stephen Davis or one of the slips. Just watching the replay. It was pretty short from Gregory.
Well, Somerset listeners won't have heard Lewis's story, if you like, which so although Leicestershire sport is very familiar with it, the sort of one of the big things in his life. I'll come back to that in a moment.
Last ball of this over. Gregory to Hill. He's there in bowls, and that's driven back nicely, and a dive in vain by, I think that's no, it's not Josh Davies. I'm not sure who that is. I think that's George Bartlett at mid-on. It's gone for 4 runs, so 60 for 4 at the end of that over. 2 boundaries in it. 18 to Lewis Hill, 1 to Harry Swindles.
He sort of went full length, and it was bouncing a bit. He could be a bit careful. He could have collected that, and he's could have lost a tooth or two. But it was 2 super shots. So the first 6 overs of the day are done. Wicket, very first ball. Leicestershire have moved on to 60 for 4. So is that all? It's not many, is it? Considering started on 48 and there were 8 in that over. But Hill just beginning to play a little bit more fluently. No, when he was younger, before his married days, he used to work in a sort of newsagent shop not far from his home, which was twice targeted by armed robbers when Lewis was behind the till. So he's that's his claim to fame away from cricket, is that he's twice been targeted by armed robbers.
So nothing on a cricket field is going to faze him too much then?
In those circumstances, no. I think, yeah, what do you do? Hand it all over. Yep, there you go. Swindles. 17 balls for his single run. Waits. Overton is in and bowling up on his toes. He didn't really get up as much. Perhaps it was a little bit fuller than he thought it was going to be, but managed to keep it out. Pushes it to mid-on. Wanders down the pitch. Prods. 53 balls Hill has faced for his 18.
Pitch doesn't seem to be doing anything very much for the quicker bowlers. Not much sign of seam movement, or indeed much swing.
No. Slightly cooler this morning, perhaps, although a bit of high cloud usually helps. Overton is in and bowling, chopped down into the ground. It was slightly short outside off stump and up on his toes. Swindles, who might be feeling a little bit of scoreboard pressure, looked to chop it away, got a thick bottom edge and it went down into the ground and rolled gently towards Davies behind the stumps. A gathering of stewards at the bottom of the stairs that go up to the television gantry. Overton is in and bowling, good line and length, and a little uncertain, and again you could hear a little tinny sound from the bat. It was higher than the middle, it wasn't quite spliced, but Overton, every ball pretty much is there or thereabouts and demands the batsman's maximum concentration. And he goes and bowls, and again line and length off stump. Better from Swindles, leaning forward, middled that one in defence, back to Overton. I like the way he goes about his business, Overton, as well, because he just picks up the ball and march and keeps it, doesn't throw it to mid-on and mid-off to do any polishing, just
he doesn't waste any time,
back
does he?
to his, he's already there, he's already ready to go. And then he goes, it's not a long run, and bowls to Swindles, thick inside edge as he looked to defend that one on the front foot, sees the ball roll out towards mid-wicket. He was looking to push it into the offside, and Overton's hands on his head as he walks back past umpire Robinson.
Thought he got through there, did Overton.
Nearly did.
And short mid-wicket has been posted in response to that shot, although it was hands on the head for the inside edge that prevented the ball from going onto his pads, rather than the fact that the ball was in the air for a time. That accounted for the frustration.
Overton bowls, and this time he is going to pick up a run, Swindles, as he gets upon his toes to delivery and pushes it into the leg side past the man at short mid-wicket, who has to go sprinting back. There is no cover behind him, so he has a little bit of work to do, puts in the slide, but Swindles picks up a couple. So not for once a maiden over from Craig Overton. 2 conceded from the last ball. Disastrous from him. Profligate bowling, appalling stuff from Craig Overton, who now has figures of 11 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 10.
Now, do you recognise the chap who's jogging off, the Somerset 12th man?
It's Jack, is it? Jack Brooks.
Yeah.
I recognise that slightly laboured jog. He's getting on a bit, Jack, now. Actually, I noticed during the warm-up that his hair may not be quite as thick as it once was either.
I shouldn't say that to him.
Oh, he'd be fine with it.
Here comes Gregory in and bowls. Oh, and gets Hill in. Hill in a real tangle as they come back for the second run, which is going to be signalled as leg byes.
He was trying to evade it, wasn't he?
Yeah.
But, he'll have a bruise on his top of his left arm. Yeah,
I don't. Well, yeah.
Wasn't quite sure how to get out of the way of it, was he? He just sort of ended up wearing it. Oh, an early update. Saturday, you see. Apologies. Well, after losing a wicket to the very first ball of the day when Rishi Patel was caught at slip off the bowling of Craig Overton, Leicestershire have managed to get through the next half hour without losing another. Lewis Hill is leading the resistance. He is 18 not out. He's been joined by Harry Swindles, who is 3 not out. 64 for 4 Leicestershire in their second innings. They still trail Somerset on first innings by 21 runs. Apologies. Back with Anthony.
You've missed any significant activity out on the field of play. 64 for 4. Gregory's in the bowls and brings that one back in to Lewis Hill, who lets it go through to Stephen Davis. The sun has just been rather blotted out by this hazy cloud above us. It's not quite burning its way through as it was earlier on.
Ranting Dave, would it be safe to say Craig Overton is a class above the other Somerset bowlers, and indeed most bowlers in county cricket? I'll leave that one for you on the Somerset front.
He's a test bowler, of course. Here's Gregory in the bowls, and this is driven back straight and goes for 4 runs. Fine shot. With Harry Swindles taking evasive action by umpire Bailey. A nice straight drive there by Lewis Hill. takes him on to 22.68 for 4. He is the best of the Somerset bowlers. He's not miles better than Lewis Gregory, who's another international all-rounder. Gregory hasn't perhaps been quite at his best so far this season, and Josh Davey is rapidly improving. But basically, yes, is the answer. Oh my goodness me! That missed the off stump by a coat of bright blue paint. The stumps this season having been painted bright blue in tribute to the county championship sponsors, LV Insurance. And that didn't miss the off stump by very much.
Didn't. Hiller's played some good shots in the last 3 or 4 overs.
He has.
Starting to.
When he gets the opportunity, here's Gregory in and bowls, and won't get a run here as that's played up to Jack Leach at mid-on, end of the over 68 for 4. And actually talking about it's Rolf van der Merwe now coming on with sweaters, but Jack Brooks must have hopes of getting back in the side. Marchant Dilanger hasn't made a huge impact in the first 3 games, and Jack is apparently fit again. He was suffering from a sore ankle, sort of Achilles problem for last season for the Bob Willis, but I think he's got over that during the winter. He's certainly been bowling for the seconds.
Yeah, played football all right.
Yeah.
There was no limping there.
Exactly. So perhaps he'll get his chance. As all right, he's getting on a bit, but he's still a top quality seam bowler.
He is, and I guess there'll have to be a certain amount of rotation.
Yeah.
Amongst the seam bowlers, they're clocking up the overs in the early part of the season. 2 short mid-wickets. Overton has decided is the order of the day. Gully has come out and gone in alongside at that short mid-wicket. Overton is in, and of course, up on his toes, Swindles and plays it straight through Gully. Along the ground all the way, he was up on his toes, and Overton, a little wry smile as he walks back past Swindles at the non-striker's end, the single having been taken. So Swindles on to 4. Brings Hill back down on strike on 22, and the little experiment with 2 short mid-wickets lasts only 1 ball. But Abel doesn't go back into Gully, he goes to extra cover instead. As in goes Overton, bowls in that fast bowler's length. Up on his toes is Hill, playing it back down the pitch to Overton, then walking off towards umpire Bailey, rehearsing the back foot defensive shot as he does so. Which cuisine did you go for last night then, Anthony? You went sort of Asian the night before, didn't you?
I had a posh burger last night.
Ah, okay.
Which was alright, very nice.
Okay, good. Overton in, bowls off stump, played out into the offside, unfussily by Hill, and he raps out the call of no, picked up by Abel, no run.
Yeah, Somerset are going to have to work hard for these wickets. I think it's pitch doesn't seem to be offering anything very much.
Looks to have flattened out a bit. I remarked before play, it looks to be a lighter colour all round. Actually, it's had 2 days under sunshine, hasn't it? And you'd expect exactly that. Overton in, bowls, and clipped neatly through mid-wicket. Didn't put too much weight into the shot. It will be just a couple for Lewis Hill. And is, but again, he looks, he says, tempting fate. I can hear Leicestershire supporters muttering at their radios and computers as I say it, but he looks like a man in form. 24 he's moved on to.
He is a man in form.
He is, but you shouldn't say so, should you, if you wanted to stay in form, or so they believe. So it's believed, popularly believed.
4 consecutive 50s.
Yeah. Overton in to him. He's playing it out towards mid-wicket. He's going to have to hurry there, but the fielder at mid-wicket is having to pick up in his left hand and transfer to his right. So actually, whether he actually picked his fielder on that basis, or
well, it's Banton who is right-handed, so
thought that he'd get there before mid-on,
Hill
running to his
very
right, so
quick.
to speak. But he
set off
scampers.
like a hare.
Yeah.
And he was the one running to the danger end, and I think Banton thought he's not going to beat Hill with a left-handed throw, so he might transfer it and see, try his luck at the other end.
Has he got a left-hand? Can he throw both?
Yes,
both
he can.
Oh,
yep,
no.
Yep, yep.
Wow,
I
that's
mean,
useful,
I wouldn't
isn't
say he's ambidextrous, but he's
good enough.
Yeah.
Overton in 2, Swindles, thick inside edge as he defends that one. It runs away down through a roundabout leg gully towards long leg, where Gregory picks up and then keeps walking, because I assume he will continue to bowl from the Bennett end. Leicestershire have moved on to 73 for 4. The deficit now is just 12.
Yeah, Lewis Gregory will be bowling his 11th overs thus far, 10 overs, 3 maidens, none for 33. Jack Brooks jogs on with what to do the sweater exchange. I've had a tweet from Greg Hill down there in Huntington. Morning, Anthony. Thank you for the commentary. Have you checked out of the hotel this morning? No, I haven't. That really would be tempting Providence to do that. So I'm expecting to be back here tomorrow morning. We will see. Gregory's in and bowls, and this is driven back nicely and well stopped by the bowler in his follow through. I think that would probably have been cut off by Jack Leach. It wasn't struck quite so firmly by Harry Swindles as the straight drive from Lewis Hill in the previous over, but Gregory adjusted quickly in his follow through, stretched down to his right, made the stop. As a word with big marchant De Lange, who's waiting his chance, maybe into the attack sooner rather than later. Gregory in bowls, and this is off an inside edge, and it's a no ball. 75 for 4. That is Gregory's. I don't know how he. I think it's his 5th no ball. Don't think anybody else has bowled a no ball in this Somerset innings. It's not something that Craig Overton does, or Josh Davey. Here's Gregory in bowls. Oh, and beats his man. Beats Swindles with a really good one. Just producing the occasional Jaffa is Lewis Gregory. Swindles almost convulsively following that ball, drawn to it. Did his level best to get a nick on it.
Crouched a bit afterwards as well. I wonder if it just stayed a touch low too, which
Jack Leach doing some warm-up exercises. Here's Gregory in bowls, and this is played firmly into the onside. He's got 2 short mid-wickets now, as Harry Swindles. Somerset have obviously spotted something, a couple of shots that he's played that he hasn't kept down. Trying their absolute utmost, Somerset, to break this partnership. They had a perfect start to the morning, picking up the wicket of Rishi Patel with the very first ball that Craig Overton bowled, neatly caught by James Hildreth at first slip. Gregory bowls, Swindles plays that to one of those 2 short mid wickets, Captain Tom Abel, but all along the ground. Noisy Somerset slip cordon. Come on, boys. Leicestershire started this morning on 48 for 4.
it did stay low. That one stayed quite markedly low.
They've moved on to 75 for 4, so 27 runs so far this morning. Gregory bowls. That's driven away nicely through the extra cover gap between extra cover and mid-off. Will run out to the boundary in front of the main scoreboard here at Grace Road. 4 runs to Swindles. Nice shot. 79 for 4. He moves on to 9. It was better for that.
It was another no ball too. He's not quite getting it right at the moment, Gregory.
81 for 4. Well, I suspect this will be his last over, with Jack Leach doing some warm-up exercises. It's a nice juicy half volley outside the off stump. Swinging away, perfect really for the cover drive, as long as Swindles got to the pitch of it, which he did. Gregory is in again and bowls, and defensive shot on this occasion to a much better ball, and also a legitimate delivery from Gregory. That one angled in towards the batsman. Big day this for Jack Leach. It's the sort of day on which he would be expected to bowl his side to victory, even though the pitch isn't giving a huge amount of assistance to the two spinners we've seen, Callum Parkinson for Leicestershire and Jack himself. Gregory bowls to Swindles, gets him jumping around with a very good short ball. It doesn't look as if he plays the short ball very well, does Harry Swindles. Oh dear, and took his eye off the ball there. I think Marchant de Lange might fancy having a bowl at Harry Swindles. End of the over, 81 for 4 is the score, and the deficit has been reduced to just 4.
I was going to say Sweater's being brought out, but I think it's a case of de Lange just handing his to the Somerset 12th man, who's actually taking off his fleece, so he's going to stay out there himself and give somebody a break.
It's Roloff van der Merwe.
So it may be that you tend to look for somebody who's just finished bowling in those circumstances, don't you? But it's not. Yeah.
Or is it Tom? No, it's Tom Banton.
Okay. Comfort break, perhaps. So Overton, having done his job in that, made the first breakthrough of the day, bowled beautifully tightly as well. He's having a little break. Marchant de Lange coming on. He bowled his 3 overs for just 1 run yesterday as well. He's going to be bowling to Lewis Hill. In he goes and bowls to Hill onto his legs and turned calmly by Hill down towards long leg. Single taken. Gregory down there. Overton having gone in at second slip, where he dwarfs James Hildreth and would, I suspect, many other players, certainly quite a few on the Leicestershire side. Abel is fiddling with his field a little bit. He's changing it around for Swindles. With Hill, everything is fairly conventional, but with Swindles, he likes the two mid wicket.
I think we might see some chin music here from Marchant de Lange to Swindles.
Do you have a short leg in those circumstances? I think I might think about it a little bit. However, it's van der Merwe. Do you pronounce it with a V?
Merwe. Yeah.
Merwe. In goes de Lange, and outside off stump, Swindles is swishing and missing. Slightly loose shot. Not slightly. Very loose shot, really, from Harry Swindles. He's got 9 off 34. Time isn't a factor. It's difficult sometimes for the younger players used to trying to score quickly. In goes de Lange and bowls, and he is going to pick up runs there as he forces off the back foot a slightly straighter ball, but it was just outside off stump. He's going to pick up, I think, at least 3. He turns Lewis Hill, who's running to the danger end where Davies was waiting. The throw was intercepted en route, so it doesn't actually trouble the wicket keeper.
It's a tremendously long throw from that boundary, isn't it?
Decent throw, left-handed by Lammonby. Yeah. It's a long old way, as you say. 80, 90 yards, perhaps. Be interesting to measure. So Swindles into double figures with that shot. He's on 12 now, watching Hill, who is on 26, 85 for 4. De Lange is in to Hill, looking for a bit of swing. It was a bit fuller, wobbled a bit, but not really very much, and it was a little bit too wide. The scores are level, so Leicestershire effectively in their second innings are 0 for 4. But every run now, it does mean, has to be scored by Somerset. Leach continues to warm up athletically at extra cover. In goes De Lange, and looking to leave. Hill, thick part of the bat on it, almost hit the full blade of the bat, went down, and it was half stopped in the gully, and he managed only therefore to pick up one, but an involuntary shot almost by Lewis Hill. But they're ahead now, Leicestershire, by 1 run.
And the sun is coming out in recognition of Leicestershire taking the lead.
De Lange is in bowls, and right behind it is Harry Swindles, comfortable with that length on the back foot, but defends along the ground towards mid-on, who walks in to pick the ball up. End of De Lange's first over, relatively unremarkable. Got put away for a single and a 3, and now it looks like we are going to see Jack Leach from the Bennett end.
I had a walk round city centre last night. And,
it's very brave of you in the dark.
It was very lively. Well, it wasn't particularly dark, but
okay.
Lots and lots of people eating and drinking and enjoying themselves in the sort of central areas. Had a look at the cathedral and the statue of King Richard III, who seems to have been adopted as the patron personage of Leicester. It struck me as a slightly odd choice. I mean, I know his body was found.
You're on dangerous ground.
Under a car park. But did he have any other connections other than his being buried here? Did he have any other?
None whatsoever.
That's rather what I thought. And he wasn't the most popular English king that there's ever been.
Richard of York.
Yeah, the last Yorkist king.
He went to court, you know, about the burial, about where he was going to be buried.
Yeah, because there was a move to bury him in Westminster Abbey, wasn't there?
Well, York.
Oh, York was it? Oh, right, York.
There's a Duke of York.
Yep. I think he was a bit hard done by Shakespeare, but even so.
Yeah, his reputation has been not rethought, but it's generally accepted, I think, that he wasn't quite the ogre that he's been painted over the centuries.
Well, Taunton has a pub called the Perkin Warbeck, and the Perkin Warbeck was a pretender shortly after Henry VII came to the throne, having beaten Richard III at the Battle of Bosworth Field, not very far away from here. And Perkin Warbeck decided he invented some sort of claim and raised an army to go up to London and challenge Henry VII. He met a bad end, did Perkin Warbeck. Here's Leach then into the attack. And all that stuff about kings is because they were setting the field for Jack Leach, but he's off and running now with a good length ball, which is played back to him by Lewis Hill, who's on 27. Leach is in and bowls.
Didn't they used to call Trescothick the King of Keynsham or something?
King of Keynsham, might have been.
I've heard it somewhere.
Might have been. Banger was his original name for his on account of his fondness for sausages, which he still has. His Leach in and bowls. Oh, and that was nearly a catch. That was a false shot, and just to the left of the fielder at shortish mid-wicket, who I think is Josh Davey. It is indeed Josh Davey. False shot there.
Just a bit careless from Hill, wasn't it?
Yeah, it wasn't really a false shot.
No, he hit it.
It was a lofted shot. He didn't seem to bother to keep it down. Could easily have produced a catch.
That would have been another huge blow.
Josh Davey being moved.
I think Abel feels he wasn't particularly athletic in diving away to his left.
He isn't the most athletic fielder, Josh Davey. He tries his very hardest. Oh, this is also in the air. Played up to mid-on. I wonder what... Oh, that was another very loose shot.
Oh, a couple of... Yeah. Hill cross with him, berating himself.
And so you should.
Indeed. Mid-on been a couple of yards in. That would have been a straightforward catch.
It would. So Leach is going to bowl to Swindles now. 89 for 4. Lewis Hill on to 30. I wonder if the ball is just sticking in the pitch a little bit. Leach in and bowls, and it's played again to short mid-wicket where Tom Abel, who's replaced Josh Davey in that position, clapping his hands now, encouraging his bowler. We've got a short extra cover as well, as this again squirts off the inside half of the bat out into the onside. They take a single, 90 for 4, but that was a good over from Jack Leach. A couple of anxious moments for the Leicestershire batsman, but they survive it. 90 for 4, 30 to Lewis Hill and 13 to Harry Swindles.
Difficult set of field when batsmen are playing that way. In the case of Hill against Leach, really, just where you can have your fielders close back. He's going to hit it in the air, but Hill has survived. He's on 30, looking for a fifth half, well, looking for more than a half century, but looking to go past 50 for the fifth time in as many innings. Just adjusting his gloves and watching as Swindles composes himself, prepares himself for the imminent arrival of Marchant de Lange. 2 slips, otherwise now a relatively conventional field for de Lange, who goes in and bowls to Swindles, who's up on his toes to a delivery on off stump, pushing it out into the offside. Abel is the fielder. Shanna, we now know, is de Lange's nickname. We're not quite sure why.
I think it's just a derivative.
Marchant,
Yeah,
Shanna,
Shanna,
I
I think
suppose.
that's what it is.
But he does spell it with an S. In who's who. In he goes and bowls outside off stump, cut away, or off the back foot, driven away really, almost a back foot drive by Swindles, and he connected beautifully. And no chance at all for the man at point, although he flung himself away to his right. The ball crosses the ropes at backward point, and all the fielder can do is jog after it. Abel goes to get it, but that was a nice shot from Swindles, just enough width, and Leicestershire's batsman got up on his toes and cracked it away.
Marchant de Lange not impressed with that shot. I think we might see a short response here.
In he goes and bowls up on his toes again is Swindles, and defends off the off stump out into the offside. Again, there is no run. Came together, these two. Second ball of the day, because the first accounted for Rishi Patel, who played really nicely last night in going to 27. Loose drive at the first ball from Craig Overton. Edge, comfortable-ish catch, in as much as slip catches ever are, for James Hildreth at first slip. 48 for 4. That made the score. In goes de Lange, played away off middle and leg by Swindles, out towards deep backward square. Gregory runs a long way round down there from long leg to deep backward square. Swindles settles for a couple. He moves on to 1996 for 4, so the partnership now worth 48 for thus far for the 5th wicket.
Yeah,
a bit of spirited resistance.
It has. They batted very well together, these two.
de Lange was ready, but one of the fielders wasn't, and so Swindles steps back, and de Lange sort of curves away as he started to approach the crease and ends up walking back. He was a very vocal goalkeeper, de Lange, in the football this morning. In he goes. Bowls. Swindles gets a bouncer, ducks underneath it, but again there's a sort of something a little bit twitchy about Swindles facing the short ball, but he got out of the way well enough in those circumstances. Dot ball. So we were talking yesterday about the old ground at Ayleston Road, the electricity board. In goes Langer hurries Swindles a little bit. There wasn't too much foot movement there. He kept it out, but not particularly elegantly. He looks at the inside part of his bat, but he survived. 6 runs from the over, a 4 under 2. Leicestershire have moved on to 96 for 4. Gary Bailey has sent me a link to some details about it. Thank you, Gary. A ground of legends. Not sure.
Yeah. Grit in the sandwiches.
Maybe that's the legend.
Nearby power station.
Yeah. Well, look at the people who played there. Goodness me, over the years. W.G. Grace, Herbert Sutcliffe, Ernest Tildesley, Jack Hobbs, George Geary, obviously, Wally Hammond, Douglas Jardine, Don Bradman, Headley Verity, Stan McCabe, Len Hutton. A veritable panoply of the great and good of cricket.
Well, Jack Leach taking his time to set his field. He's got a slip and 2 short extra covers as his close catches, which again may suggest that maybe the ball is just sticking in the pitch a little bit. Batsman finding it difficult to time it. He's bowling to Lewis Hill, who turns that into the onside, not in the air, fortunately for him, straight to Tom Abel. Hill's on 30, Swindles on 19, 96 for 4, which is a lead of 11, so 11 for 4 effectively. Somerset pressing for the 2nd wicket of the morning as good ball from Jack Leach. Again played to Abel. Not much sign of turn. The fact that the right-handed batsmen are turning Leach into the onside suggests that they're mostly arm balls. This is swept and very well fielded by James Hildreth, who doesn't field at slip to Jack Leach. That's Lewis Gregory does that job to the spinner, and Hildreth is at backward square leg at 10 yards away from umpire Robinson. Leach is in and bowls, and this is played up to mid-on. They go through for a sharp single, a shy at the stumps. This is going to go for overthrows.
It's an awful throw.
That's Marchant de Langer, I think.
It was the right idea because Swindles was slow taking off, but it sprayed it a good, well, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 feet over the wicketkeeper's head. Slip couldn't get there, no chance at all, though he did his level best, Gregory, to leap in the air and cover for Davies, but neither had any chance. That was a classic fast bowler's throw, wasn't it?
It was.
50 partnership is up in... Well,
and the century is up on the board for Leicestershire. 101 for 4, battling back from 21 for 3 and 48 for 4. Leach in and bowls to Swindles, who's got a short leg for company as well as a slip. Just the 1 short extra cover for Swindles. Shouts of encouragement from the captain at mid-wicket. Leach in bowls, and Swindles cuts, and very well fielded at backward point by JD, Josh Davey, and it was well fielded. End of that over, 101 for 4, 35 to Hill, 19 to Swindles, the lead 16.
Sanitising break time. I've retweeted the link that Gary Bailey kindly sent me with a picture of the legends at what is now the home ground of the Leicester Electricity Sports Club. So after the first ball, it's been a good first hour for Leicestershire, one way or another. 16 for 4 effectively, but these 2 young players, well, Lewis Hill is now 30, bless him, but Harry Swindles is 22. Let me have a quick check on that one. 22, yeah. Birth date 21/02/1999. Does that make you feel old? Does me. Does me.
I was already old in 1999. Go on, Shanna, that's Craig Overton. So.
Lifting, trying to lift to the side. It's easy just to settle into a, not lethargy, but sort of an acceptance of the state of play.
Well, it's a warm day, and pitch isn't offering anything very much, and haven't been many chances recently.
De Lange is in to Lewis Hill, who's defending on the back foot. Ball runs down towards Davy at mid-on, and there is no run. Yeah, I think the fact that De Lange was in goal for the football and that sort of throw, although many cricketers have a very good all-round sporting ability, I think De Lange might be not among them in those terms.
He was a javelin thrower in his youth, apparently.
He's a big, strong chap. In he goes and bowls again. Hill defends on the back foot. Not quite sure where he'd played that one in defence, where it had gone. It just dropped out towards short leg. There isn't a short leg, of course. And then he looked at Swindles as if there might be a chance of a quick single. There wasn't really. 101 for 4 remains the score. Leicester Tigers at home this afternoon, but the football team not playing again until Monday. As De Lange is in bowling, Hill on the off stump drops it out into the offside, and then a couple of steps down the wicket, and then raises his bat to Swindles, who had responded. Would have gone if summoned. Was sent back. 35 to Hill, 77 balls, so he's managed to pick up his scoring rate. Overton just gave nothing away. Well, both last night and this morning. As in goes De Lange and bowls, gets one on the legs there, Hill, and times it nicely away through mid-wicket. He thought for a minute that mid-wicket had actually made the stop. He wasn't able to do so. He might just have slowed it down. They're going to get 3 though. Good running from Hill, who was running to the danger end. The throw came in from deep mid-wicket to De Lange, but Hill was sort of watching it as he ran and knew it was dropping short, as it did. Again, every boundary is a long throw from here. Be a few run 4s if we're playing club cricket. De Lange in. Bowls full, driven nicely by Swindles, and that might make it. No, it won't. I think it'll be dragged back, and it is dragged back. He's going to have to settle for 3. Updates time. They've recovered very well. They haven't lost a wicket since, and they're beginning to score quite freely, led by Lewis Hill, who's moved on to 38. He's faced 78 balls. He scored a century in each of his previous 4, a half century, in each of his previous 4 innings, looking to continue that run here. Harry Swindles has come out to join him. He is 22 not out, gets a horrible bouncer there from De Lange. He just manages to get out of the way of that one. Swindles is on to 22. Leicestershire have moved on then to 107 for 4. They do have a lead now. They lead by 22.
Finished flat on his back there, did Harry Swindles, evading that Marchant De Lange bouncer. Fierce bouncer that was. But that apart, he hasn't really caused either batsman too much trouble, the big South African.
It reminds me of playing club cricket once, when our number 11 came out and got a pretty fierce bouncer first ball. Just managed to evade it, much like that, flinging himself out of the way, and then turned and marched off. I was at the other end. I don't think you hit that, did you? But it was near enough for me, said, and disappeared. Good afternoon.
Yeah.
I should add it wasn't a crucial dismissal or anything like it, but led to general amusement.
Right, Jack Leach to bowl another over. See what he can do from the Bennett end. Got a slip and a short leg. He's in and bowls, and that's Swindles driving up to Craig Overton, who is at mid-off. Got a shortish extra cover. A more conventional, well, yeah, squarish extra cover, conventional distance from the bat. That comes off squirts off the inside edge, I think.
Straight through him?
No, it's straight through. It was a bye.
Over the top of the stumps. Goodness me.
Luck not running with Somerset at the moment. Let's have a look at the replay.
Straight to him. Whoa! How did that not bowl in?
Well, it was...
just enough over the top of the stumps. Goodness me. Well bowled. Loop.
Yeah. Not getting much turn.
No.
Varying his pace nicely is Leach. He's in the bowls, and Hill this time plays that into the onside, 108 for 4. That bye took the score on to 108. 2 short extra covers for Hill as Leach bowls, and Hill is back on his stumps and plays it to the finer of the two, who is, I think that's George Bartlett there. George Bartlett and Tom Banton. This is defended back up the pitch to Leach. Gloucester have lost a wicket this morning against Hampshire, 151 for 3, but Bracey is still there. It's Tom Lace who's out for 20. As Leach bowls to Hill, who again defends, and Surrey on the way to defeat against Middlesex. 128 for 7 they are, only 14 ahead with just 3 wickets in hand.
There'll be a few alarm bells ringing at the Oval, won't they?
Yeah. Well,
2 defeats in a...
There won't be too many tears shed either in Leicester or in Taunton. That will there.
They're here in a couple of weeks' time.
Yep.
They'll be smarting if they do go on to lose that one. That was a really good over from Leach.
It was.
Accurate, and he was really unlucky not to pick up a wicket, a maiden as well to go with it. DeLange will continue from the pavilion end. He's waiting. Leach down at third man, putting his sweater back on. In goes DeLange and bowls outside off stump, inside edge onto the pads. Could so easily have gone onto the stumps, didn't. But again, his bat, Swindle's bat, was a little bit away from his body there, and one or 2 fortunate breaks going the way of the Leicestershire batsmen this morning. They're doing well, this pair. They've had a couple of lucky breaks as well. DeLange in again to Swindle's, good and straight, but Swindle just deflects it away off just outside, off stump down towards Leach at third man. Throws right-handed. Leach, although he bowls and indeed bats left-handed, but throws right-handed. Go figure.
Strange, isn't it? Somerset need a breakthrough. They need a wicket. They're getting frustrated. You can feel it in the air.
Leicestershire 24 ahead as DeLange is in and bowls to Hill, who drops it out into the offside. And well, if you're listening, you know immediately with Lewis Hill. You hear it's a kind of squawk almost of no, isn't it? It's but it is decisive, which is the main thing. DeLange bowls. Hill looking to drive, and does, but has to check it. It's quite a good line and length, really, and DeLange indicates there was a little bit of shape to that delivery. Tells Bartlett there was a bit of movement, and he fielded himself in his follow-through.
Yeah, there was a little bit of away movement, yeah. Late swing, well played.
And he goes again and bowls to Hill, who could so easily have played on himself there. That one dipped back in a little bit. This is a much better over from DeLange. And Hill looking to push on the offside, got a thick inside edge, and it ran out towards mid-wicket instead. So
they're living a bit of a charmed life at the moment, these two, in the manner of inside edges, which are narrowly missing either the stumps.
This is much better from DeLange. Licks his fingers and then rubs the ball hard, bends right over and rubs the ball hard on his right thigh before turning, running away from us. And bowls full and looking to drive is Hill, but again it's a little bit too straight. bit bottom of the batty and a bit inside part as well. Bounces back down the pitch towards De Lange, who will walk away considering himself a little bit unfortunate in that over. He's bowled 7 overs now. He has none for 19, 2 maidens for him. Leicestershire have moved on to 109 for 4, leading by 24. You're listening to BBC Radio Somerset, BBC Radio Leicester, bringing you commentary on the third day of the LV equals county championship match between Leicestershire and Somerset at the Uptonsteel county ground.
Says it all, really. Jack Leach is going to bowl another over from the Bennett end. He's bowled 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 13. Nearly picked up a wicket in the last over. He's going to be bowling to Harry Swindles, who is on 23. He's there and bowls, and Swindles turns that into the onside, but Tom Abel picks it up from shortish mid-wicket. We've got a short leg, Tom Banton. We've got a slip, Lewis Gregory. We've got a short extra cover and a short mid-wicket. There's Leach. He's in and bowls. Gives that a bit of a tweak. And again it's played to Abel. Not much sign of turn away from the right-handed batsman. He's angling the ball in and varying his flight well is Leach. This is dropped a little bit short and played off the back foot by Swindles, but it's fielded at extra cover and there's no run. Leach again in and bowls, and this is played away and very good combined effort, keeps them 109 for 4. Brings Hill on to strike. Leach bowls, turned this time into the onside, and Hildreth does the field. He's not taking quite so long between deliveries, Jack Leach, as he was in the Gloucestershire match, not tossing the ball from hand to hand, just giving it a cursory rub on his cricket trousers.
Good sign, do you think?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. I think he's doing the little twirly bits now, but it hasn't been so pronounced. He's there now and bowls, and Hill is punching that away through the offside for 4 runs. Nice shot. Dragged that one down, did Leach, and Lewis Hill needed no second invitation to dispatch that to the backward point boundary for 414 for 4. He moves on to 42.
Played nicely through the offside. Before his hit, he's got away. He's got a few away this morning. And, looking in understandably good touch, full of confidence.
Going to have another over from Marchant to Langer. I wonder if this might be the final over of his spell.
Last one was a good one. See what he can produce this time round.
I'll give Tom Lallenby a go in a minute, just to vary the angle. Got a bit of swing in the first innings.
Swindles on 24 now to face. De Lange with that very straight run, slightly slingy action, goes in and bowls a bounce, and no idea, Swindles, where that had gone, and it hit something as he tried to flick it away, and the bat was somewhere in the vicinity. It dropped just about at his feet, but again, real issues for Harry Swindles playing that short ball. Came off the gloves, I think. He tried to sort of turn his wrists on it as he realised that it was going to hit somewhere near his bat handle, and he was a little bit fortunate, well, quite a lot fortunate. There in goes De Lange, bowls outside off stump, cut away over the top of slip for 6. Goodness me, just opened his shoulders and really flung the bat at that one. Harry Swindles. Marchant De Lange is telling him what he thinks of that, but Swindles ignores him and looks at the scoreboard, which shows he has moved on to 30. And Leicestershire onto 120 for 4.
He
Interesting passage of play.
Yeah, he flung the kitchen sink at that, didn't he?
He did, didn't he? Got away with it a little bit, but I suppose, as I say, if you're going to go for it hard. And it fairly flew away over the fine third man boundary for 6. Towards the car park where my car is. In goes De Lange. Bowles looking for the Yorker. Brilliant delivery, but Swindles played it well, in fairness. He got down on it on off stump and just managed to jam it away along the ground all the way through gully down to Leach at third man and takes the single.
Yeah, De Lange hands on hips. What have I got to do to... He's feeling a bit hard done by, I think, at the moment. Big South African.
Trying to make something happen. It's been close, but it doesn't show that on the scorecard. Mid-wicket's gone about 3/4 of the way back as De Lange is in to Hill, and therefore he can turn it comfortably off his legs down towards Gregory at long leg. Comes in to meet the ball. Hill has to settle for a single. All things are relatively normal. Well, Hill is on strike, but we can expect fireworks one way or t'other when De Lange is bowling to Swindles.
He's got a mid-wicket halfway back, presumably for the top-edged hook. Swindles hasn't shown much inclination to hook.
No,
he chased after it, was outside the off stump. But,
he's just tried to get out of the way, not successfully, of the short ball. And Davies run up to have a word with De Lange. Abel is pointing. He's bringing that man at deepish square leg up to a conventional mid-wicket now. Yeah, not a funky field at all. Fairly conventional as De Lange is in, bowling a line and length delivery after all that to Swindles, who just defends it calmly. Leans forward and plays it up towards Davy at mid-on. No run. 122 for 4. The lead now 37.
Various people on Twitter saying that if Leicester can get a 150 lead, they could easily put Somerset under a lot of pressure in the second innings. I wouldn't disagree with that.
De Lange into Swindles, hurries in, but again solidly behind it. He's fine with the length, or just short of a length deliveries. It's the bouncers that seem to discombobulate him. But De Lange kept it up there, those last 2 deliveries. End of the over, 8 overs, none for 27 for him. Hill and Swindles confer in mid-pitch, but they've taken the score from 48 for 4, from the depths of 48 for 4 onto 122 for 4, and given Tom Abel and his Somerset side something to think about.
Yep, plenty of food for thought. And the rub of the green has been going with the batsman in recent overs, particularly in the matter of Harry Swindles and playing those bouncers, but also Jack Leach getting one which almost cleaned up Lewis Hill, I think that, wasn't it? But Lewis Hill batting very nicely, as he did in the first innings. He's going to be facing Jack Leach as the sun breaks through the light cloud overhead. Leach bowls, Hill drives it back to him firmly. Leach fields on the bounce.
Tossed that one up nicely, and they gave it some air.
Just twirling the ball. 2 hands, he's there now and bowls, and this is swept and will run away for 4 down to fine leg below us.
He does sweep well, Hill.
It was a little bit bottom edge-ish, but he got plenty of bat onto it, and nothing that short leg could do about that. So 4 more runs.
Coming out of short leg now.
Going to cut off that Tom Banton being sent down to short fine leg, in case Lewis Hill tries that again. 126 for 4. Leach is in bowls. Edges in caught by Lewis Gregory. And that is the breakthrough that Somerset have been working so hard to secure. Lewis Hill looking to play an on drive, really, takes the outside edge, straightforward catch to Gregory at slip, 126 for 5, Somerset delight.
Beautifully bowled by Jack Leach there, drew Hill forward, found the outside edge, neat catch by Gregory, and it was a neat catch because it was slightly to his left, so it would have been a little bit obscured by Steve Davies behind the stumps, but what a really nice piece of bowling that was. He held it back, Leach, he'd bowled it over really nicely. Yes, he'd been swept for 4-1 delivery, but the first ball had a really nice loop and bounce, and that one did too, and it bit just enough. Beautifully bowled, well batted. Lewis Hill very close to a 5th half-century in as many innings, but gone for 47. Beautifully bowled.
Yeah, well anticipated by Gregory as well. He was moving to his left, almost as the batsman played the shot, and made it look a much more comfortable catch than, in fact, it might have been, but for his instincts and anticipation.
Partnership then is 126 minus 48. It's
78.
76 plus 2 is 78. Yep. Good effort between Hill and Swindles. Swindles still there on 31. They've at least got their side into the lead, but effectively then Leicestershire are 41 for 5. They need the tail to wag, as they say. Out comes Ben Mike to join Harry Swindles.
I don't think Ben Mike would regard himself as part of the tail, would he?
No, he shouldn't. But then you look at the scores, and you look at, it's the stats that count. He's much better than that, but he needs a score. He's got a big 70 for Warwickshire when he was on loan there in the First Division.
Well, that's what Leicestershire need from him today, but he's going to find it hard work against Jack Leach. Leach then to bowl the 4th ball of this over to Mike. He's there. Mike stretches forward in defence, plays it back to the bowler. So there'll be particular pleasure in the Somerset camp that wicket has been taken by Jack Leach. He's there, bowls to Mike, who stretches forward again. He's a hugely popular cricketer, Jack Leach, with his teammates and with all Somerset supporters. He's in and bowls, and he just comes off the inside half of the bat out into the onside. Applause for that over. It wasn't a maiden, but it did include the wicket of Lewis Hill, and at the end of it Leicestershire remain on 126 for 5 with Swindles on 31 and Ben Mike yet to score.
Will Mike's approach be head down, or will he, hopefully initially at any rate, and then start going for his shots a little bit after that? Lewis Hill's innings occupied 135 minutes. He faced 93 balls and he hit 6 fours.
Batted very well. He's a neat little player.
He's back in the hutch, as they say now, and DeLanger, having worried Swindles, no question of shaking him up a couple of times, he's come off as you predicted. And for the first time today, we're going to see Josh Davey. 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 16 last night, or yesterday evening anyway. Leach isn't going to go to third man for Davey bowling to Swindles. He's going to go in at that short mid-wicket position alongside Banton. Somerset are convinced is a possible catching area. In goes Davey and bowls. Swindles is quite studiously forward there, bat rather a long way in front of Pat as he pushes to mid-on.
I bet he's pleased to see the back of Marchant Dillane. At a very uncomfortable time.
31 off 61 balls now for Harry Swindles. 1 slip, Hildreth, Gully, Overton. In goes Davey and bowls. Good delivery on off stump, forward went Swindles, defended it straight back up towards Davey, who, unlike De Lange and Overton. He's quite happy for his fielders to do the polishing for him. Handed it to his skipper Abel. He's thrown to Bartlett, who is it at mid-off?
It's Bartlett.
It is Bartlett, yep, at mid-off, and he hands it back to Davy, who is in again and bowling. Again, good line and length, a bit inside edgy, as Swindles defends that, and it runs out to Leach, who's the squarer of the two short mid-wickets. Positionally, I'm sure he's a very hip young man as well. Don't know, actually.
I don't know what his taste in music is.
Yeah.
Perhaps Cricketers Who's Who will tell us.
In goes Davy. And bowls, off stump line again. Swindles carefully leaning forward, defends it out towards Somerset skipper Abel. Will be pretty pleased with that breakthrough too, if they can. What time is it now? So sort of 35 minutes until lunch. Another one or even two before lunch, and Somerset would be pretty happy with the state of affairs, I think. They had to work hard for that one, but they're working their way steadily through Leicestershire's lineup. 1, 2, 6 for 5 as Davy is in, bowling to Swindles. Very straight. Everything about that little passage of play. Straight delivery, straight bat, straight back to the bowler, who picks it up and throws it to De Lange at mid-on to do a spot of polishing.
No news in the Cricketers Who's Who as to Jack Leach's taste in music. I can't really see him as a sort of hip-hop or garage or grime fan.
Any Wurzels fans? Poor old Somerset, you automatically connect them with that, don't they? In goes Davy and bowls, and defended by Hatch Cutler and the Wurzels, by Swindles. Back down the pitch again, a wonderfully accurate over from Josh Davy, but no movement really for him. Maiden over, nonetheless. Leicestershire remain 1, 2, 6 for 5.
Well, the team song "Where Be on Blackbird 2", it was there was a version of it performed by the Wurzels.
What was it again? Where be?
Where be on Blackbird 2, where be
Something
in
to do
yon
with
Wurzel
blackbirds.
field, and I be
Okay.
at hurry.
Okay.
It's a traditional song. I was taught it as a small boy by my father. Yeah, they sing it with great gusto in the dressing room after every win. Here comes Jack Leach then to bowl another over. He's going to be bowling to relatively tall, well-built figure of Ben Mike. Just bends his knees, raises his bat. Leach bowls, and that's played into the onside, and Tom Abel will come across from mid-wicket to cut it off. Leach finding a nice arc with his bowling. This is pushed through, and Mike has to adjust quickly and does so. Plays it back to the bowler with a slightly hurried defensive shot from the crease, neither back nor forward. Somerset in predatory mood as this is turned to Banton at short leg. Feel the a sense of anticipation rising after that very spirited partnership between Lewis Hill and Harry Swindles. This is in the air for a short time. There could be a run out. Oh, goodness me. That was Josh Davy with the fielding. He didn't hit the stumps. I think, in fact, that Swindles would have been home. But it was, yes, he would have been. Slight hesitation there between the two batsmen. I was slightly surprised they went for the single. It was to Davy's right hand. He's not the most athletic backward point that's ever taken a cricket field, but he's not a bad fielder by any means. So that brings Swindles on to strike. He's on 31, 127 for 5. So the lead 42 at the moment. Each bowls to Swindles, who turns that into the onside. It's picked up by Tom Banton. Short leg. Lewis Gregory at slip. Field comes in as Leach bowls, and that's punched into the offside, but only as far as George Bartlett prowling the covers. End of that over. 127 for 5, 31 to Swindles. Ben Mike off the mark with that slightly risky single. He has just the one.
4, 3, 20 and 26 his previous scores this season. 26 of course in the first innings here when he was dismissed by Jack Leach. He went leg before wicket to Leach's very first ball, didn't he? Ben
did.
Mike.
Yep.
He's wandering down the pitch, just tapping it gently, and now he's going to take guard. He gets it right first time. According to umpire Robinson, looked to be about middle.
Yeah, middle.
The second time he did it, just to check it, looked to be about middle and off. But there you go.
Off. That's off. I think he's marking middle and off. If you see what I mean.
Updates time as Davey is in. Clipped for 4. Leicestershire have lost the second wicket of the day, that of Lewis Hill, who looked in good shape to go on and score his 5th half-century in as many innings when he got an edge to a delivery from Jack Leach, the left-arm spinner, and Lewis Gregory at first slip took a neat catch. That was Hill gone for 47, made Leicestershire 1-2-6-4-5. Harry Swindles is still there, he's 31 not out. Ben Mike has come out to join him, he is 5 not out. The Foxes have moved on to 131 for 5, a lead so far of just 46. Mike just clipped the first ball of that over 4-4. In goes Davey and bowls to him again slightly leg side-ish, and Mike plays it firmly along the ground towards the wider of the two short mid wickets, who's Banton.
Presumably the plan here is for Davey to bowl a pretty straight line and get the batsman, encouraging him to play into the onside, and maybe the ball just stopping a little bit.
Seems that way. I think I've only ever seen, although I've seen some, I mean, so he set 4 of them last week. I've seen many strange fields with short mid wickets. I think I've only ever seen in 7 or 8 years anybody caught there once. In goes Davey down the leg side again. That's wider and clipped away again by Ben Mike, but only as far as long leg. He did quite well to reach that one, really. Reach across and clip it away. Picks up a single, moves on to 6, 132 for 5 is the score. Actually, that was in the pink ball game at Northampton a couple of years ago. But funky fields rarely really work, I don't think. I suppose it gives the batsman something to think about. Davey is leaning forward and running in and bowling on the off stump to Harry Swindles, who just defends it back down the pitch, picked up by Davey in his follow through and then thrown to Dlanger at mid-on to do the polishing.
But the best laid plans of mice and cricket captains will go agley if the bowler doesn't execute his part to perfection. And Josh Davey hasn't quite got his line right, too much down the leg side. That one on off stump.
Was the cathedral closed when you went yesterday? Then you couldn't actually get in.
I didn't
to
go
see
inside.
Oh, okay.
No, I just walked round it from the outside.
Davey is in. Bowls. Forward goes Swindles, defending it out towards point. Lammonby is the fielder, and there's no run. You're very close to BBC Radio Leicester then, which is only sort of 20 yards or so, 25 yards from the cathedral. Just looking onto St Nicholas Square.
Yes, it's very lively, handsome whole area. It's quite an attractive city centre. Leicester, first time I've really been Leicester city centre. Certainly better than Northampton. No disrespect to Northamptonians, of course.
Davey runs in. Bowls. Very straight, turned thick inside part of the bat, but knew what he was doing there, Swindles. He turned it off middle and leg. Just used the angle of the delivery out towards Gregory, who's grazing out there at long leg. Got to the ball quickly, but it couldn't prevent a second run. Swindles moves on to 33, 134 for 5. The lead now 49 with 5 second innings wickets in hand.
The other thought that occurred to me, and you said this yourself, it's not the grandest cathedral in the land,
No,
Leicester
it's
Cathedral.
like a big parish church,
But
isn't it, really?
Leicester is a fine city with, what's the population of Leicester?
I think it's a couple of 100,000, not sure, I'll check.
I just thought it was more than that, isn't it?
You may well be right, sir. As I say, I'll check.
But the point I was going to make, Wells, which is barely more than a large village, has one of the most beautiful cathedrals in the land. It's
the City of Wells.
The City of Wells, and of course St David's, which really is a large village, but is also a city, and that's got a magnificent cathedral in West Wales. Jack Leach is going to bowl another over. It will be his 9th. He's bowling to Ben Mike. He's there and bowls, and Mike goes for a big hit, which he doesn't quite get hold of. He's going to pick up 4 runs, I think. He decided to take on Leach. Yep, it's retrieved by James Hildreth. 4 runs go on the board.
Well, the first 4 websites I'm looked at for population all give hugely different figures for the Leicester population. I'm trying to find a worldpopulationreview.com.
138 for 5 is the score.
Estimates it at 550,000. I'd be surprised if it's that much, but there you go.
Yeah, 500,000. Population of Wales, I think, is about under 10,000. Somebody will correct me as this is driven away into the offside, but won't get it past Craig Overton.
It is I thought it was the key definition of what makes a town a city, was the presence of a cathedral. But it might just be one of them, I suppose.
It's one of them. This is played into the offside. There are towns that have cathedrals, and the most obvious one is Guildford.
Okay.
Guildford is modern.
That is
quite
not a
modern
city.
Cathedral, and it's not a city. It nearly became a city, but it was.
Did it apply when Brighton
applied,
got it?
Yeah,
Brighton got it.
And I think Peterborough beat Guildford to it.
Peterborough has a glorious cathedral.
It does. 138 for 5. Leach is bowling, and that's nearly.
Bowls behind his legs.
Nearly bowled behind his legs.
That was close.
As he went for the paddle sweep. Leach with his hands clasped to that famous nut. Which is given him his nickname. I'm not sure whether it's the head or some of his idiosyncrasies that are responsible for his nickname. That's played into the offside to forward short leg, where forward anything at City Point. Tom Banton moved across. Leach bowls, and Mike will go for a quick single. Overton's on the ball and sends in a fierce return, which had it hit the stumps. Let's have a look at the replay. No, I think he would have been there. Worth a shy. End of the over, and it's 139 for 5.
That's what he was practicing this morning, Overton. Sitting plenty of times. Not on that occasion. Not Leach. Not because of a fondness for Brazils or anything like that.
No.
It's purely derogatory, essentially. But Davey continues from the pavilion end. Bowls on off stump as ever. Mike leans forward just to flex it down into the ground, stopped by the aforementioned Overton, just stepping across smartly to his left, taking it about 3rd or 4th bounce in the gully. Mike into double figures now. He's 11. 139 for 5. The lead over 50. Not an issue for Somerset at the moment. Put a 1 in front of that. Something to think about. A long way for Leicestershire to go to get that sort of challenging lead. In goes Davey. Bowls outside off stump. Cut away a little bit uppishly by, well, a lot uppishly actually by Ben Mike, but he got it well wide of, or backward point, and it runs away to the wide 3rd man boundary for 4. 1 or 2 hands on hips out there among the Somerset players. Didn't sound as though it came right off the middle. It sounded a little bit tinny, but the direction of the shot at least was in the end safe. Mike moves on to 15, 143 for 5. Davy turns. Mike isn't quite, he's just knocking a load of dust away from the crease. Used his hand, curiously, rather than his bat or his foot. Waits now, he's ready now. Still with those two short mid-wickets as Davy is in and bowls to him, and he presents the full face of a very correct forward defensive shot to the ball, which rolls slowly back past Josh Davy. Yeah, not my car.
Not much sign of any shape from Josh Davy.
No, there hasn't been.
Can swing it.
1 for 27 from his 8.5 overs. Leach 1 for 28 from his 9. Davy is in and bowls and is driven firmly by Ben Mike, but he can't get it past. Bartlett is at mid-off, moves away to his right. Leach, who wears his long-sleeve Somerset sweater for some... I wonder if he's got circulation issues, because he's forever blowing on his hands, but he's got his sleeves hanging over his hands.
He's wearing Josh Davies' sweater, I think.
Or is it just... it's just too big for him?
No, it's so that the 12th man doesn't have to keep running on with sweaters. So I've seen Leach and Craig Overton's using the same jumper, which was Overton.
He's pulling up his sleeves now as in goes Davy bowls to Mike, who plays very solidly off middle and leg.
I suspect we'll see at the end of the over, Leach will take his sweater off and give it to Josh Davy. That's my hunch.
I suspect if and when this is all over and umpires theoretically can take sweaters again, they'll indicate that they don't really want to, if that's all right. And can we keep sticking to this sort of similar arrangement? Something to be said for it.
Well, I don't know. 12 men running off and on.
I suppose.
Just interrupting the rhythm of the game.
Davy is in and bowling. Good line on off stump, but very solidly forward is Ben Mike, defending out towards Bartlett at mid-off, and that's the end of the over. 143 for 5, the lead 58. So this partnership now is worth, well, not very much, 17 so far, but 15 of them to Ben Mike. Harry Swindles hasn't seen much of a strike of late. He remains 33 not out.
Sanitisation, I think it must be. Wouldn't be a drinks break.
He's
20 minutes before that.
Jack Brooks is spraying, squirting away.
I wonder, how long is this going to go on for? Do we know?
Don't know.
Sanitisation, but there's very little evidence
until
contacting the virus on surfaces of any description helps spread the disease.
Anything that helps, I suppose, is important, or might help in the fight against it. 143 for 5. One more before lunch would do Somerset nicely, I think.
It would, yeah, I think.
There's going to be another 4 overs, I would think, especially if Leach bowls a couple of them.
I wonder if they'll bring Overton back for a burst before lunch, or sail in for after lunch. I don't know.
Over 8 plus 3.
He didn't seem to be showing any signs of that limp that he displayed yesterday. Even when I think he must just have turned his ankle slightly, his left ankle in his delivery stride.
Just for a few overs.
It's going to be Leach then, who is going to bowl another over after that interruption. Still got Gregory at slip and Banton at forward.
Big 15 minutes, did you hear that?
15 minutes, yeah. That's Tom Abel with his stentorian voice. Leach is in the bowls and Swindles is forward, killing whatever spin Leach may have imparted. Just rubbing the ball on his cricket trousers. He's in again and bowls, and Swindles is down the pitch, playing that out to the offside for his quick single, and Overton decides not to shy at the stumps because Ben Mike was backing up and was comfortably home. And Swindles, having come down the pitch to Leach, was already well into his stride to go through for the quick single. So another run goes on the board, 144 for 5. Sensible cricket from Craig Overton. No point in having a wicket-keeper diving about when there's no chance of a run out. And this is Ben Mike coming down the pitch, playing that to mid-on, and also thinking about a single, deciding against it, as big Marchant de Lange does the fielding. Both batsmen looking to use their feet against Leach's left arm spin. This time Ben Mike plays that from the crease out to Abel at mid-wicket. Bound to call him Mike Ben at some stage. Ben Mike Ben. It's Mike on strike as Leach bowls, and this is driven up to de Lange.
He's giving it a chance, Leach, isn't he? He's giving it air this time.
I'm sure that
looks better.
It's the right way. It's
the
right way to go. There's Leach again to Mike, who again plays that to Tom Abel, cutting across from mid-wicket to do the fielding end of that over. Just the one run from it, 144 for 5 at the end of it. Swindles has 34 and Ben Mike has 15. That was the 50th over of the morning, so we have had 26 overs this morning. We'll probably get another 4 in, I should think.
Are we doing? Yeah, should be 4 with Leach.
Take it up to 30, which is just about
like that.
par with a couple of wickets and sanitisation breaks.
Swindles, and he checks his guard with umpire Robinson as well. He's checking 2 guards really, sort of basically checking where his stumps are. But he looks to be batting almost on off stump. Davey is in and bowls to him, just outside off stump. He steers it firmly out into the offside, but comfortable enough stop for Bartlett, moving to his left at mid-off. Flicks a sideways throw into wicketkeeper Davies. Dot ball. Swindles 34. He hasn't seen much of the strike of late, but Abel persisting with the 2 short mid-wickets for him. So there was a bit of in-swing. I could kind of understand it, but watch him hit it straight there now. In goes Davey and bowls. That's a good delivery, middle and off. A little bit of shape to it, and he wasn't sure whether to go forward or back. Stayed in his crease and had to adjust quite late there. Swindles. Good bowling from Josh Davey.
He bowled that from close to the stumps, said Josh Davey, which I guess is how he bowls if he's looking for the away swinger.
Barton and Leach have much to say to each other in those 2 short mid-wicket positions. Leach blows on his hands and then leans forward as Davey is in. Bowling outside off some little bit of room and forced away off the back foot by Swindles. He's been waiting for that one for a few overs, but although backward point dived across to his right, Swindles found the gap nicely as he hurt himself a little bit diving there. He's picking himself up a little bit ruefully. I think that'll be Lammonby there.
Lammonby,
and
yeah.
He's just testing his knee. Square will be quite hard, although it is quite lush there. The grass is obviously shorter than well, I don't know actually, I'd say shorter than the outfield. It looks very green and lush, but either way, he's jarred 1 or 2 joints, but he's okay.
He's young, he'll get over it.
Davey in again to Swindles, straighter, and Swindles is carefully forward. Head right over the ball as he defends it on the front foot. There's no run. Swindles has moved on to 38 off 77. Leicestershire approaching the 150, 148 for 5. Still the lead just 63, effectively 63 for 5. Selling their wickets dearly at the moment. Battling. Swindles waits. Davey is in. Bowls to him, edges for 4 in the gap between first slip and gully. I don't think it would have been a catch for about third slip. Would have landed short. It was a genuine edge, but played with his head over the ball, with the bat angled down. He kept the ball down, if nothing else, and picks up 4, one of those bonuses that sometimes comes the way of the batsman. Brings up the Leicestershire 150 off 50.5 overs. So just 3 runs and over. But that isn't really relevant when you've got the best part of 2 days still to play in the game. 152 for 5. Swindle's on to 42, sorry.
What sort of score do you think Leicestershire are targeting? 300, something like that?
They dearly love it. I think Ben Mike mentioned that yesterday, 300. In goes Davey and bowls. Outside off stump, cut away down to third man for 4 again. Now that, again, it was a little bit edgy, but it was a more violent shot than the previous shot down to third man. It gave him the width. He did throw his hands at it, cut it down firmly, picks up consecutive boundaries, moves on to 46. So having been not exactly becalmed, but taken a long time to get through the early 30s, Swindle suddenly finds himself on 46. 156 for 5. The lead 71.
There we are. Population of Wales 12,000.
There you go. Think of a Yorkshire town that theoretically, well, has a fine cathedral, Ripon, which is probably similar to Wells in that respect. Roughly the same size, might be a fraction bigger. Ripon Cathedral.
Yeah, Josh Davey turnovers 1 for 39. Expensive over, that one.
A couple of good deliveries, but it was a little bit flat, a little bit uninspired.
Yeah. Long chat going on between captain and bowler, Jack Leach, and Tom Abel and Jack Leach. Not quite sure what it's about. It's just on field placing. They're in no hurry out there, are they, at the moment?
No.
Still, you can't say.
I guess when the over rate's +3, they're not under scoreboard pressure in that respect.
Well, the outcome of all of that is that we've got a silly point and a slip for Jack Leach to Ben Mike, who's on 15. Leach is in and bowls. Mike takes a couple of steps down the pitch, plays it firmly to Tom Abel.
Jake thinks that, he says, some things makes me think Jack Leach is a massive hip-hop fan like Dom Sibley. And then laughing emoji.
There's Leach to Mike, and Mike opens the face and runs it down to Josh Davey at backward point.
Maybe that's a question that ought to be introduced for next year's Who's Who.
Why not? Leach is in and bowls to Mike, who drives back to the bowler. Takes it comfortably enough on the bounce. We've got, that looks to me like Tom Namanby just warming up. I think that's maybe a good move. Here's Leach in and bowls to Mike. Again, defends. Slightly quicker delivery on that occasion from Jack Leach. Seems to be bowling with quite nice rhythm at the moment. Getting through his overs at a good rate. Very straight approaches there now and bowls, and this is whipped away into the onside but won't get past Tom Abel, who's at a straight mid-wicket on the edge of the square. We've got a long on in place. Marchant de Lange down there in the dim distance as appeal, a stifled appeal, that's the word, a stifled appeal. Just caught the inside edge as well as the pad, and Ben Mike with his bat and pad commendably close together. Good over from Jack Leach.
We're going to get Mr. Lamonby, who removes his sort of the elastic bandages that he's had on his arms. Short-sleeved Somerset shirt. Just scrapes his guard, just checks it. Didn't pace it out again. It's still there from previously.
Bowled nicely in the first innings. 10 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 20.
I thought so.
And he got a bit of swing, and of course left arm over the wicket slightly different angle, asking slightly different questions.
Cleaned up Chris Wright, didn't he?
We had the batsman playing and missing once or twice as well. It was a good spell. We've got a third man. He's been given the added security of a third man.
He should swing it in a little bit to Swindles, and from over the wicket with the two short mid wickets, that makes sense. In he goes and bowls to Swindles, squared up a little bit by that one on middle and off, and a thick outside edge sees the ball run out towards point. There's no run.
Not just a hint of in swing. Come on, Lammers, shouts Tom Abel.
And he goes and bowls a little bit short this time and wide enough for Swindles to get up on his toes and ride it with a horizontal bat down to third man, jogs a single, moves on to 47. Ben Mike checks his guard. He too looks to be taking a roundabout off stump guard. And then he jogs forward and just seen something on the pitch that's caught his eye. Knocks it away and then taps the pitch.
Well, the batsmen seem to be taking their guard over towards the off stump these days.
Whoa, Lammonby was starting running in there when Mike was sort of stepping in, and he looked up and he was almost at the crease, and he stepped back immediately as he saw he was almost at the crease. Now he's in position more readily. It's a short run for Lammonby, who is in again, bowling to Mike outside off stump. Raises his bat, lets it go through to Davies. No run. 157, lead of 72. Can they double it, Leicestershire? And at least give the bowlers, and particularly you feel the likes of Parkinson's, just something to bowl at. Can they keep Somerset in the East Midlands for another day or another night?
Well, it's looking like it at the moment.
Right, Abel's gone into gully now, and Leach has come out of one of those short mid-wicket positions and replaced his skipper. In the covers, Lammonby is in, bowls and turned towards short mid-wicket by Mike, slightly short of a length delivery that doesn't really swing. Banton is the man who's still there, his whites rather green around the knee, still sporting the pads underneath his whites. Lammonby is in again, fuller delivery and looking to drive, reaching for it a fraction is Ben Mike, but he's steered it into the gap, and he's going to pick up 2 as it's picked up around about 15 yards, 10 yards inside the ropes in front of the manual scoreboard, which we discovered yesterday, or at least I discovered yesterday, was only built in the early 80s, or constructed in the early 80s. Lammonby is in, tempting, or trying to tempt Mike with a delivery outside off stump, pushed across him. Mike just lifted his bat over the line of the ball. The 2 from the previous delivery moved him on to 17. Swindles has 47. Leicestershire 159 for 5, lead by 74. Relatively unthreatening over from Tom Lammonby.
Well, as I've been saying all along, the Somerset bowlers are going to have to work hard for their wickets on this pitch. They're going to have to rely on occasional misbehaviour on the part of the pitch, or occasional misjudgment on the part of Leicestershire batsmen. But so far there's been not much sign of either.
33 this partnership is worth so far for the 6th wicket.
Jack Leach is going to bowl what I'm fairly sure will be the last over before lunch. Clock just coming up to 1 o'clock on the scoreboard away to our left. So Mike's going to be bowling to Swindles. What am I talking about? Leach bowling to Swindles, who turns that into the onside without thinking about getting a run as Tom Abel fields. Leach tries again. Swindles turns this to Tom Banton under the helmet, at short leg. We started this morning at 48 for 3 in 24 overs. This is driven away into the offside, but won't beat the field. So we're in the 54th over at the moment. So we will indeed have had 30 overs, in which thus far Leicestershire have added 111 for the loss of 2 wickets. Patel and Hill. Leach is in and bowls, and that's mistimed as Swindles goes for a rather wristy off drive, rather a sort of T20 type of shot, that one.
Outside in, sort of slap, wasn't it, really?
Didn't get hold of it.
Ackerman plays that shot. It always jars a bit, because he's quite an elegant player otherwise.
Joss Butler plays it as well. With all of it's a very popular white ball shot. Leach to Swindles, stretches forward in defence. Tom Banson's come from short leg to second slip alongside Lewis Gregory. Last ball then before lunch. Leach to Swindles, and that is flat batted into the offside, but straight to extra cover George Bartlett, and there won't be a run, and that brings the morning's proceedings to a close with Leicestershire 159 for 5, which means there's 74 ahead with 5 second innings wickets remaining, with Harry Swindles not out on 47 and Ben Mike not out on 17, and I would think that that's been Leicestershire's morning, Richard.
I think they'd probably have just about taken it. I think one more wicket would have made it balanced, but 111 for 2 off the session, and they've got themselves into the lead, a prospect of adding to it. 74. So if they can get it up to 150, who knows, even 180, 200, then we could yet have an interesting denouement to this match. I'm hanging on because I'm going to do an update for BBC Radio Leicester shortly. If you're listening and watching on the excellent stream, but then it's time for a cup of tea, some lunch and a sandwich perhaps. We'll be back with you here at the Uptonsteel County Ground in good time for the restart in around about 38 minutes time. The bowling from the pavilion end. Bowls edge court first. Paul Patel has gone, and that is huge. Well, we were talking about the importance of the start. He went for a loose,
setting a decent target as Gregory's in and bowls, and he cuts that away nicely, short and wide from Gregory, and Gregory to Hill. He's there and bowls, and that's driven back nicely, and a dive in vain by, I think that's, of course, here's Gregory in the bowls, and this is driven back straight and goes for 4 runs. Fine shot. With 7 runs so far this morning. Gregory bowls, that's driven away nicely through the extra cover gap between extra cover and mid-off. Will run out.
In who's who. In he goes, and bowls outside off stump, cut away, or off the back foot, driven away really, almost a back foot drive by Swindles, and he connected beautifully. And no chance.
Hasn't been so pronounced. He's there now and bowls, and Hill is punching that away through the offside for 4 runs. Nice shot. Dragged that one down, did and this is swept and will run away for 4 down to fine leg below us. Edges in caught by Lewis Gregory, and that is the breakthrough that Somerset have been working so hard to secure. Middle and off, if you see what I mean.
Updates time as Davey is in. Clipped for 4.
Bowls, and Mike goes for a big hit, which he doesn't quite get hold of. He's going to pick up 4 runs, I think. He decided to take on Leach. Yep.
That sort of challenging lead. In goes Davy. Bowls outside off stump, cut away a little bit uppishly by, well, a lot uppishly actually by Ben Mike, but he got it well wide of, but leans forward as Davy is in. Bowling outside off stump, little bit of room and forced away off the back foot by Swindles. He's been waiting for that one for a few overs, but Swindles waits. Davy is in. Bowls to him, edges for 4 in the gap between first slip and gully. I don't think it would have that yesterday. 300. In goes Davy and bowls outside off stump, cut away down to third man for 4 again. And that again, it was a little bit edgy.
wet. Middlesex won by 10 wickets, so he collapsed 130 all out.
There you are.
So we're bottom, I think, now.
You beat us, we'll be wrecking it.
Good afternoon. Delighted you can join us for this second session on the third day of the LV Equals County Championship match between Leicestershire and Somerset at the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. BBC Radio's Somerset and Leicester, Anthony Gibson and Richard Ray, your commentators for this game, which is interestingly poised. Somerset still, I think in the opinion of most observers, you would say they are still very much on top. They have reduced Leicestershire to 159 for 5 in their second innings, which means the Foxes lead by just 74 with 5 second innings wickets intact. However, Leicestershire fought hard in that first period to try and extend that lead. Well, they started with a deficit. They lost 2 wickets in the first session, those of Rishi Patel to the very first ball of the day and Lewis Hill. About half an hour or so before lunch, Patel went for 27, Hill for 47. But Hill, together with Harry Swindell's, put together a partnership of 78 for the 5th wicket to get Leicestershire in front. Swindell's went into lunch on 47 not out and has now been joined by Ben Mike, who is 17 not out. They so far put together a partnership of 31 for the 6th wicket. Conditions remain pretty good here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. There's a lot more cloud around than the first 2 days, but it's very high, thin cloud. It's just taking the edge perhaps off the temperatures, though it is noticeably warming up a little bit. Hasn't swung this morning. Perhaps it will swing as we go on throughout the day, although the ball obviously rapidly getting older. It is, how old now? 54 overs old, actually. Yeah, it's not so very long until the new ball.
Indeed.
Should Somerset need it, they will get it, you would imagine, well, definitely sometime before tea. Well, they're hoping they don't need it because they've gone back to their strike bowler, Craig Overton. Goober is the exhortation. Come on, Goober, who has got 3 for 15 so far in the innings from a magnificent 12 overs. He's going to be bowling from the pavilion end, and he's going to be bowling at Ben Mike, who is on 17 and hasn't faced Craig Overton yet in this innings. Overton, can he repeat the feat of this morning? In he goes and bowls to Mike, a good, quick-ish delivery that just a little bit of pace off the pitch, outside off stump, doesn't move, and unlike Rishi Patel, Ben Mike doesn't have a loose drive at it and edge a catch to Hildreth at first slip. He allows it to go through to Davies behind the stumps.
Yeah, I thought they might bring Overton back on after lunch for a burst, and I think that Mr. Swindles can expect some short stuff from him.
Swindles watching at the non-striker's end at the moment as Overton goes in, bowls to Mike, who is forward on off stump to a full delivery, playing it firmly out. Claps his hands as he, having hurled it to Davies, gets it back from the slips, throws it on to George Bartlett, who's at mid-off, and thence it's returned to Craig Overton. He's got a third man, but it's a conventional field. The mid-wicket is getting quite close as Overton goes in, bowls to Mike, who is jumping up to his toes, but the ball doesn't really get up too much, and he has to adjust, manages to do so. There was one this morning from the other end, the Bennett end, that stayed a little bit low. That one wasn't like that, but didn't get up quite as much as Ben Mike expected from the length. Not unreasonable to expect a little bit of uneven bounce as the game goes on. Overton is in, bowling, looking for the Yorker, and it did just dip a little bit. Mike was equal to it, probably just slightly over-pitched. Puff of dust as he played it firmly down into the ground and out into the covers, but a good ball from Craig Overton, as so many of his deliveries have been.
Yes, and Somerset would be, I think, be able to rely on the pitch to get them wickets this afternoon. They're going to have to earn them the hard way.
He goes, bowls to Mike, a bouncer, quick one. Mike ducks underneath it. So much noticeably faster than his fellow seamers in the Somerset side, and of course most of his fellow seamers around the county circuit.
Would you say he was quicker than Marchant de Lange?
Yes, definitely off the pitch. I think it's a slightly different action, but for me, when he does get it to zip, I think he's quicker. In he goes and bowls and looking to drive firmly back to the Somerset bowler, Ben Mike, but it stopped in his follow through, and for the 8th time in 13 innings, in 13 overs, Craig Overton has produced a maiden to start with. Bang on the money from the very first ball, as ever, end of the over.
Yeah, good over. I must say he's looked head and shoulders, metaphorically as well as literally, above the other Somerset bowlers. I suppose he wouldn't be head and shoulders over Marchant de Lange, he'd just be head over Marchant de Lange, but de Lange's a tall man as well, but he's certainly asked more questions than any of the other Somerset seam bowlers. Jack Leach bowled well this morning. I thought he bowled with a rather better rhythm. There isn't much in the pitch for him. He's plugged away using flight and varying his angle, and picked up the important wicket of Lewis Hill, and that was a proper spin bowler's wicket as well. It didn't owe anything really to batsman error. It's just beaten by a good ball, nicked through to Lewis Gregory. Jack Leach just having a few practice deliveries to Craig Overton, who is at mid-off. We've got 2 short extra covers, a slip, mid-wicket, mid-on, backward point, cover point, and backward square leg. James Hildreth right there next to umpire Robinson. So all is set. Leach bowls, Swindles on 47, stretches forward, plays it into the onside. Davies comes around from behind the stumps to pick up. I was interested to see this morning that the ECB have dropped the idea of referring to wickets as outs in the 100 ball competition, as this is whipped away into the onside for the first runs of the afternoon session, or run, as Abel does the fielding. 160 for 5. Apparently Richard, commentator, is going to be discouraged from using the word over, however.
What are they going to call them?
Well, they're just going to refer to the number of balls, I think.
Okay, alright. Ball 88 or whatever.
Exactly, yeah.
There's a kind of logic to that, I suppose.
Yes, because they don't have to be, but they can be bowled in lots of up to 10, can't they? Is Leach then to bowl to Mike. Mike drives, but going to be fielded by Craig Overton. I think the language of cricket is one of its real joys. Leach is in the bowls, pushed back up the pitch by Mike. Third man, short leg, sleeve it off, all of these slightly quaint terms that we use in cricket. Leach bowls, and that's played to shortish extra cover. It's picked up by George Bartlett.
Over the next thing, right, they'll have different names for certain fielding positions in the 100.
Here's Leach in the bowls and beats the attempted cut shot of Ben Mike with a quicker ball, I think. Good piece of bowling. End of that over. 160 for 5 at the end of it. Yes, I think third man might be in danger.
Oh, he'll be. Do you want dare not speculate, really? So what they might become.
There we are. No, I think. Well, I'm glad that they've seen sense over that. I haven't met anyone in any walk of life, any set of circumstances, who has thought that that was a good idea.
it'd be so hard. I suppose they'd make themselves, but the commentators would I'm sure have struggled a bit. It's so hard instinctively not to say the right words. In goes Overton, bowls, looking initially as though he was going to bowl the bouncer, but Swindles, although on the back foot, played it comfortably enough. It was actually a reasonably good length delivery in the end.
I suppose the trouble with the word wicket is that it means two things. It means the set of stumps, and it also means the strip of ground on which the game is played, for which pitch is an alternative. But I think anyone who didn't know much about the game would find that a bit confusing.
Overton bowls, middle and off. And Swindles leans forward, plays it out towards Abel in the covers. Again, there's no run, approaching what would be his second 50 of the championship season, Harry Swindles. 59 from 109 balls in the first innings against Hampshire, top scorer in that first innings for Leicestershire against a strong Hampshire side. Overton, blue soles on his cricket boots, bowls short and cuts, looking to cut Swindles. He's almost cut in half, really. It came back a little bit and tucked him up horribly, and again he got well out of position. I think he's trying to, obviously he's trying to stay in line, is staying in line, but that would have been legitimate for him just to make a little bit of room if he wanted to play that shot. It all got a little bit too close to him and went over the top edge of his bat. Now it is a third man.
He's not very good with the short ball, is he?
In goes Overton and bowls to him, splices it rather as he's leaning forward, not getting to the pitch, but got plenty of bat on it and steered it towards point. No run, a few hands in pockets out there, might be a bit. The wind is still, as it has been throughout, just a little bit brisk, and you can see that it's out there, that the breeze is stronger than it was. Some of the trees, which are now coming into leaf, looking pretty nice, stirring in that breeze as in goes Overton. Bowls Fallen's appeal for leg before, but I think it was going down the leg side. It also sounded a bit tinny, so it could have been edge, but it certainly, I think, was going down the leg side, and umpire Robinson unmoved.
Yes, I don't think it had much going for it, that appeal.
Overton was convinced, but yeah, it was missing another stump, I think. Looking to whip it away. Swindles didn't get anything on it. Thumped into the bottom of his front pad, left pad, as in goes Overton and bowls to him. Good bouncer, gets out of the way of it, sort of ducks inside it, keeps his eyes on it, which is better than Swindles, but again, yes, you're going to get one or two more of those, my friend, or something along those lines, who knows. As I say, I've been maintaining throughout there ought to be some sort of pitch mic that we can listen to, and I just have to trust us for not relaying anything too naughty, but it'd be lovely to know what they were saying to each other out there. 160 for 5. I
have to say that in my experience, the language on cricket fields this season and last has been pretty good. I can think of one occasion where a fielder or bowler has used an expletive. That's the only occasion. I assume that they've been talked to about it, because their every word can just about be picked up. There's nobody else in the ground.
It does sort of echo around, doesn't it?
Here comes Leach then to bowl to, and he doesn't come in to bowl to Ben Mike because batsman wasn't quite ready. Silly mid off, very close in. Tom Banton with his fielding pads on, just a couple of yards off the cut strip. Mike stretches forward in defence. 160 for 5, so the lead is 75. Somerset won't want to see it get much above 150, I fancy. And they ought to be able to get 150 on this pitch, but they are prone to batting fragility, as that's played square of the wicket. Picked up by Josh Davey from backward point. And of course they did chase down that 285 against Middlesex at Lord's. So they can.
that's
Appeal for
close.
LBW, that must be very close as he plays no shot.
Must have
Ben
just
Mike
straightened enough.
heading up to a ball from Jack Leach. It wouldn't have surprised me if the finger had gone up there.
I think it straightened a bit, which for once Leach didn't want it to do. Mike indicated with his right hand it had just moved away a fraction. Oof.
Here he comes again. Another appeal for not playing a shot. First appeal I thought was pretty good. What have you...
Let's have a look, see. It hit him quite a long way outside, actually. And it wasn't sort of...
I think they're fair enough, yes.
Yeah.
I agree. Good decision by umpire Bailey. Leach in and bowls. Mike stretches forward. So good over this from Jack Leach.
It is. Talk about Middlesex. They've hammered Surrey by 10 wickets. In our group.
Poor Surrey. I do feel sorry for them. Here's Leach in and bowls and played into the onside. Tom Abel picks up maiden over from Jack Leach, and a very good maiden over, including one vociferous LBW appeal, one slightly less so. But Ben Mike survives, 160 for 5, he has 17, and Harry Swindles 48.
Was a good over. Swindles and Mike in conversation, just the single added, then since the luncheon interval.
Somerset's two main men operating at the moment, you would think.
Yeah.
Craig Overton and Jack Leach, both test match bowlers, pressing for this breakthrough. It's becoming a more than useful partnership. This one.
First 5 wickets have all fallen to catches. No wickets disturbed or leg before. There's been a fair few decent appeals as Overton is in, bowling 2 Swindles, who covers up middle and leg. Drops it out towards mid-on, intercepted en route by Banton, still wearing the pads underneath his white shin pads, short pads, sort of wicket-keeping style pads.
Tom Abel will be pleased with the control that these two bowlers have given him. Just the 1 run since lunch.
Run rate still well below 3, 2.8 as Overton is in bowls, and there's going to be a quick single. Good call by Swindles, who defended it away off middle stump and dropped it out towards point, only a yard or 2. Lammonby was quite deep there and went immediately. That was the key, and actually made their ground pretty comfortably. Swindles moves on to 49.
I think he's quite glad to get up the other end, is Harry Swindles. Given a bit of a going over by Marchant de Lange this morning, and another short one in the last over from Overton.
Who is in, bowling to Mike, a bouncer that he bends at the knees and lets go over the top of his helmet and shoulders. You can hear, I don't know who's saying that, but whether it's Hildreth, it could be Hildreth or Stavies, but saying his bat was up in the air there, boys, and he did leave it up in the air. And you can always just flick it as it goes through in those circumstances. Overton is in, Fuller this time, thick outside edge along the ground all the way through the vacant wide gully area down towards third man. Throw comes in, taken on the bounce and knocked up in the air by Davies. Single to Ben Mike, he moves on to 18, his first score post lunch. 162 for 5, 77 the lead. Overton turns, probably no more than 15 yards, in he goes and bowls and edged and caught. He's got his man. Swindles walks away. Overton has made the breakthrough again for Somerset. It was a slightly short ball outside off stump. Swindles just flinched at it rather, fended it, thickish outside edge, and a comfortable catch for Steve Davies behind the stumps. Huge breakthrough. Harry Swindles battled away, looked like he was going to pick up a half century, got to 49, but like Lewis Hill before him, couldn't get into the 50s and beyond, and that could be key for Somerset. They've made another breakthrough quickly after the interval. Swindles goes for 49, just 4 more needed for the visitors, 161 for 6.
Well, he never looked comfortable against the short ball, and that was a sort of convulsive jab at a short ball from Craig Overton, which he didn't need to play at all, but obviously his mind's been just a little bit scrambled by the going over he's been given, not just by Craig Overton, but this morning by Marchant de Lange as well. But a gutsy innings from wicketkeeper Harry Swindles, who sold his wicket dearly and just undone really by his own frailties against the short pitch ball, and I'm sure that the coaches will get to work with him and sort something out.
It was a good ball. I mean, he's bowled so many, but it just started to follow Swindles a little bit, and he started to try and drop his hands, got the edge, couldn't do so in time. That extra pace and bounce. Well, he is the most. He was last year, wasn't he? The most valuable player, or whatever the actual award was.
Yep.
Was it called most valuable player, or something like
that?
Yeah. Player of this year, or something like that, in the Bob Willis Trophy, i.e. the county championship, and living up to that award in every sense this year as well. 30
wickets he took in the Bob Willis in 6 matches at 13.43. Terrific performance.
162 for 6 then. And Overton's figures now 14.5, 9, 17, 4. Can he get a 5 in this over? He's going to be bowling to Callum Parkinson. Bowls to Parkinson, a bounce, but Parkinson goes down rather stylishly on one knee. His left knee, his front knee went down on the ground, and again, like so many on the Leicestershire side, not a tall man, and it went quite a long way over his head. But well bowled, Craig Overton, exactly what his captain and his county ordered. He has delivered.
Yep. Fine spell of bowling from a very fine bowler. 15 overs, 9 maidens, 4 for 17. Well, not much doubt who I should be interviewing at close of play today, I think.
I've got to get that shirt back off the bus driver. I don't know where he is. The bus is over there.
It is.
Behind the Mountain Building Society stand.
Right, another over from Jack Leach. This will be his 15th. He's had a good bowl today. He's bowling to Ben Mike, who's down the pitch playing that away, and Tom Abel can't make the stop at mid-wicket. It's going to be cut off by de Lange out on the boundary. They'll think about a third run. That was rather dilatory running there by the pair of them. Was surely a comfortable 3 there. It's miles to that boundary at wide mid-on.
That was a javelin thrower's throw, though.
Yeah.
Mighty
I suppose
throw.
They probably looked up, saw who the fielder was, and thought, no, perhaps not. 2 runs go on the board. Mike is down the pitch to play that. I like the way he's using his feet.
That must be sort of 85 yards, and it pinged into Davies' gloves right next to the stumps, and yeah, he might not be great with a football, but he's pretty darn good with a cricket ball.
164 for 6. Mike just goes and taps down something that he spotted on this pretty much blameless surface that they're playing on. Good pitch for a 4-day county cricket match. Leach is in and bowls, and Mike gets that off the inside edge to James Hildreth. That's presumably the arm ball that Leach is firing in towards the right-hander's pads, hoping that it might grip. He's in again and bowls. Mike drives, but well fielded by Tom Banton. No, it's not Tom Banton. It must therefore be George Bartlett. At short extra cover. Banton, of course, under the lid at silly mid-off. Leach bowls. Mike pushes that into the offside. Doesn't think of a run. Plenty of noise out there from the Somerset fielders. So 79 for 6, effectively, Leicestershire. Leach to Mike. Plays that firmly back up the pitch. Leach himself fields. End of that over. 164 for 6. Craig Overton takes off his cap. 12th man comes jogging out to receive his sweater. And we'll have another Craig Overton over. I shouldn't think Tommy will want to keep him going too long. Depends what happens. If he picks up another wicket, I think they'll feel that,
sure.
you know. But if they have another partnership to deal with, then he'll have half his mind on the new ball.
Callum Parkinson awaits as Overton is in and bowls to him on off stump. Parkinson behind it, pushing it out to Abel, and there is no run. Best figures of the season in the county championship for Overton. He's got a couple of 3-fers previously, but now 4 for 3 for 26 and 3 for 63 against Middlesex and Gloucestershire.
He bowled well, but didn't have a great deal of luck.
In he goes, bowls to Parkinson, who is stoutly forward, everything behind it, registering determination, as they say, in every inch there, Callum Parkinson.
Undefeated in the first innings, Parkinson, 27 not out.
He's, as I say, a brave and can be very stubborn batsman.
That's the quality that's required.
Overton is in, bowls to him, it's rising up towards his chest, but again he plays it well. He gets up on his toes and gets over the ball and drops it out towards point. There's no run, no flinching for Parkinson, no twitching. Gives the impression you have to sort of knock him over with a bouncer to actually get him out with a bouncer. Famous last words, we'll see what happens, but won't be any question of him not getting in line, that's for sure. Overton is in and bowling. Good delivery that beats Parkinson, thumps into the leg above the pad. Might just have come back a little bit. Overton makes things happen. Good things from Somerset's point of view.
Had a good tweet from Barney Spender, who says, very interesting game of cricket. So good to see teams that were chained in Division 2 unleashed. There are some very good players getting a chance to play for the title. Here. Couldn't agree more.
Overton is in and bowling. Parkinson up on his toes, dropping it out towards backward point. Thinks it might be about to escape the reach of Lamonby, but Lamonby, who's a tall and willowy young man, puts down his long left arm and makes the stop. That one did cut back in and not quite amidships, but not far off for Parkinson. Previous delivery, quick and moved. Horrible. In he goes and bowls. Parkinson leaves. Good leave outside off stump. He hops across outside off stump, lifts his bat over the line of the ball, and inevitably from Overton, if he's not taking wickets, he's bowling maidens, and that is another one. 16 overs now, 10 maidens. That's ridiculous. 4 for 17.
And Gloucester making a fight of things down at the Aegeus Bowl. 199 for 4 they are, in reply to Hampshire's 470 all out. So we're nearly halfway through the third day. So Hampshire, I guess, would have to enforce the follow-on if they're in a position to do so, which is rather against modern theories of...
Kent are following on, aren't they?
Yeah.
Against the Lankies.
We'll see, but...
Yorkshire making a fight of it down at Hove. It's building up nicely down there.
Well, go on, Gloucester. That's what we say in Somerset.
Not always.
No, not always.
Not last week.
Right, here's Leach to bowl another over to Ben Mike. With the Suns coming out at Grace Road. That's driven up to Overton at mid-on. Mike thought of a single, saw who it was, and had second thoughts. Stayed in his crease. Sun glinting off Jack Leach's bald nut. Oh, and no shot this time for Mike, and I fancy that might just have bounced and turned a little bit.
I think we mentioned that the heavy roller went on before the start of play, but those effects will now be starting to wear off.
Leach again to Mike, and again he defends Leach bowling a good spell here after lunch. He was one or two wayward deliveries this morning, one or two short balls that were put away by Lewis Hill or Harry Swindles, as this is turned to Abel at mid-wicket, but he hasn't offered very much since lunch, Jack Leach. And right on the spot. Keeping the pressure on, 164 for 6. This is driven away, but only as far as mid-wicket, as at extra cover. So again, no run, just the 5 runs since the lunch interval. Leach bowls, another defensive shot from Ben Mike. End of the over. Not a good over from Jack Leach. A maiden over. He's bowled 16 overs, 6 maidens. 1 for 32, going at just 2 runs and over. Just exactly what his captain would want.
I wonder if Jamie Overton fancies it. Oh, sorry, Jamie. I think I got through the entire game without calling him Jamie, but now I've done it. I was wondering if Craig would. I think he probably needs a sort of 3-month loan up in the East Midlands, doesn't he? Change of scene. We could probably accommodate him. In he goes to bowl to Callum Parkinson, and outside off stump, whips through to Davies, allowed to do so by Parkinson. Seems to be gathering pace. I think that, as I say, it's the effects of the heavy roller just before the start of play now beginning to wear off, and the pitch taking on something of the characteristics of the first 2 days. A little bit of pace, ball accelerating off the pitch, off the centre of the pitch, and just a suggestion of a little bit of turn again for Jack Leach. Overton is in and bowling. Nicely played by Parkinson, middle and leg line, and he played it away through mid-wicket and is going to pick up 4 as it runs down the hill and crosses the ropes in front of the seats in front of the meet, between the meet and the pavilion. Members' seats, those over there, currently occupied by some of the Leicestershire players, because that's where they're changing in the meet at the moment. But that was a really nice shot by Callum Parkinson. Right into line. He's turned the face of the bat, closed the face of the bat and clipped it away. A rare boundary conceded by Craig Overton, who is in again to Parkinson, who hits him leg before he's gone. It was quick and it was foolish, and Parkinson was done for pace, I think, essentially there. Stepped across, and Overton has done it again. He's worked the oracle for Somerset. 2 post-lunch for him, and Leicestershire now 168 for 7, 83 for 7 in effect.
Yeah, it instinctively that looked out. A fine piece of bowling. Oh yes, it hit him more or less in front of middle and would not have missed leg stump. And as Richard said, probably done for pace as much as for anything, but an important wicket, because he resisted stoutly in the first innings at Callum Parkinson, and that's the
5th wicket,
7th
Craig.
wicket, and it's a fifer for Big Craig.
Well bowled, and it is well bowled. There's been no lucky wickets in there.
He's had to work hard for everyone.
But he has so accurate, as well as quick and pacey and movement.
I wonder if he deliberately...
He is a bit of a class apart. Has been in this game.
I wonder if he actually set Parkinson up there, because the previous delivery was sort of leg stump half volley, which Parkinson put away nicely. And the next ball was, a yard and a half quicker, similar sort of line, and maybe Parkinson was thinking, I can biff this away through mid-on as well.
His bat
late on the shot.
Yeah, he was. His bat was barely coming down when it thumped into his knee area. You have to maybe ask him, if you do talk to him afterwards, talk us through each wicket. Be interested to know, wouldn't it? Just to see if there is, like as with Leach sometimes, or one of the spinners, there's a thought process in terms of building up the pressure. But what figures there are. 16.3 overs, 10 maidens, 5 for 21 for Craig Overton. I'm sure he's got a few 7-fers or 8-fers, but by heck, I bet he hasn't gone for as few as these, as that number of overs.
Absolutely. I don't think he's going to be taken off just yet by him.
No, I was a bit surprised when you suggested he might be. I think if I was captain, come on, I think you can manage another couple there, can't you? I don't think you get the ball off him at the moment. 2 slips and a gully behind Chris Wright as Overton goes in, bowls to right, slightly short, just outside off stump right. Equally tall, for once, from a Leicestershire player. He's able to get up on his toes and just defend it out into the offside, and there's no run. That was a lovely day. Just swung back in a little bit to Parkinson. I'm going to have a look at that, because it is so...
Best bowling in is 6 for 24.
Ooh, it's a possibility. In he goes, bowls to right, who gets a short rising snorter of a delivery just outside off stump, but Wright, who's been around, plays it pretty well for well, usually throughout his career he's been number 11, but he's number 9 for Leicestershire, and that ripped past his chest as he leaned back.
Best in the county championship, the 6 for 24 was against Cardiff University. Best in the county championship, 6 for 74 against Warwickshire.
Well, he needs another one, but you would not put it past him.
No, you wouldn't.
As short leg Banton is going to go in. He's a bit square, says Overton. Bit square. Bants. Yeah. Bit square of Bants. He's about a pitch and 3/4 back. In goes Overton, bowls to right, who turns it past Bants, who puts out his right hand. It was along the ground, and it runs out towards deep backward square. Should be Marchant, who's out there. He doesn't pick it. Actually, is it?
It is, yeah.
Yeah, big fella. And reaching for the ball, wasn't able to grasp it cleanly at the first time of asking. So Wright is off the mark with a couple. Overton leaking runs. 2, 6 from that over, but it was a wicket as well. 5.
The wicket goes, Overton and bowls to him, edge caught, brilliantly caught at third slip, it bounced, and Abel dived to his left, took it two-handed to his circumstances, and he goes, bowls, bouncer hooked in the air, he's going to be caught, Harris has gone, caught at square leg, it came from the pavilion end, bowls, edge caught first, Paul Patella's gone, and that is huge. Well, we were talking about the importance of the start, 15 yards, and he goes, and bowls, and edged, and caught, he's got his man, Swindles, walks away, Overton has made the breakthrough again to Parkinson, who hits him leg before he's gone. It was quick, and it was foolish, and Parkinson was done for pace, I think, essentially there, stepped across, and Overton has done it again.
Wickets to put the pitch in perspective, and this has been a very special performance by Craig Overton.
It has. It really has. How many did he pick up in the first? Tick again? 3 for 39.
Yeah. Here's Leach then, bowling to Mike, who plays that to the offside and won't get a run.
So that's match figures of 8.
Nice afternoon now as Leach is in a bowls and Mike sweeps, and he will pick up 4 runs. I don't think there's much that James Hildreth can do about that. James Hildreth was at deep backward square leg, and Ben Mike just waited on that and made sure that he swept it relatively fine down to where a conventional long leg would be, and picks up 4 runs.
Match figures of 8 for 62 for Craig Overton. What is best? I'll find out for you.
174 for 7. Then Mike just looking around the field. James Hill has been brought up to backward square leg from the boundary, as that's driven out rather to Tom Abel.
His best bowling, his best match figures in first class cricket are 9 for 51. He's currently on 8 for 62, so he's going to have to pick up a couple more.
Leach is in and bowls, and this is driven up to the man of the moment, Big Craig, at mid-off. Fields.
But he hasn't had a match 10, so this is an opportunity.
Certainly is. Leach bowls, and this is down the leg side and turned away nicely. Hildreth is after it. They'll come back for the second run, and that is all they will get. He may be 35, James Hildreth, but he's still pretty fit. Well, still very fit and still reasonably fast and still got a good arm.
Now, he is an all-round sportsman, isn't he?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Hildreth's good at everything.
Brilliant. I think it was tennis that got him his bursary at Millfield originally, but a very, very good hockey player. And
yeah.
as well as a cricketer. Well, he can turn his hand to almost any sport, any ball game that you name. This is pushed out into the offside off an open face and won't get a run. 176 for 7 at the end of the 64th over, so a lead of 91, and Ben Mike on 26 batted very sensibly, and Chris Wright just come out, is on 2.
To come, Dieter Klein, and he will, I would imagine, come in next, and Gavin Griffiths, probably number 11. I just wonder whether Mike probably did look to be a little bit more positive in that over. He knows that they need Leicestershire, that sort of 150 as a minimum. Overton is in to right full, trying to spear one through Wright's defences, but Wright is behind it. Let's start solidly, everything close together. Grego, Goober. Turns. Bowls to right. Off stump, but again Wright hopping across, right behind it. Acquitting himself admirably thus far. That said, thus far only constitutes 5 deliveries faced.
He's got a high score of 72 for Warwickshire in the Championship. It's Derbyshire, so as they say, no mug.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's been promoted as a consequence by Leicestershire. Well, partly as a consequence, partly by necessity. In goes Overton onto Midland leg, and Ben Mike fancied a single there, was sent back by Wright.
I fancy it was a single there.
I think you're right, actually. He was, and he'd have been running to the danger end.
The danger end. It was his call.
Wright raises a hand, but Wright was sort of watching the ball a little bit there.
That was
sent him back.
Mike was perfectly well within his rights to call his partner through for that single.
Overton in bright sunshine now. Bowls, short ball to Wright, but by Overton standards it wasn't a good short ball. It was too short down the leg side, and Wright just leant forward, ducked, and it didn't even go over his back. It went down the leg side, taken by Davies. Slightly loopily, just banged it in a little bit too short and wide on that occasion, for once. Overton bowls and neatly turned off Midland leg by Chris Wright, down towards Shanna.
Not his best throw, that.
Marchant de Lange, who's down there in front of the electronic scoreboard at a sort of wide, long leg position.
Came in like a bullet, but Stephen Davis had to take it on the half volley, which no wicketkeeper ever likes.
Single taken, right on to 3. Mike on 26. Just wanders out from the crease, taps the pitch, and takes guard. Overton in to finish his over. Bowls, and he's driving thick outside edge along the ground. Runs all the way down to third man. Leach takes it, and it is just a single, but it does also mean that Mike will keep strike. Leach divests himself of his sweater and cap and begins to wander up. 178 for 7 then. The lead 93 with 3 second innings wickets in hand.
Yeah, I dare say Jack Leach would prefer to be bowling to Chris Wright than to Ben Mike. He's had Ben Mike so much in trouble as in 2 minds, not playing a shot at ball angled into him from outside the off stump. But other than that, Ben Mike's played him pretty well. And sweep in the last over, and he has removed at least one of the close fielders, has Ben Mike, with Tom Banton coming out from short leg and going to short fine leg, about 25 yards from the bat. So 178 for 7. Leach from the Bennett end in warm sunshine, bowling to Ben Mike, who turns that away to Somerset skipper Tom Abel. Must be very happy with the turn that events have taken since lunch. 2 wickets going down. Swindles and Parkinson, as that's driven up to Craig Overton at mid-off, and both of his bowlers bowling with accuracy. Probing away Jack Leach. Probing for that chink in the batsman's armour. And Mike is down the pitch, driving that up to Big Marchant, who's patrolling the boundary at long on. Long on, well, I suppose Ben Mike has the reputation of being quite a big hitter, isn't he?
He can hit a long ball, but I'd be surprised if he tried to clear the ropes in these circumstances, but you never know. He's still young. Still full of vigour.
Brings Chris Wright on strike to face his first delivery from Jack Leach. Banton's back at short leg. Leach bowls, and that's just turned wide of Banton. If there'd been a leg slip, he would have been in business, and Hildreth retrieves it from the boundary down below us, just inside the boundary, sends in the return. They've come back for 3 runs, 182 for 7. That streaky little edge there, but it takes right up to the non-striker's end. Leach in and bowls to Mike, who's down the pitch and driving up to Marchant de Lange at long on again. I'm slightly surprised at Tom Abel putting de Lange right back there. I suppose that I would have thought it'd be better to have him at mid on and in.
So go on then, hit it over.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I mean, he only need do it. He only need do it once. Well, it's right down this end now, though.
Yes, exactly. He's come into sort of halfway back, still deepish. That bit on. Leach to right. Right plays that straight to Abel at short mid wicket. Brings that over to a close. 183 rather for 7. 29 to Ben Mike and 6 to Chris Wright.
98 the lead. Afternoon, Robert Coe. Just back from the kids' football games. 2 wins and a draw. Now for an afternoon of cricket, a 150 lead, and finish Somerset off before the close. Well, as I say, I applaud your optimism, but they are making Somerset work well. Those 2 wickets quite quickly post lunch seemed to change the feel a little bit. 159 for 5 at lunch, so 24 runs added, but 2 wickets, those of Harry Swindles. Got a really good short ball from Craig Overton, and Callum Parkinson got a really good full ball from Craig Overton. Swindles was caught behind, Parkinson was leg before wicket. So Overton has done his work for now, and Big Shanna, Marchant de Lange, is coming on at the pavilion end in his place, yet to take a wicket in the innings as he runs in and bowls a bouncer to Ben Mike, but it was too short. I think Mike saw that one coming quite early, probably about halfway through the run-up, and just bent over and let it go through.
Yes, he's an uncomplicated bowler. Fast bowler is Marchant de Lange. He's a fairly uncomplicated character.
Yeah, I was going to say, as an individual, judging by his efforts in the warm-up. Bowls, and outside off stump, it's stroked away rather pleasantly by Ben Mike. Just got to have gone on top of the bounce. He wasn't at the pitch of the ball. It wasn't a flowing cover drive, but he just stepped out and trusted the pitch. And as he demonstrates, just steered it away nicely through the offside to the point boundary for 4. So Leicestershire's lead now is into 3 figures. 102 103 would be Somerset's target if they take the next 3 wickets without conceding a run. 187 for 7, Mike into the 30s, 33 as Langer goes in and bowls to him down the leg side, clips the pad as it goes through to wicketkeeper Davies. Tried to help it on its way, didn't get anything on it. In terms of Wood, excuse me, Ben Mike clipped the pad.
That's Craig Overton, you can hear there.
Who is waiting at second slip as Delanger bowls a maiden, and again a maiden, a bouncer, and again you can see it coming more easily than you can with Craig Overton, and Mike just ducked underneath it again. Bends at the waist. Mike, he bends his knees sometimes, but he tends to sort of bend from the waist when he's ducking out of the way, rather than sort of bend at the knees. And get in, looking for the Yorker. It's actually a full pitch down the leg side, and although he looks to the heavens as though it just missed leg stump, it didn't. Actually, it was probably about a foot, well, 8 inches, 10 inches down the leg side. Didn't even clip the pads of Mike as he tried to whip it away, and he's a bit annoyed. Didn't get anything on that because there was a 4 down to fine leg there for the taking, especially when it's a full bunger. Delanger is in and bowling, better line and off stump, fullish again, and driving off the back foot is Ben Mike, but not middling it, so it only runs out as far as Bartlett at mid-off, and it is the end of the over. And it's not, I'm not singling out Delanger, but the contrast with Overton is, I don't know, the contrast with anybody probably bowling from this end after a spell like that, but it is fairly stark.
Yeah, I'm not yet convinced that Marchant Delanger is a better bet than Jack Brooks.
Ooh, an update time must be, nearly. It is. Yeah, they've lost a couple more wickets since lunch, I'm afraid. The Foxes, they took lunch on 159 for 5. They are now 187 for 7. Harry Swindle's got to 49. He was bounced out. Really good delivery from Craig Overton, the Somerset paceman and England paceman, has bowled quite superbly. And soon afterwards, he pinned Callum Parkinson leg before with a full delivery. Ben Mike is standing firm, though he's 33 not out. He's been joined by Chris Wright, who is 6 not out. Overall lead at the moment is 102, but now with just 3 second innings wickets in hand.
Wright stretches forward to Leach and defends into the offside. Somerset will be trying to keep Wright at the business end. Give Leach a chance to bowl as 2 in his man. He's gone.
Yeah, just nodded there, didn't he, Bailey? Caught behind.
Caught behind by Stephen Davis, and that's the end of Chris Wright. That's the 8th Leicestershire wicket to go down. 187 for 8, effectively 102 for 8, and Wright just groping at a ball, I think that went straight on. Just watch the replay. Yep, and a good sharp neat catch by Stephen Davis. Maybe just a little bit of turn there. Don't know what you thought, Richard, but
just maybe straight into fraction,
yeah.
But that's all you need, especially against, with respect to Wright,
beaten in the
lower
flight,
order batsman. Yeah, absolutely. If anything, he looked slightly more comfortable against Overton and Delanger than against Leach, but that's often the way.
Yep.
Often the way.
Yeah, especially these days when tailenders have such good, well-coached techniques.
Yeah.
It, just out and out pace bowling, or even a bit of swing and seam they can cope with, but a spinner who's mixing it up, getting a little bit of turn, flighting it nicely, is a much more difficult proposition.
It's beginning to look like it's going to finish today, folks. It's how many overs left to go? There's still minimum remaining, and I'll remember can take a few extras if necessary, an extra half hour, is 57. 57? Is it as many as that? Or was that 52.4? No, it's 57.4. So time is on Somerset's side. I don't think that is going to be a factor, and I think it's likely that the game will finish today. Out to the wicket to join Ben Mike, who is batting well on 33 not out, comes Dieter Klein, and I think the spinner is the right man to be bowling it. Dieter, DT, Dietz.
Yeah, I'm sure that's the right option. Leach then. 2 wickets to his name now. He's in and bowls, and Klein is down the pitch driving, and is caught. Caught at deepish mid-off by Marchant de Lange. And, well, not the most intelligent piece of batting that one has ever seen, and that's the 9th Leicestershire wicket to go down.
Sorry, I'm slightly open-mouthed at that. It just sasayed down the wicket to his very first ball and lofted it straight to de Lange at that deepish mid-on position. Well, thank you very much for coming, Dieter Klein. Ben Mike, I suspect, can't quite believe what he's just seen. 2 in 2 for Leach.
Yeah.
Well, given the fight that's sort of been shown by the middle order and some of the lower order up to now, that's shall we say an inexplicable piece of cricket.
Gives Leach figures of 3 for 43 now in his 19th over.
Well, what was he thinking? You've got Ben Mike going well at the other end.
Attack is the best form of defence.
Yeah, have a look. First ball.
Oh, he's thinking, I don't want to let Leach settle into too much of a groove. I'm going to whack him over the top and just show him who's boss. But he didn't really even try and hit him particularly hard, did he? I mean,
he certainly didn't middle it, did he? I mean, de Lange had to sort of reach down. He looked as startled as anybody that it was heading his way in the air. Somebody's got a garden fire going, I think. Just check your... I've switched that off now, I think, that heater.
Briefcase going up in smoke on that heater.
We could come to Leicestershire's rescue by having a fire brigade arrive up here, but no. So, Jack Leach on a hat-trick.
Indeed. Great excitement. I've commentated on 2 hat-tricks before. Both at Trent Bridge on successive days. Last match of the 2018 season, Tom Avell got a hat-trick on the penultimate evening, and Craig Overton got a hat-trick the next morning. All 3 of them caught by Marcus Trescothick at second slip. So, who've we got? It's Gavin Griffiths, who is the new batsman, and James Hildreth just getting the helmet chucked to him from Jack Brooks, the 12th or 13th or 14th man. Somerset have a squad here, and 2 or 3 who are not in the side are taking turns at the 12th man. So slip, leg slip, and forward short leg. Hat-trick ball. Leach to Griffiths. Griffiths taken on the pad! But I think he must have been a little bit of inside edge there as well, because the appeal died in the fielders' throats, rather as it died in the commentators' throats as well. As Leach bowls to Griffiths, who's beaten outside the off stump, groping for it.
Bounce and turn.
Yeah. That was...
Tell you what, having seen that, they'll be pleased, Somerset, that they aren't chasing 150, 160 with Parkinson.
Is Leach to Griffiths. They won't get a run. So runs off the face of the bat down to backward point. So 2 wickets in the over for Jack Leach, and that gives him figures of 19 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 43, 187 for 9 are Leicestershire, so just 102 runs ahead with the 1 wicket remaining.
Yeah, he picked up a couple in the first dig as well, didn't he? And so 5 for the game so far. He can be very pleased.
He's bowled. I think he's bowled better and better as the game has gone on. I think this has been his best spell since lunch today. He was pretty good this morning, just the odd loose ball, but he's hardly put a foot wrong or a finger wrong this afternoon in this spell.
So Ben Mike, how's he going to play this? Somerset are giving him a single, really. I mean, behind the square on either side of the wicket, and there's a leg by to be taken there. Well, Mike is sprinting it. The first one, he's turned for the second. Griffiths is going to have to dive back in. Is that run out because the throw hit the stumps? No, says umpire Bailey. So a leg by is taken. Griffiths flung himself back into his crease and just made his ground. That would have been, well, it would have been literally, in terms of the innings, the final straw. 187 for 9 remains the score. Well, Mike took a single off the first ball. He was trying to make it 2, but that does mean Griffiths is going to face 5 balls, or potentially he's going to face 5 balls from Marchant de Lange. Slips go down, in he goes and bowls, and Griffiths is back, and he's going to pick up a run because he defended that nicely with an angle bat along the ground through about full slip. It runs down to Jack Leach down at third man, and Griffiths, who is a perfectly competent defensive batsman, finds it hard sometimes to get the ball to the boundary, but that is not what it's called for at the moment. Shots like those that he's just played will do nicely as far as the Foxes are concerned. Picks up a single, 189 for 9, the lead 104. Need a last wicket partnership badly, the Foxes. In goes de Lange and bowls, looking for the Yorker, thumps into the pad of Mike, who is going to go for 2 this time. He could be run out off a no ball, I think. No, the throw was too high. That was unfortunate. Banton, is it Banton? Bit hard to tell. I'm looking at his white. Yeah, I recognise those green stains on his whites. It was not a great throw. It was much too high, and Davis leapt above the stumps and took it, and then knocked the bails off. But he had a lot of ground to sort of leap into the air and then come down and take the bails off. And diving in, Ben Mike made his ground, and as Anthony said, it was a no ball as well. So could have been run out off a no ball, going for a second, but. It's all happening out there at the moment. Leicestershire pick up 2 runs from the ball in the 3 actually in the end, because 4 2 leg buys and 2 for the no ball. 4.
Yeah,
get your sums right, Richard. In goes de Lange and bowls a bouncer, and Mike just ducks underneath it. 193 for 9 after all that excitement. The lead then 108. Now, Leach versus Griffiths might not be too much of a contest, so Mike will want to get down this end if he possibly can. There are 3, is it 2 to come with the no, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, well, no ball, 2 to come then, as de Lange is in, bowls full, and Mike gets a full toss, which he rather carves out towards deep point, outside off stump. It was a bit of a slingy, low full toss, and Mike, who'd opened his shoulders, and his left leg had gone forward, but also out to the side, managed to carve it away off the bottom of the bat down to deep point for a single, which means that Griffiths has just one legitimate delivery to face from de Lange. Deep point comes in 2 point, but no short leg. Indeed, the man at square leg, for some inexplicable reason, is going back towards the boundary. Gavin Griffiths will not hook. In goes de Lange and bowls. It's just tucked towards square leg. Griffiths, well, I suppose they're giving him one, maybe. Griffiths takes it. And I've miscalculated because there is one more ball to go. Were there 2?
I think it's
just the one no ball.
Just the one no ball.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Now, Abel, hands on hips, is come to have a word with his big South African, who says something. Abel jogs back towards extra cover. Mike will be on strike and would like 1 or 3 or 5, which is conceivable on this ground. In goes de Lange and bowls a bouncer, and Mike, inevitably so that Mike can't get down the other end. Decent-ish bouncer as well, which goes over Mike's left shoulder as he's squared up to the delivery. End of, as I say, an eventful over. You didn't feel, as you did with Overton, that a wicket might, or indeed Leach now, that a wicket might come any ball when de Lange is bowling, but you feel something might happen. extraordinary, and very nearly a run out.
Yep, 2 run-out chances.
Yes.
Somerset have had, but just not quite accurate enough a throw from Tom Banton. Right.
Griffiths has company.
He's got a slip, he's got a leg slip, and he's got a forward short leg. And Leach is in and bowls. And he's back on his stumps defending. There's no run, Sun is out.
He can absorb balls, can Gavin Griffiths.
Leach bowls. Defensive shot. Well, Somerset will be hoping he doesn't do a Jack Leach. Somerset's number 11, who batted very stoutly for an hour yesterday morning and blunted the Leicestershire attack as Griffiths forward, turning that into the onside to Abel. Leach probing away.
There is that bit of bounce and turn from certain parts.
He's there again now, bowls, and again Griffiths defending on the back foot.
8 not out of 19 and 16 off 33 against Hampshire. 4 not out of 8 last week.
Leach bowls to him. He stretches forward again. Killing spin, well, whatever spin there may be.
So he's not quite Leach-like in terms of not getting out, but he's only been dismissed once this season in 3 innings.
Leach tries again. He's there, bowls to Griffiths, who gets a full-length ball which he digs out into the offside. End of the over, a maiden over from Jack Leach, but well dealt with by Leicestershire's number 11, Gavin Griffiths. And it means that Chris Wright will face the... what am I talking about? Ben Mike will face the next over.
He's having a drink at the moment, Mike. I wonder if a little message has come out. I don't know. He's, well, having had his drink from the 12th man, he's now wandering across to have a word with Gavin Griffiths, who, having heard what he has to say, turns and heads back to the non-striker's end. DeLange still looking for his first wicket of the innings. We'll continue at a sun-baked Uptonsteel County ground. For me, the outfield has changed colour a bit over the last 3 days under this bright sun. DeLange is in and bowls to Mike, short outside off stump, steered nicely away, should be a comfortable 2, and is, as Abel is a man sliding back, isn't able to pick it up cleanly first time, but there was always going to be 2 runs in it for Mike anyway. He moves on to, I thought he was on 33, so that would put him on to 36, 34?
36.
Oh, it's just, yeah, it's just slow, the electronic scoreboard, that's right. 36 to him. In fact, it stopped. In goes DeLange looking for the Yorker. It's a full toss again, but it's outside off stump and low. So again, as in his last over, all Mike can do is carve it down towards deep backward point and takes the one. Prepared to take the one. Mike on 237, 198.49. The lead 113.
March and DeLange seems to be trying to blast this last wicket out.
Yeah.
Succession of attempted Yorkers that have turned into full tosses.
In he goes. Bowls to Griffiths. Thought it had gone through him. Gonna have to hurry, but good call. He played it down into the ground. It was only just maybe 6 inches to the left of the stumps as we look at it. And seeing that, Mike called Griffiths through. And in from second slip, chased Overton. And actually didn't underarm the ball at the stumps. I think he had the ball in his hand as he demolished the stumps. But Mike had made his ground. Griffiths dived in at the non-striker's end. He wasn't able to see what was going on. Thought it might be coming his way. It's all good, frantic, chaotic stuff out there. All for a single. Griffiths on to 3 then. Mike on strike now on 37, not out. 199 for 9, the lead 114. Overton goes out to backward point as Delanger is in outside off stump 2. Mike, who carves it in the air, should be caught at deep backward point, is caught at deep backward point. Delanger has, well, bought his wicket rather there, but it worked in a way. I suppose you could say it was a trap. It was a sort of wide, shortish ball carved away by Ben Mike, but he didn't get on top of it. And deep down there at deep backward point, two-handed, just about in front of his chest, took the catch. So Leicestershire are all out for 199. Somerset need just 115 runs to beat the Foxes.
Tom Lavenby, the catcher, and he went rushing off the field. First of the Somerset fielders back in the dressing room, because he's going to be opening the innings in around about 10 minutes time with Tom Banton. I think Somerset will be pretty pleased with that on a fairly docile pitch. They've picked up 7 wickets today at a cost of 151 runs against some determined Leicestershire batting. Only one Leicestershire batsman really gave it away, and that was the unfortunate Dieter Klein, who tried to hit Jack Leach into the car park and succeeded only in picking out Marchant Delanger at a deepish mid-on. But for the rest of it, Leicestershire have sold their wickets dearly and cannot be ruled out against a Somerset batting lineup that is known for its style, for its attractiveness, and for its fragility.
40 for 5 since lunch, Leicestershire, and after that Somerset would have bitten your hand off, I suspect, after 111 for 2 in the morning session. Tail didn't wag for the Foxes. They needed it to get to a total that you feel would put Somerset under any sort of pressure. Right, we've got time to make a quick cup of tea. You can hear the heavy roller coming out, and who can blame Somerset for getting that heavy roller on the pitch? That should take any of the spite out of it, maybe even for long enough, certainly until the tea interval. Pitch was just starting to do a little bit for Leach again, and Overton has bowled so well in this game, you feel he could sort of make batsmen struggle on a pitch like we played on last week at the Oval, the way he's bowled in this game. So he doesn't get his 10th in the game, or didn't quite get the chance to do so, but my word, a magnificent effort on the part of the big all-rounder. But yeah, get yourself a cup of tea and we'll be back with you in just a few minutes' time.
Well, I thought they batted pretty hard. Facing. It's caught behind. He's got an edge, and Somerset have made the initial breakthrough. It's
the wicket goes Overton and bowls to him, edge caught, brilliantly caught at third slip. It bounced, and Abel dived to his left, took it two-handed to his
Patel, who drives that away through the offside, and Jack Leach can't stop it, and it runs away to the back. Slip fielders, they must have been praying that the ball wouldn't come flying in their direction. Here's Davey in and bowls, and this is whipped away through the onside by Harris for 4 runs.
And on the back foot, he has now finally conceded a run. That was a nice shot from Patel, who stood up tall on off stump and stroked it away off the back foot, and it in those circumstances. In he goes, bowls, bouncer hooked in the air, he's going to be caught. Harris has gone, caught at square leg. It cage bowls down the leg side and helped on its way by Hill, and that's going to run away for 4. The bat clipped the pad.
Greek tragedies. Here's Gregory in and bowls, and this is flashed away back at a square through the offside for 4 runs this morning. Gregory's in and bowls. That's driven away through the offside. A handsome shot by Rishi Patel, who's a pretty handsome batsman, if you ask me. Shots in the air as that's played up to. Oh, and a poor misfield there by
the bowling from the pavilion end. Bowls edge caught first. Paul Patel has gone, and that is huge. Well, we were talking about the importance of the start.
A decent target as Gregory's in and bowls, and he cuts that away nicely, short and wide from Gregory, and Hill there and bowls, and that's driven back nicely, and a dive in vain by, I think that's Miss Gregory in the bowls, and this is driven back straight and goes for 4 runs. Fine shot. With 7 runs so far this morning. Gregory bowls, that's driven away nicely through the extra cover gap between extra cover and
in he goes, and bowls outside off stump, cut away, or off the back foot, driven away really, almost a back foot drive by Swindles, and he connected beautifully, and no chance.
He's there now and bowls, and Hill is punching that away through the offside for 4 runs. Nice shot. Dragged that one down, did and this is swept and will run away for 4 down to fine leg below us. Edges in caught by Lewis Gregory, and that is the breakthrough that Somerset have been working so hard to land off, if you see what I mean.
Updates time as Davy is in, clipped for 4.
Mike goes for a big hit, he doesn't quite get hold of. He's going to have 4 runs, I think. He decided to take on Leach. Yep.
Lead, in goes Davy, bowls outside off stump, cut away a little bit uppishly by, well, a lot uppishly actually by Ben Mike, but he got it well wide of, but begins forward as Davy is in, bowling outside off stump, little bit of room and forced away off the back foot by Swindles. He's been waiting for that one for a few. Swindles waits, Davy is in, bowls to him, edges for 4 in the gap between first slip and gully. I don't think it would be 300. In goes Davy and bowls outside off stump, cut away down to third man for 4 again. And that again, it was a little bit no more than 15 yards. In he goes and bowls and edged and caught. He's got his man. Swindles walks away. Overton has made the breakthrough again. Is in and bowling, nicely played by Parkinson, middle and leg line, and he played it away through mid wicket and is going to in again to Parkinson, who hits him leg before he's gone. It was quick and it was foolish, and Parkinson was done for pace, I think, essentially.
Nice afternoon now as Leach is in and bowls, and Mike sweeps, and he will pick up 4 runs. I don't think there's much that James Hildreth can do about it.
Efforts in the warm-up, bowls and outside off stump. It's stroked away rather pleasantly by Ben Mike. Just got to have gone on top of the bounce. He wasn't at the pitch.
It's gone.
Yeah, just nodded there, didn't he, Bailey? Caught behind.
Caught behind by Stephen Davis, and that's the end. In and bowls, and Klein is down the pitch driving, and is caught. Caught at deepish mid-off by Marchant de Lange.
Point as de Lange is in, outside off stump to Mike, who carves it in the air, should be caught at deep backward point, is caught at deep backward point. De Lange has, well, bought his wicket rather there, but it worked in a way. I suppose you could say it was a trap. It was a sort of wide, shortish ball carved away by Ben Mike, but he didn't get on top of it, and at deep down there at deep backward point, two-handed, just about in front of his chest, took the catch. So Leicestershire, after bowling Leicestershire out today in their second innings for 199, 233 and 199, Leicestershire 318 and question mark for Somerset. BBC Radio Leicester and Somerset, bringing you the commentary. Anthony Gibson and myself, Richard Ray, as out to the middle. In splendid isolation, actually, where the Leicestershire boys up there coming from the other side, understandably. Out to the middle go the 2 Toms. Messrs. Lammonby, who isn't wearing a sweater, and Banton, who is, which is nice of them. Not that they're not readily identifiable anyway. Lammonby's even got a short-sleeved shirt on. Banton, a long-sleeved. Banton going to get run over by the heavy roller. That won't do him any good. Goes out of the way. Umpires are keen to get on with it, Anthony, because the heavy roller has only just finished its work, and Leicestershire's ground staff are very, very quickly, having swept the pitch, obviously,
Same
previously,
this morning, wasn't it?
having to mark it again. Yeah.
They were still out there marking the pitch when the players were walking out from the pavilion this morning.
They're not dilatory, it's to say they've just had to wait for the heavy roller to finish doing its work. Must be fast drying whitewash under the sun.
Well, this is an opportunity for Somerset's young opening batsmen to build a little bit of confidence. Leicestershire cannot realistically be very optimistic as to their chances. Must be a bit down in the dumps. Although they fought hard in that innings of 199.
Well, some of them did.
Well, most of them did.
Yeah.
Most of them did.
Yes. A little bit of scrambled thinking on the parts of one individual.
I think, yes, we can be forgiven for that. Right, we've got Chris Wright to bowl the first over from the Bennett end. He's going to be bowling to the right-handed Tom Banton, who's been in his pads all day. This time these pads are outside his trousers rather than inside as fielding pads. And Wright is in and bowls, and Banton draws his bat inside the line. And it's a no ball as well, so Somerset are underway. 2 without loss.
Was a no ball. Well, there was a bit of bounce and movement for Wright.
There was. Banton on that occasion didn't go for a flowing off drive off his first ball, which has tended to be his approach to opening the innings thus far this season. He's right again into Banton outside the off stump, and Banton this time not tempted to aim a shot at a good length ball outside the off stump, just goes and gives the pitch a bit of a prod.
Rishi Patel, who's taken Ackerman's place in this match, has also taken the captain's place at second slip, so it's Azad, Patel and Dearden. Leicestershire slip cordon alongside Harry Swindoll's.
He's right. Banton bat raised, right bowls, and comes down on a good delivery from Wright, which is warmly appreciated by the Leicestershire fielding side. Just bringing it back into the right-hander from outside the off stump. He opens the innings very successfully in white ball cricket for Somerset, does Tom Banton, but yet to cement his place at the top of the order in this county championship cricket. Oh, and I think he played at that. I'm not sure, but I think so. Good ball from Wright.
I think the fact that he rehearses a leave by lifting the bat over the line of the ball indicates that he had a little twitch at that one.
Well, as I've said it umpteen times this season, his instincts are attacking ones. And it's hard sometimes to overcome your instincts when the ball's coming down at you at 85 miles an hour. He's right in and bowls to Banton. Defends. And Leicestershire close fielders taking a leaf out of the Somerset books when it comes to volubility. We got Azad at first slip. Is that Patel at second?
It is, yeah, and Dearden. And actually, it's not Dearden. It's the new man,
Marcus Harris. So Dearden would be at backward point, I'm guessing.
Now that's Hill.
Right.
Dearden's at mid wicket.
Leicestershire's gun fielder. He's right in and bowls to Banton. Oof. Gets an outside edge as he looks to turn that into the onside and picks up 4 distinctly fortuitous runs. He's turned right round Tom Banton by that delivery.
That must have swung a lot then.
Gets away with it.
Round like that.
Well, he did get an enormous swing with the second new ball yesterday afternoon, wasn't it, when he removed Marchant to Langer?
It did. Swing a lot.
6 without loss. It did, yes. Oh goodness me! It was you couldn't blame Banton for playing the shot because it was angled in at leg stump and just shot away. Here comes Wright again, and Banton
dropped his hands.
On that one. But challenging first over, and just demonstrating this may not be quite the procession to victory that Somerset were hoping for. Could yet be some further twists and turns in what's been a fascinating game of cricket. 6 without loss At the end of the first over, another 109 required.
He bowled that over like he really meant it, Chris Wright. Bit of head of steam and some really good movement. 6 from it. And the no ball, and the 4 was a edge through the slips that he did rather well to get an edge to be quite honest.
I don't think Banton did quite play at that.
Not the last one,
no.
Klein then.
He's got
There's a certain amount of ground to make up. You would have thought. They don't kind of think like that, but even so, it might be in his mind as he goes over the wicket to Lammonby. It does seem away, but from a long way outside off stump, and Lammonby just drops his hands and then marches smartly off towards square leg. Rob Bailey, who was standing at point for some reason, I think suddenly realises there's a left-hander down that end, and heads across. That was interesting. Didn't sort of twig that he was left-handed before there. In goes Klein and bowls, and all care and attention is Lammonby as he plays forward on off stump and defends that one out onto the leg side, actually, a bit inside edgy, but partly inside edgy. Umpire Bailey, who's waving at the groundsman, Andy Ward. I think whether he's found something out there, and he's showing it to Harry Dearden. Probably a loose stud or something. In goes Klein, bowls outside off stump. Lammonby leaves again. Actually, he was standing at point, so I suspect it's one of the sort of hooks or pegs that holds down the mat may have come off. And umpire Bailey jogs over. Andy Ward jogs to meet him and takes said peg. I wonder if they're sort of like tent pegs or something that hold the mats down. Probably something a little bit smaller, I would think. A big staple of some kind. In goes Klein and bowls to Lammonby outside off stump. Bit of shape to it, but again, lets it go through.
Well, Lammonby will be desperate to make a few runs in this innings. He's had a really tough time of it so far. He has scored just 13 runs in his previous 5 innings in the county championship.
8 of which were in his first innings here. 5, 0, 0, 0 and 8. In goes Klein and bowls to him. He's defending solidly. Slightly short of a length delivery up on off stump. Out it goes to Chris Wright, and there's no run.
I'm rather hoping he's been playing one or two. He's been getting out to sort of loose-ish shots, whereas the hallmark of his batting last season in the Bob Willis was really quite obdurate defence, certainly for the first half of his innings against bowlers who were seaming it about.
Klein in to him again, slightly short of a length, and Lammonby is comfortable on the back foot. It's a maiden over from Klein, but not a particularly threatening one. Yes, in the end he was dismissed not playing a shot, wasn't he, against Wright in the first innings? Just misread it completely, really. But he played that over with a high degree of competence. Yeah, it was a maiden, but as I say, he was relatively untroubled. Somerset remain then 6 without loss. 109 more runs will do it.
Getting some stick on Twitter about, I tweeted at lunchtime that clearly that the decision I'd made not to check out of my hotel this morning was the right one. It now looks very much as if this is going to finish today, as Wright is in and bowls to Banton, who gets one on leg stump, turns it away stylishly down to deep backward square leg for 4. 10 without loss. Well, there was method to my madness, apparent madness in that, and it's a sort of reverse of the commentator's curse.
Superstition, really.
I know, it's dreadful, isn't it?
But even so, admirable. Can you get your money back?
No, well, it's actually the BBC's money, so I'll leave that to them. I dare say the BBC.
Suspect not. Well, anybody want a room in Leicester tonight? There's one going at a certain hotel.
Here comes Wright again to Banton in and bowls, and Banton drives up through.
Oh, good stop.
Mid-off, but not through mid-off, as mid-off, who is
Callum Parkinson.
Callum Parkinson dives across to make the stop. The Leicestershire players, their numbers are all visible, but there's quite a lot of glare here this afternoon. We're looking directly into the afternoon sun. is Wright. Bantam with his knees bent. Oh, a good ball from Wright. Outside off stump.
A bit too good. I'm struggling with Marcus Harris because I keep thinking of him now as Hamish Marshall, which is on revert, you know. And now it's got into my head, and that's going to happen as well.
Yeah.
I assume he has now left Gloucestershire. He was there forever.
The one that gets me is Liam Livingston and Danny Livingston. Do you remember Danny Livingston? Who played for Hampshire years ago.
I do, yeah.
Is Wright in the bowls to Banton, who
got him.
He's got him. He's caught behind. Really good delivery from Chris Wright. Not much that Banton could do about that. It angled across him, bit off the pitch, took the outside edge. Comfortable catch to Swindle. Somerset have lost their first wicket. With 10 runs on the board, they still need another 105.
You're right. There really wasn't much he could do. That it did leave him. Took the edge and, well, with a sort of reasonably philosophical air, he just turned and marched off. Didn't even look at the umpire there, Tom Banton. And sometimes as an opener you're going to get a really good one, and that was a pretty good one. But Wright has started with a real purpose in this second innings, so it's not going to be a 10-wicket win.
It's a tough job opening the innings in red ball cricket, isn't it? Particularly on early season pitches, where there is a little bit in it for the seam bowlers with the new ball. The new ball does make a big difference, I think. It's survival has got to be the name of the game in the first 10, 15, 20 overs of a red ball innings at this stage in the season.
Yeah, he wasn't trying to hit it hard or anything like it, was he? He was just trying to defend it, and it's just went a bit, and so be it.
That's the way it goes. With those, you've just got to hope that they miss the outside edge rather than finding it, and it didn't. So Tom Abel, yet again for the umpteenth time this season, is out there in the first 2 or 3 overs as Wright is in and bowls too many drives that won't get it past Parkinson at mid-off.
Did it flick the stumps? I just want to see the replay of that. I'm saying it. We're saying caught behind. Might just have flicked the stump, knocked a bail off. If it did, it really was a peachy of a delivery. I have to wait for the replay. Apologies, folks. Need to check that.
Here comes Wright again. In and bowls to Abel outside the off stump. Abel, well, judges that pretty well. Yes, Abel's been out there in the 5th over in the first innings against Middlesex. In the 2nd over in the second innings against Middlesex. In the 2nd over in the first innings against Gloucestershire. In the 2nd over in the second innings against Gloucestershire. And I think he was out in the 3rd over in this innings, so he might just as well be opening the innings.
It did bowl him. It did bowl him. Klein is in and bowls outside off stump, and Lammonby is, well, cat on a hot tin roof there. It was short outside off stump, took off a little bit, but Lammonby, who was trying to get across, then got out of the way, but lost his balance slightly. So that delivery that we thought had just flicked the outside edge, actually flicked the outside edge of the stumps and knocked a bail off. So it was even better. And then we thought it pitched about middle and even sort of middle and leggish and flicked the top of off. In goes Klein and bowls, and that one bounces and seams away. Lammonby plays down the wrong line, but I suspect semi-deliberately. He was just making sure his stumps were covered. But well, the Leicestershire seamers are giving Somerset just a reminder that these runs have to be scored. 10 for 1. Klein looking to support Wright, who's opened brilliantly. From the pavilion end goes Klein onto the off stump of Lammonby, but solidly forward, back down the pitch on the onside, picked up by Parkinson, and there's no run.
Well, Somerset were set 88 to beat Lancashire back in 2017. and they were all out for 87, and it was a tie.
What sort of pitch was that? Was that a Taunton you call?
Yeah, it was a turning pitch.
In goes Klein and bowls. That one doesn't swing or turn. Straight in towards the legs of Tom Lammonby, and he carefully defends it out towards Dearden, who's in front of square on the leg side.
Keshav Maharaj bowled us out. Jack Leach went for glory when one was needed for victory.
Did he? Did he try and biff him over the infield?
Hold out at mid-wicket. Jamie Overton having previously played a maiden over. It's a rather bizarre piece of cricket.
Short mid-wicket's gone in. Lewis Hill as Klein is in and bowling edged over, second slip, and it runs away for 4. It would have been a magnificent catch by Patel, but it was high to his left, and he dived and stuck out his left hand, but it was probably 6 inches, maybe a foot away from his grasping fingers. But it was a very authentic edge indeed for Lammonby. He's off the mark with the most uncertain of boundaries, 14 for 1.
He really chased after that, did Tom Lammonby. Didn't need really to play at it at all. Oh, no, I don't know. That's a bit unfair.
Yeah,
really.
I was going to say
it was
decent delivery. It took
was.
off a bit. Took off a bit.
You'd be a brave man not to play at that. It would have gone over the top of off stump, I reckon.
Third slip. 4 slips really. 3 slips in a gully or 4 slips. You take your choice. In goes Klein and bowls to Lammonby, whose head is right over the ball as a length delivery on off stump, and it's played back down the pitch. So, well, it's been an exciting game, and then it continues to be an exciting game in which it has all happened, albeit in the space of 2.5 days. 14 for 1 Somerset, 101 still needed with 9 wickets in hand.
Yet be an exciting finish.
Yes, you never know, but I suspect that
Chris Wright, I think.
No, he's bowling. Yeah, they're going to need someone to do something really extraordinary. Take a quick 5 for or 4 for a 5 for.
It's Wright coming in from the Bennett end to bowl to the Somerset captain. Tom Abel is in and bowls, and Abel covers up, plays up to mid-on. Won't get a run. To a chorus of approval from the Leicestershire close catches. 2 slips and a 4th slip, or a fine gully, whatever. It's not really a gully position,
that's Hamish.
Hamish
or Marcus.
Marcus Harris. It's quite well advanced at that 4th slip position. As Wright is in and bowls, and Abel gets in behind a defensive shot. He was frustrated, Tom Abel, at not having gone on to his century yesterday and not having played a bigger part in leading his side to a bigger total. He played pretty well. He confessed that he'd had a stroke or 2 of luck. I didn't ask him about the run out.
Well, he wouldn't have known. He's just trying to dive in, isn't he?
The crease.
Yeah.
He's right in and bowls, and that's punched into the offside. Yet to get off the mark. Tom Abel. Tom Lammonby has fortuitous 4.
He was dropped, but as you say, he did pretty well in making the most of the chances he was given, so to speak. And in the context of the game, well, 80 odd runs is 88, looking very valuable indeed.
Bright sunshine here at Grace Road as Wright is in and bowls, and Abel again defends into the offside. Good length ball on off stump, played with the full face of the bat. Tom Abel bringing all of his technique to bear in keeping the Leicestershire new ball bowlers at bay.
Showing the dismissal of Banton again. It was a great ball. Apologies, folks. We should have picked that one up, but it just flicked.
I thought it flicked the outside edge. This is played into the onside. That's happened to me when I've been bowling, when there's been a click and the wicket keeper's taken it, and it's turned out that it didn't hit the bat, hit the edge of the stump without dislodging the bail.
I've seen it happen in the Championship a couple of times now.
And I was absolutely furious because I said, "What? You know, you deaf umpire?" But he said it wasn't the bat, mate. It was the stump. Here's right inner bowls to Abel, who again defends. So good over that. Tom Abel having to play every ball and doing so successfully. And at the end of the 5th over of the innings, Somerset, who need 115 to beat Leicestershire, 14 for 1.
Did you really? To the umpire? Are you deaf, umpire? I can't imagine us saying such a thing.
No, it's very much.
He said he's quickly backtracking.
I probably said, didn't he hit it?
Okay.
He knows.
Oh, Yorkshire would never say anything like that.
We're very polite in West Country. Well, most of us.
Have you got cloth ears, boy? Klein then with 3 slips and the gully awaiting behind Lammonby. In he goes and bowls. Lammonby gets a rising delivery that he doesn't play particularly well. Takes his bottom hand off the bat as he fends it away outside onto the offside, but discomforted, I think, by that delivery. It was Tom Lammonby, and he's leaning on his bat at the moment, affecting a nonchalance that I suspect he doesn't really feel.
No, I'm feeling very nervous on Tom Lammonby's behalf, and I'm sure he's feeling even more nervous.
He does look very sort of on his toes as Klein goes in and bowls to him, but that's a good solid forward defensive on off stump. Out it goes to mid-off, and off goes Lammonby, wandering off towards square leg, and again leans on his bat, waits, but it's all the body language is not convincing in terms of the message. He's trying to say that I'm fine, I'm relaxed. It doesn't quite look that way. In goes Klein and bowls to him. That's far too wide, and Lammonby can just lift his bat and watch that one go through round about waist high. 2 swindles behind the stumps. Come on, DT, is the exhortation. 14 for 1, 101 more runs required for Somerset to complete. Well, how many bonus points pick up in the end? 6, so it would be as Klein is in and bowls a bit closer to the off stump, but not close enough to persuade Lammonby, who had stepped forward to play a shot at the ball. It would be a 22-point win if and when it comes about.
Yes, if still being very much in the equation.
It would certainly keep Somerset very firmly in the picture at the top of Group 2. Is it Group?
Yeah.
No, Division, is it? In goes Klein and bowls a bouncer that hits. He ducks into Lammonby. Where did it hit him? He's not on the helmet because he seems fine. He doesn't need to. He's not taking his helmet off or anything like it. Did he take it on the shoulder? Look, see at that. But again, he not quite convincing at the moment. Let's have a look. See. Yep, shoulder. Kind of rather ducked into it. Right. Shoulder. Really get up as much as he thought it was going to. Klein. Shortish run is in. Bowls a full toss onto the legs of Lammonby, which was an absolute gift. And Lammonby just gratefully receives it and clips it calmly away through backward square for 4. While having bowled 5 testing-ish deliveries, Klein bowls an absolute gift of a knee-high full toss on the legs, and Lammonby says, well, thank you very much, puts it away. 18 for 1 Somerset, and Lammonby on 2-8.
Yeah, a bit of a confidence builder there for Lammonby, who's had his struggles out there, but he's hanging in there. That was the hallmark of his batting as an opener last season, hanging in there, even when he was struggling.
Runs required less than 100 now, 97.
Abel is on strike to right from the Bennett end, in and bowls, and that's turned away by Abel, and that too will go for 4. That was over pitch from Chris Wright. That's the worst ball that he has produced so far. 22 for for 1.
It's been pretty much the way throughout the season so far for Leicestershire that they have not been able to exert any real control. They've always gone for 4+ per over, and that continues to be the case.
Abel off the mark with that 4 through mid-wicket. Abel settles in his stance. Wright is in from the Bennett end and bowls, and Abel plays that back up the pitch. I've been taken to task by Matt Cave, who says, I believe you owe Jack an apology. It was not him losing his head at the time. It was Dom Bess. Well, Dom Bess did lose his head, but his was actually the 9th wicket to go down. He went charging down the pitch to Maharaj and was stumped. And then Jamie Overton played out the maiden over, leaving Jack Leach to face the music. And poor old Jack went for glory and came unstuck, as that's played into the onside, and they'll come back for a comfortable 2. Takes the score to 24 for 1. I remember all of this because I was commentating at the time. I'm the only person to have commentated on a tie in Somerset cricket, because the previous tie was in 1938, which was before they broadcast commentary on county cricket.
Does the ties in white ball cricket count?
No,
Okay.
This is red ball cricket, and that's a good defensive shot there from Tom Abel to a good ball. I've done a couple of ties in white ball cricket.
You see, on the face of it, we tied our quarter-final last year against Nottinghamshire, but of course we didn't, because there's all sorts of methods in T20s, isn't there? Count back and.
Yeah. Well, we tied our semi-final in the T20 and beat Hampshire on the super over, and then got beaten by Leicestershire in the final outside the off stump, lifting through to Harry Swindles behind the stumps. Thanks largely to Paul Nixon taking a quite stunning catch to get rid of Kieran Pollard, who looked as if he was going to win the game for Somerset. Got an inside edge, and Paul Nixon went out to his left and took it one-handed, going as it were the wrong way.
He's taken some absolute blinders in his time, Nico.
It was a fantastic catch and so important. Here's Wright in and bowls to Abel, who plays a firm defensive shot up to Parkinson at mid-off. So decent over that for Somerset. 24 for 1 at the end of it. And what's the requirement? 91 more they need.
Yeah, go down quickly with the 4s that are available. Klein is going to get another one.
It's difficult though for captain, isn't it? Callum Parkinson, who's captaining Leicestershire. The balance between, they've got to take wickets, but if they over attack and give runs away, well, don't envy him one bit.
Klein over the wicket to Lammonby, a bouncer which Lammonby just tried to sort of help around to fine leg, doesn't get it right again, maybe just goes at it a fraction too soon. He wasn't trying to hit it too hard, and again it sort of thumps into the, I think, was it the gloves? But it dropped down safely enough on the offside in the end, but not entirely comfortable. Lammonby, into the glove. So could have popped up, it didn't. Klein is in, looking for the Yorker. In fact, it's a leg stump, almost just outside leg stump, half volley, and it's clipped down to long leg by Tom Lammonby, who's into double figures for the first time this season. 10. Sorry, I don't mean to. That's a serious point, really, and it just helped him a bit.
I felt so sorry for him. Well, let's hope he can go on.
Yeah, he's made a slightly uncertain start, but he's still there. That's the main thing. Short legs going in now, understandably. I think perhaps Azad comes running up. He's got his pads on, had his pads on under his whites. For just this eventuality, he dons the helmet. 3 slips instead. In goes Klein and bowls. Right behind it is Lammonby. Then sees it's going fairly straight past the stumps. The non-striker's end. Thinks might be a quick single. Realises, right, he's getting to the ball. And you heard him call no. 26 for 1. Already. Runs needed down below 90. 89. Klein in, bowls, bouncer, pulled in the air. It was a good diving attempt by man at backward square. Didn't, but goodness me, Lammonby hit that cleanly, and it would have been a miracle catch, and it wasn't able to get there, and it flew past down to wide, long leg, almost backward square, and across the ropes at a rate of knots. Hit that really cleanly, Lammonby, and greeted with a big cheer, an approving cheer from the benches in front of the Somerset changing room. They're changing in the restaurant at the moment, the away sides, and that's where his teammates are sitting.
So who's in the home dressing room then?
Nobody.
Is it not
to do with areas and sanitising and so on and so forth. So easier apparently that way if they don't go upstairs. In goes Klein and bowls outside of stump. Lammonby, big stride forward, allows it to go through.
Yeah, when Lammonby played that shot and it was in the air, I thought it'd be just
Yeah.
his luck to get the fielder at square leg. As you say, he hit it so cleanly. But if you hit it in the air,
it would have been a miracle catch, because it was travelling like a tracer. Ben Mike's starting to warm up. Klein, just too expensive, is in, bowls, turned through mid-wicket. That'll be 4 more. It was a Midland leg half volley, and Klein is not having a great day, is he, one way or another, at the moment. Concedes another 4, and Somerset on to 30 already. Klein, 2 4s in the over, 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 18. Right, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 16. But Somerset now 34 for 1, need just another 81 runs. And Lammonby on to 18 from 24 balls.
Gloucestershire grinding away against Hampshire, 244 for 5 in 102 overs.
Oof, that's hard watching.
The Aegeus Bowl.
Have
you commentated the Aegeus Bowl?
Not for the last 6 years. I have.
You'll find yourself these days in the hotel.
So I understand from Kevin, who's been up here. Hampshire have been up here already and was forewarning me.
About 150 yards away from the wicket. He's right in and bowls outside the off stump to Abel, who has nothing to do with it. Yes, it's so you're actually not in the ground. So in order to go and do the post-match interviews, you have to get into the ground, and you need, of course, the correct COVID authentication to do it. And it's just so.
Is it all a bit of a...
And then to get to the commentary position in the hotel, you have to go up in the lifts, which are being used by the hotel residents. So you find yourself in the lift with, half a dozen portly Americans with 3 enormous suitcases, as Wright is in and bowls outside the off stump to Abel.
All that said, it's the first game when spectators are going to be allowed. So that I don't know whether that will change certain things. Who knows? It might bring us back to the pavilion side of the ground or something as a consequence.
Well, when the commentary position was at the top of that of the pavilion there, it was a wonderful commentary position, because you could see across the ground out to the Hampshire Downs in the background. His right bowls, and Abel's looking for a single into the offside, which there might have been, but wisely decides against it as Dearden and Mike converged on that ball.
Is the hotel chain that got the hotel? Is it the Hilton?
It is the Hilton.
It is.
Yep,
Okay.
yep.
Because I'm in the hotel that's just out on the other side of the boundary. Well, the Hilton's on the other side of the boundary, of course. But if you know what I mean, just outside the ground, the express there.
He's right in the bowls. No shot from Abel.
Ben Mike's doing his sideways sort of presses.
34 for 1, Somerset, so they need another
81.
It's rather an awkward thing to subtract from. Awkward number to subtract from 150.
It's on the board to win.
Is right again outside the off stump. No shot from Abel. Lovely warm sunshine shining on Somerset, one would think, at the moment. They kick themselves all the way back to Taunton if they lose this game from here.
It's not going to be all over before. I think we are going to have a tea interval. 6 overs, unless it's absolutely disastrously loose bowling from Leicestershire.
Can't
6 overs after this, before tea.
They're bowling pretty well at the moment, not least this man, Chris Wright. And that's played with respect and circumspection by Tom Abel. Out into the offside, brings that over, which is the 9th over of the innings, to a conclusion. 34 for 1, 18 to Lammonby and 6 to Tom Abel.
Parkinson's going to make a change. It has to. He's going to have to bowl himself, you would have thought, but it's going to be Ben Mike, who bowled well in the first innings, picked up 3 wickets, arguably the pick of the Leicestershire seamers, and he's going to have a go from the pavilion end, replacing Dieter Klein. Windmills his arms, has a word with Chris Wright, a large corvid of some kind, just looks like a normal crow, perches on the top of the sight screen below us, then flies off. Lammonby then is going to face a different challenge from Klein, who's bowling left arm over.
Batsmen haven't changed ends in the first 9 overs, which is unusual.
Short-ish mid-wicket, Klein going even closer. Where's he going? He's jogging into leg gully, I suspect, or even leg slip.
Yeah,
it's a leg slip really, sort of second-ish, third-ish in terms of his position. Mike in to Lammonby, bouncer which is played really nicely by Lammonby, just ramps it over the top of the vacant gully area, lifts it perfectly deliberately down towards third man, and it runs away across the ropes, and he takes 4 and he moves on to 22 off just 25 balls. So I think he may be beginning to relax and enjoy himself a little bit, feeling an awful lot better now with his position, with his bat in his hand. 22 to him, 38 for 1, 77 now needed by Somerset to win the game.
Yes, you can see what Mike was trying to do there with the leg slip position, but he's just got his line wrong.
The Leicestershire slip echelon, as Anthony described it, is very prominent, as in goes Mike and bowls again outside off stump, and again he's carved away through the offside for 4, this time in front of square. 2 rather undistinguished deliveries from Ben Mike, both of which Tom Lammonby puts away for 4. 1 down to third man, 1 down to the point boundary. Thank you very much. 8 runs from that. Somerset 42 for 1. I mentioned a tea interval. Well, at the moment, keep bowling this sort of stuff, we won't need a tea interval. 42 for 1.
First delivery you could excuse because you knew what he was trying to do, just didn't quite execute it. The second one was,
I think,
not so good.
I think the words long and hop might be in close proximity for that one. It's gone a little bit quieter out there.
Leicestershire badly needed.
Well, Harris has come out of slips and gone into extra cover, but yeah, you kind of shrug, don't you, really? In goes Mike and bowls. That's a better line, but unfortunately it's 2 balls too late. It's on off stump, and it squares Lammonby up a little bit. Bit thickish outside edgy out into the offside towards Harris. Bang bang here, lads. The eternal cry of the county cricketer.
Well, that's what they need. A couple of quick wickets.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. Lammonby 26 off 27 balls. Mike is in and bowls to him. A little bit of in swing to the left-hander, who just half a stride forward and leans into his defensive push out into the leg side.
Importantly, just doesn't get carried away, Tom Lammonby. Just
Yeah,
needs to play every ball on its merits.
A nice little blob now, a nice little 50 or 60 not out would do his confidence.
Absolutely.
The very world of good and Grumpy Git on Twitter would be delighted. He'd be disappointed about Banton, but otherwise it's...
Well, I don't think you could play
things have gone his way.
That would have got almost any opening batsman in the country.
Mike is in, bowls a bouncer. Lammonby ducks slightly unconvincingly. His right foot started to come up there for some reason, but just... I love the way he sort of leans on his bat as though I absolutely knew what I was doing there. I'm not completely convinced he did.
I'm not sure. He hasn't had much short stuff to deal with in his short career as an opening batsman, because there aren't very many counties that have got genuine pace in their attacks.
Well, word will get around
if
you have an issue. In goes Mike and bowls, swings in a little bit, but he's right behind that one. Bat in front of his body, playing it out on the onside end of a mixed over. Can't afford to start with a couple of really loose deliveries though. Leicestershire, they're giving away too many runs. Callum Parkinson is going to bring himself on at the Bennett end.
Yes, and well, if Leicestershire are to have any hope at all of bowling Somerset out, then Callum Parkinson will surely have a big part to play in it, just as Jack Leach had a big part to play in the dismissal of Leicestershire, particularly this afternoon when he bowled really beautifully. Great control and variation, probing away and getting his rewards.
I think they'd be happy if they can, not happy, but settle for if they can take 2 or 3 more wickets. They'll feel that probably the best they could have done in the circumstances, but you never know.
If they pick up a couple of quick wickets, you never know.
Yeah,
panic can very easily set in amongst a batting unit which is pretty low on confidence. Parkinson to Abel stretches forward in defence. The batsmen still haven't changed ends. Tom Lammonby has faced every one of his 30 deliveries, which is exactly half, or before that delivery, exactly half of the number of balls that have been bowled at the Bennett end. Parkinson is in and bowls to Abel, who drives without timing only as far as extra cover. It's really quite hot here in our commentary box now. Bright sunshine. Parkinson bowls. Abel gets that off a thickish edge, but all along the ground to short mid-wicket. Parkinson right on the spot so far, just hoping that he'll get 1 or 2 to grip and turn, as he certainly did in the first Somerset innings. And Abel again offered absolutely nothing there. Comes right forward, nose over the pitch of the ball, playing it back to the bowler. 42 for 1. 73 more Somerset need. This is tossed up by Parkinson, and Abel again plays it solidly from the crease. We've got a slip and a forward short leg as Parkinson bowls, and Abel drives into the offside but can't get it past. I think that's Ben Mike at extra cover. So a maiden over for Callum Parkinson. 42 for 1 at the end of it. 26 to Lammonby and 6 to Abel.
4 overs until tea, so it'll be about 5 to 4, just maybe a bit before then. 73 still needed by Somerset. We can definitely say the game will finish today. 36 overs minimum remain, but remember, you can take the extra half hour as well. Ben Mike to continue from the pavilion end. Bowls to Lammonby onto the hip. Comes off the thigh pad as he looked to turn it down into the leg side, so it will be an extra. And indeed, umpire Robinson indicates as such by using his fist on his right knee.
They've changed ends.
Yes, at long last. Score moves on to 43 for 1. Abel then will take strike. Mike will be pleased. He, I would imagine, prefers to bowl to a right-hander. Likes to got a couple to move nicely away in the first innings to find the outside edge. Can he do so again? Leicestershire need him to do so again. Conventional field, just the two slips as he charges in and bowls to Abel. There is a little bit of shape to that one.
Yeah.
Middle towards middle and off. Somerset skipper is playing it solidly but carefully. Out into the offside and there's no run. A few Leicestershire fans have gathered at the Milligan Road gates, bless them. As Mike is in and bowling, edged, goal dropped! Dropped by second slip. I thought he'd managed to dive across and might have just got his two hands under that, Rishi Patel. Examines his fingers, it burst through his hands. I'm pretty sure that carried, and Harry Swindles ran back to pick it up. Abel has, as we've said, slightly ridden his fortune in this game, and he may just have had another piece of it. Let's have a look at the replay. Yep, carried, couldn't quite scoop it up. It was only a few inches off the ground, a couple of inches off the ground, but it was a chance, and Abel on 6
He went rather hard at that, did Tom Abel.
Yeah.
You've been better off playing it with soft hands. It wouldn't have carried.
In goes Mike and bowls outside off stump. Lammonby steps forward, allows it to go through. Tough chance, the sort of chance that
catches
good slippers take.
Catches have made a difference in this game, though, haven't they? I mean,
yeah.
Leicestershire putting down Abel and Bartlett yesterday both went on to score very useful runs, and Somerset taking, well, particularly Abel himself, took an absolute blinder yesterday evening.
He did. Lammonby bangs his bat into the ground as it's a short ball and pulled by Tom Lammonby. The two batsmen almost collide. They were both looking at the ball as it went out towards Harry Dearden at deep square. Dearden came in to meet the ball, didn't quite get all of it, Lammonby, but he does pick up a single, move on to 27. 45 for 1.
I don't think Somerset put a catch down, did they? Just trying to think.
I can't remember one. Were any of the Leicestershire players dropped? I'll go back through my notes, but I don't think so. In goes Mike and bowls outside off stump. Good, sharpish, swinging delivery, but it was swinging and allowed to go through by Tom Abel, by the reprieved Tom Abel. End of the over, 45 for 1. Just 70 more needed.
And the clouds melting away above the Uptonsteel county ground here in Leicester. Ayleston, the Ayleston district of Leicester, would that be correct, Richard?
Correct. A-Y-L-E-S Stone. A-Y-L-E Stone.
We're going to have another over from Callum Parkinson. I keep almost calling him Matt Parkinson, his twin brother from Lancashire. This is swept by Tom Lammonby, and that will go for 4 runs, sort of paddle sweep. I suspect that may have been a premeditated shot, and he may even have swept it from outside the off stump.
Clever shot, though.
Brings in 4 runs, 49 for 1. He moves into the 30s.
I found one. Hildreth. Low to his left at first slip off Lammonby, dropped Parkinson on 7 at 174 for 6 in the first stick.
Yep.
That's the only one.
That's the only one. Yeah, I remember that. Is Parkinson then to the left-handed Lammonby down the pitch and turning that into the onside. A bit uppish there.
He's all energy, isn't he? Lammonby, just calm.
He did sweep it from outside the off stump, which is a perfectly legitimate shot, because you can get your pad outside the off stump. You're not going to be giving out LBW, even if the ball... And they're taking a quick single, because that was a misfield by Parkinson. Bit of sloppy cricket there by the acting Leicestershire captain, and they scurried through, and that will bring up Somerset 50. 50 for 1, Lammonby on to 32, 65 more Somerset need. Parkinson then to the right-handed Abel. He's there and bowls, and Abel drives, but only as far as mid-off, where it's fielded by, who's that, Richard?
I think it's Chris Wright.
Chris Wright.
No, it's Griffiths, beg his pardon.
I thought it might be Griffiths. A big frame.
Slightly wider shoulders, yeah.
Parkinson in and bowls, and Abel is forward, turning it into the onside.
Right, so mid-on.
Parkinson, past umpire Bailey, bowls. Abel again, determinedly forward, decisively forward in defence, no half measures. End of the over, 50 for 1, that's 13 overs have been bowled. Lammonby on 32, Abel on 7, 65 more Somerset need for a second victory in this year's county championship.
2 overs until tea, so they'll be at close to halfway point in terms of the run chase. Somerset will have 4 sessions in which to score 60 or so runs, with 9 wickets in hand at the moment. One of them, Tom Lammonby, awaits as Ben Mike is in and bowling to him outside off stump, pushed across the left-hander but wide, and it arrow straight through to Harry Swindles behind the stumps, allowed to go through by Lammonby, understandably. Lovely afternoon. Now here in the East Midlands, the breeze has dropped, looking at the trees, just the odd leaf stirring. Lovely warm spring afternoon. Mike is in. Bowls outside off stump, a very similar delivery to the previous delivery, and it is treated in exactly the same way by Lammonby, who stretched forward and left his bat raised.
Not to be tempted.
No. Playing himself into some sort of form.
Well, I think you need the right temperament to be an opening batsman, don't you? You need to be patient. It doesn't pay to be in a hurry. I mean, I know there are openers who get on with it, like David Warner and Jason Roy and so on. But in this form of cricket, on these sorts of pitches,
Mike is in, outside off stump again, and again Lammonby leaves. He's still got a strike rate in the 80s for this little knock, 32 off 39 balls now.
I must say I like the look of your Leicestershire opening partnership, Marcus Harris and Hassan Azad. I think it's going to be a very valuable asset to the team.
Hope so.
Well, I think so. I mean, I thought they shaped really well. That was probably Leicestershire's best period, yes. Best hour in the whole game. That first,
the very
hour.
First, yes. Mike is in and bowls. That's a little bit straighter, but it's still outside off stump, and Lammonby, now accustomed to leaving outside the off stump, does so again. Takes a big stride and lifts his bat over the line of the ball.
That, of course, and the 3 early Somerset wickets on whenever that was. Thursday evening, wasn't it? Tend to lose track of time in these 4-day cricket matches when you're on the broadcasting for 6.5 hours during the day.
In goes Mike and bowls. That's a delivery that at least makes Lammonby play on off stump. Does so competently, solidly out into the offside, picked up by Klein, who finds himself at extra cover. Mike drops his square leg back to deep backwards square. Dearden heads off towards the manual scoreboard. And indeed, Marcus Harris is sent back down to third man. So, in case the bouncer, which probably won't come after all this, is outside off stump, in goes Mike, and of course it doesn't come. It's full outside off stump and is ignored by Lammonby. Well, that is to say, he steps forward, lets it go through, and then plays a sort of pretend cover drive, a practice cover drive. End of fairly undistinguished over. It's maiden, it says on the board, and indeed it was, but that's because Lammonby wasn't required to play at 5 of them.
But
There
I
are
think
maidens and maidens.
He was bowling to a plan, I think, which was to bowl outside the off stump and try and tempt him into chasing one. I've been taken to task by Stephen from Berkhamsted about my remark about not many genuine quicks. He mentions Ollie Stone, Ollie Robinson, Jamie Overton, Abbas, Stain, Marchant and Craig Overton, as that's played defensively into the offside by Tom Abel. Well, Tom Lammonby faced none of those in last season's Bob Willis Trophy, and there weren't very many genuine quicks on show last summer. Here's Parkinson in and bowls and turned into the onside, but bounces off the short leg fielding pads. So no runs. This is the last over before tea.
Should be.
Somerset 50 for 1, chasing 115. Abel stretches forward. In a white ball cricket match, you would say it was an absolute nailed-on certainty that Somerset would win from this position, but red ball cricket is a very different animal. Parkinson in and bowls, and Abel drives nicely, but straight to shortish extra cover. There's Mr. Softy making his daily appearance, coming up Milligan Road.
Weather justifies it, doesn't it? Just about.
It's Parkinson in bowls to Abel, who turns that away into the onside. That wasn't a chance, was it?
No, it was along the ground. It was a horrible full toss that should have been put away.
Should have been put away. Just brings up a single for Abel.
Klein did well, flung himself to his right at mid-wicket and made this stop. Couldn't grab it cleanly, but just went a yard or two behind him.
51 for 1. 64 the deficit. Lammonby is down the pitch and just turning it into the onside when he gets there, and that should be tea with Somerset. 51 for 1. They need another 64 runs with 9 wickets in hand to beat Leicestershire and pick up 22 points, as it would be, from this game, which will probably put them into third behind Hampshire and Gloucestershire, but there may yet be a final twist in the tale. We will be back in around about 20 minutes to bring you the closing stages of this game of cricket.
Yeah, you'll hear me do an update in a minute's time, so apologies about that, but yeah, you pop the kettle on. For the last time, perhaps, in this game. Time is it 5:02, so
I think he deserves it. He might. Well, I'm interviewing him out there. I can ask him.
Yeah, did you sign his shirt from Australia?
I think so.
Well, you can have a very pleasant Sunday in Somerset.
That's you in the garden.
Yeah. Well, you're going to church.
I might go out on a bike ride tonight. That's what I used to do on Sundays.
It's been very pleasant for you, I think. Avoiding it. There shouldn't be too many boy races around to threaten your life.
No, just acrylic clad cyclists whizzing past. Coming through! None of them have any bells on their bloody bicycle, do they? Always give a gentle ting ting.
Is it
Yeah. Well, I have got a drop handlebar, which is a Persian.
Oh, I like Spurs, yeah. It's a very oldish, but it's a proper, you know, proper marks now. It's well made, you know.
It's dates from about 19, early 1990s.
Yeah. I bet they're fairly similar. Does it have leather toe clips?
It's just, I think it may have had originally. Yeah, it may have had originally.
What cleats on?
Just the usual. Day 3.
What they did do at Surrey, which worked rather well, was they got coaches or whatever to the effects light, which was down by the boundary, so that they could talk to you sort of from a distance of 60 feet, you know, during the game,
Really?
which was rather good. Is your phone?
Yes, because we were playing in the video.
Stayed at the Great Western, which was
No more than 15 yards, in he goes and bowls and edged and caught. He's got his man. Swindles walks away. Overton has made the breakthrough again. Is in and bowling. Nicely played by Parkinson. Middle and leg line, and he played it away through mid-wicket and is going to in again to Parkinson, who hits him leg before he's gone. It was quick and it was foolish, and Parkinson was done for pace, I think, essentially.
Nice afternoon now as Leach is in and bowls and Mike sweeps, and he will pick up 4 runs. I don't think there's much that James Hildreth can do about it.
Efforts in the warm-up bowls, and outside off stump, it's stroked away rather pleasantly by Ben Mike. Just got to have gone on top of the bounce. He wasn't at the pitch.
He's gone.
Yeah, just nodded there, didn't he, Bailey? Caught behind.
Caught behind by Stephen Davis, and that's the end. In and bowls, and Klein is down the pitch driving.
The heck?
And is caught. Caught at deepish mid-off by Marchant de Lange.
Point as de Lange is in outside off stump to Mike, who carves it in the air. Should be caught at deep backward point. Is caught at deep backward point. De Lange has.
He's right in and bowls to Banton. Oof. Gets an outside edge as he looks to turn that into the onside and picks up 4 distinct. This is going to finish today as right in and bowls to Banton, who gets one on leg stump, turns it away stylishly down to deep backward square leg for 4. Is right in the bowls to Banton, who
got him.
He's got him. He's caught behind. Really good delivery from Chris.
In and bowling, edged over, second slip, and it runs away for 4. It would have been a magnificent catch by Patel, but it was high to his left, and fine. Shortish run is in, bowls a full toss onto the legs of Lammonby, which was an absolute gift, and Lammonby just gratefully receives it.
Bennett end, in and bowls. And that's turned away by Abel, and that too will go for 4. That was over pitch from
Klein. In, bowls, bouncer, pulled in the air. It was a good diving attempt by man at backward square. Didn't, but goodness me, expensive. Is in, bowls, turned through mid-wicket. That'll be 4 more. It was a Midland leg half volley, and Klein in to Lammonby. Bouncer, which is played really nicely by Lammonby, just ramps it over the top of the vacant gully area, lifts it perfectly deliberate. Goes Mike and bowls again outside off stump, and again he's carved away through the offside for 4, this time in front of square. 2 rather undistinguished.
Lancashire. This is swept by Tom Lammonby, and that will go for 4 runs, sort of paddle sweep.
In 3 days. The Foxes fought hard this morning, but unfortunately it looks like they're going to subside to defeat this afternoon.
Written it down as Alan. Literally or odd? Okay, but you, what did you say? Oh, right.
Welcome back for definitely, I think, the final time of the match 2, the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester, on this third day of the LV equals County Championship match between Leicestershire and Somerset. BBC Radio's Somerset and Leicester, Anthony Gibson and Richard Ray, your commentators. I say for the final time because Somerset about to resume in their second innings on 51 for 1, chasing just 115 to win the game. They are only 64 short, with 9 second innings wickets in hand, and the 2 men at the crease are the captain Tom Abel, who is 8 not out, and Tom Lammonby, who is into double figures and going nicely for the first time this season on 32 not out. Short of, I was going to say a minor miracle, but it would be pretty much a major miracle, I think. Abel and Lammonby likely to take Somerset on to what would be a 22-point victory, a second victory in 3 games in the County Championship this season, and keep them firmly in touch at the top of Group 2. And this is the first stage of this new format of the County Championship. Leicestershire heading out to join Messrs Abel and Lammonby, who are already out there in the middle with the umpires Rob Bailey and Tim Robinson. Ben Mike would be next bowler on the scorecard, in that he was the last bowler to bowl from this pavilion end where our commentary position is housed, right behind the bowler's arm. Perfect position for this game. Will it continue to be, or will acting captain Callum Parkinson spring a surprise, go down an unexpected route? He is going down an unexpected route. He is springing a surprise. We are going to see a bit of bowling from, it looks to me, like Lewis Hill. Well, now, I can't remember seeing Lewis bowl. I probably have at some stage, but this is very different. This is something very much out of the blue as far as Leicestershire are concerned. So let's see what Lewis can do. I don't think he's got a first-class wicket to his name. He licks his fingers. Harry Swindles is standing up to the stumps. In he goes. Looks like it's going to be a little bit of gentle outswing, and is a little bit of gentle outswing. Abel steps forward and allows it to go through.
Occasional right medium, according to Playfair.
Very, very occasional.
It doesn't appear, as you say, Richard, to have taken the first-class wicket.
In he goes, just trying something different than the Foxes. In he goes, bowls a booming outswinger, but started wide, went wide. It was well taken by Swindles. Had a long way to go to get there, not signalled wide by umpire Robinson. An interesting decision by Parkinson. Out of the box, as they say. Hill is in and bowls another big outswinger. So far, Abel hasn't had to play at any of these deliveries. He's got
I don't know quite what Parkinson... There's no close catches either.
No, well, he's swinging it, I suppose. I suppose he could boom one in the air, but it's an odd one. I have to ask him about it afterwards. In goes Hill and bowls, and is driven out into the offside, the far extra cover boundary. I don't think Dearden's going to get there. He isn't. He did his very best. He sprinted along the boundary, put out his right hand, tried to flick it back. Wasn't able to do so. And Abel gratefully takes 4 moves into double figures. 12, well, it's all a bit odd, this. We're given so many runs still to be scored. 60 now. Hill, little stutter, and then no more than about 8 or 9 paces. Bowls an outswinger again to Abel. But again, it's a sort of slingy, gentle medium pace outswinger that Abel has nothing to do with it. Gavin Griffiths is beginning to warm up, which should be a bit more like it. Hill is in and bowling a full toss that's clipped through mid-on for 4. Well, Hill puts both his hands in the air. Parkinson jogs after it, but that was a very odd over.
It's almost
indeed.
As if
it was almost like surrender. It was almost as if it was the last over. You know, when they only needed 5 to win or something. But well, now they only need 56 to win.
It's almost as if he raised the white flag. Very strange.
It was all a bit odd.
I mean, you'd have thought they would keep attacking, come what may. I mean, I don't see how he expects Lewis Hill to pick up a wicket with that field, and given his complete lack of experience of bowling in first-class cricket. Well, we're going to have we are at least going to have a couple of slips for Gavin Griffiths. So perhaps Callum Parkinson's got a theory. You'll have to ask him afterwards, Richard.
Yep. Lewis Hill, no wickets. Let's have a look, see if he's ever bowled in first-class cricket. Yes, he has. He bowled 2 overs previously in first-class cricket. 12 balls, 6 runs. The end.
I doubt he'll get another over.
So I think I must have seen them somewhere, but I'd have to look back through time.
Right, the substantial figure of Gavin Griffiths is standing at the end of his mark at the Bennett end of the ground. He's bowling to the left-handed Tom Lammonby, who gets a perfectly respectable delivery, which he defends back down the pitch.
Here we go. He bowled them in 2015, so I did see them. But they haven't remained prominent in my memory.
No.
So that's his first bowling for 6 years, Lewis Hill.
Very odd.
On the basis of what we've seen, it might just be his last for another 6. Whisper it.
Is Griffiths then to Lammonby, in and bowls, and Lammonby tucks that away into the onside for a quick single, which is comfortably achieved. The stumps are hit by the throw from Marcus Harris.
He must wonder what he's got himself into at the moment. 50 partnership.
Oh, 2 Toms, 50 partnership. They do bat well together, these two. They both, in the game against Gloucester last season, they both scored centuries. Both finished exactly 100 not out. Partnership of, I think it was just short of 200 between them. They don't need that here this afternoon. Griffiths is into Abel, who
edged, surely. Yes, he did.
He did,
dropped.
And that was dropped by
Swindles.
Abel. It was a loose shot from Tom Abel.
So on 16, and indeed on
he just hung
6.
Just hung his bat out there to that one, almost as if his concentration had been affected by the previous over. He's just saying to himself, "Now, come on, get your act together, play properly."
Well, there is a big gap between Swindles and Azad, who are both looking at each other, but, well, this has been a very odd passage of play post-tea from Leicestershire.
64 for 1 as Griffiths is in and bowls to Abel, who gets his bat down on that, stuns it into the pitch. 64 for 1 Somerset, so they're more than halfway there now. They need another 51 runs.
There wasn't sort of too much reaction either. Griffiths started to leap into the air, but
yeah, the bowler could justifiably feel a bit hard done by.
Azad is sort of standing at second, isn't he?
Yeah, you've got second slip and fourth slip at the moment. As Griffiths bowls, and Abel gets one that must have moved late on him as he had to adjust his shot.
He's got to be careful, Tom Abel. He's using up quite a lot of his share of luck in this game, isn't he? There's going to be games when he gets every sort of edge or passages of time, when every edge goes into their hands and what have you.
Yes, you're quite right.
Nothing he can do about it.
No. These two came together when Tom Bantam was out with a score on 10. Griffiths in and bowls, and it's played with rather more confidence on that occasion by Tom Abel, brings the over to a conclusion, and Gavin Griffiths can feel a bit hard done by there.
Yeah, these are first-class wickets. You know, good batsmen to, victims to have, good scalps, if you like. And well, that's it for Lewis Hill. Is it? We tried something different, but to be honest, it was the timing of it and the nature of it was all a little bit odd.
This is, yeah, I mean, now this is, you know, this is perfectly conventional. You've got your your main spin bowler on with a slip and a leg slip. This is proper cricket. It's an aberration.
Oh, some chants from the Leicestershire fans down on the Milligan Road.
Yeah.
Parkinson then over the wicket to Lammonby with the footholds to bowl into, a couple of steps down the wicket and chips it towards mid-wicket, hard down into the ground though, and it bounces up, and Griffiths manages to get two hands underneath it as he dives away to his left and make the stop.
Slightly skittish shot there from Lammonby.
Parkinson is in again. That one's just drifting onto the leg stump, so a very easy delivery for Lammonby to turn out to deep backward square. There isn't a short leg or a deep backward square, so single to be taken, and is. He moves on to 34, 65 for one, just around 50 then needed. Short leg in for Abel. Going to go round the wicket, Parkinson. Baffling little period of play that was. In goes Parkinson and bowls very full, almost steps forward and kind of yorks himself up Abel there in a funny sort of way. Big puff of dust as bat came down on the ball at his feet.
It's a wood pigeon somewhere.
Parkinson bowls on off stump this time. Patel liked that one at slip, but he was in control Abel as he defended it away into the offside.
Good teasing length. Able having to stretch right forward.
Parkinson bowls outside off stump, steps forward Abel, bounces into the gloves of Swindles. I can't quite hear what the chant is, and probably that's as well. I don't know whether you can on the effects, Mike. Parkinson bowls a flatter, quicker delivery, stretching forward Abel just defends it out into the offside.
Good over.
End of a relatively normal over after a couple of rather strange ones. 65 for one, 50 more needed for Somerset.
Yeah, it was almost as if the score was 100 for one rather than whatever it was.
Baffling, wasn't it?
Hmm.
Well,
Strange.
51 for one that tee.
Yeah. 51 for one. And the part-time bowler comes on, just bowls one over, and then we revert to normal.
Part-time. 2 overs in his entire first-class career.
Is Griffiths in from the Bennett end to Lammonby, who turns that into the onside. They'll think about a second run, and they'll come back comfortably enough. They're very quick between the wickets, these two Toms. 2 runs to Lammonby. He moves on to 36, 67 for 148 more required. And I think they've been enjoying themselves this afternoon, those Leicestershire supporters out there with their flag outside the gates, the closed gates, against well, it's not actually a gate there, is it? That's just it's just a railing.
No, it is. Yeah, it's
Oh.
on rails. You can
Wow.
they can open it and get cars, but obviously at this time they don't.
Is Griffiths into Lammonby, that's up in the air, could be a catch. Fielder's underneath it, drops just short. At Ben Mike coming in from the deep square leg or deep long leg boundary, and Lammonby gets away with that.
Suggestion from our friends in the written press box that edge from Abel on 16 might just have dropped just short of Swindles, so we may be doing. I may have been doing Swindles a bit of a disservice there.
And indeed, Tom Abel.
Yeah, well, I don't think he was sort of deliberately played a bit short, but take your point.
68 for one.
Got away with one there though, Lammonby, didn't he? Could have.
47 required.
Griffiths not enjoying much joy,
No,
much luck.
Bowling quite nicely. is Griffiths to Abel. Plays that to short mid-wicket and won't get a run. There's a whistle there as well.
Yeah, no vuvuzela, thankfully, which usually arrives with one of those gentlemen. Has it tooted its last?
Yeah, we get spectators at Taunton as well on the balconies of the retirement apartments, which overlook the ground.
But they don't blow vuvuzelas.
No, they're very polite. And here comes Griffiths in and bowls to Abel, who turns that away uppishly. Oh, just wide of the diving short mid-wicket.
Patel,
and they're coming back for a third run. He's living a bit of a charmed life at the moment.
Could
Is
get
Tom
four.
Abel,
They're
and
going
they're
to
going
get
to run four.
shoddy cricket.
That's poor cricket by Leicestershire, and much appreciated by the Somerset contingent down below us to our right. There is the applause that you can hear. 72 for one.
A really ordinary piece of cricket.
Poor shot from Abel. Gets away with it. Gets 4 runs. 72 for 1 now as Griffiths is into Abel. Good ball, well played, and to the offside.
It's inevitable, I suppose. I mean, Dearden dragged it back at the top deep mid-wicket boundary, tossed it to you-know-who, DK, Dieter Klein, who's had the day of his life.
DK wasn't even looking.
Yeah, exactly. to relay the throw with his strong arm.
When he did try and pick it up, he fumbled it.
Oh.
Dear. I think Paul Nixon might have something to say about that.
He might be steaming.
Here's Griffiths into Abel, but down the leg side, and gets away with that delivery. Does Gavin Griffiths, and comes and has a word with Tom Abel.
Horrible
Just say, you lucky so and so. End of an eventful over. 72 for 4. 43 is the requirement for Somerset.
Yeah, not very professional. Post tee from the running Foxes. Just need to focus. Callum Parkinson over the wicket to the left-handed Lammonby. Bowls. Lammonby a couple of steps down the wicket, then covers up. Parkinson may have seen him come in and dropped a little bit short, dragged his length back, and Lammonby just defended it down to Hill, who's at mid-on. Parkinson bowls. Again, Lammonby's using his feet. Again, he's pushing carefully towards mid-on. This time, Griffiths scrambles across to his right and cuts it off before it gets to Hill.
Do like to see a batsman using his feet to spin bowler.
Parkinson bowls. We're seeing it all the time at the moment, and it's clipped firmly by Lammonby from advancing down the wicket, but only as far as Klein, who does effect a clean stop at a fairly conventional mid-wicket on this occasion.
If he just hangs back here, Lammonby, Parkinson may well just drop his length back.
In he goes,
no,
tosses
opposite.
it up and clipped hard down into the ground, bounces out to Griffiths, who forms the long barrier as it comes towards him, makes the stop. Not cleanly, but makes the stop. Parkinson bowls, and finally Lammonby stays in his crease, or at least his back foot does. His front foot advances down and he plays a solid forward defensive. Parkinson bowls. Lammonby is down the pitch again, steering it nicely wide of mid-off. Right is in pursuit, might just drag it back. He is going to drag it back a couple of feet inside the ropes, down at wide extra cover, sort of long off almost. The throw is relayed by Marcus Harris, but not before Lammonby has picked up a couple. 40 he's moved on to now. This will be doing him the very world of good. 75 for 1, 40 more needed.
Yeah, he's batted nicely, Tom Lammonby. It was a slightly nervous start. Sliced well over the top of slips, but Since then he's settled down. 75 for 1, 40 more required. Griffiths is going to bowl the next over from the Bennett end. He's in bowls to Lammonby, who's looking for a single into the offside that isn't there. We've got the two short mid-wickets again, tactic that Somerset employed to no apparently useful purpose.
Patel and Harris.
I think they've spotted that Lammonby likes to turn a straight ball, leg stump ball into the onside and doesn't always keep it down. So I think it's perfectly justifiable.
Was it Abel who clipped?
And Abel, Abel also plays that sort of shot. Is Lammonby to Griffiths, and very good stop by Harry Swindles as that swung a long way down the leg side. Swindles diving across to make the stop. 75 for 1, we're in the 21st over, so Somerset have gone briskly about chasing down this target, assisted by just the occasional loose delivery from the Leicestershire bowlers. Is Griffiths in bowls, and that's whipped away by Lammonby down towards long leg, and that will go to the boundary. That was a nice shot by Lammonby. He was under control and he hit it down and he timed it beautifully and whipped it away down to long leg for 4 runs. 79 for 1, he moves to 44. He bats with a nice flourish, does Tom Lammonby.
He does. Timed that very sweetly.
Yeah, they're a very attractive lot of young batsmen, the young Somerset players. Lammonby and Banton and Bartlett and Tom Abel. Not quite so young these days, but still relatively youngster. As Griffiths is in and bowls, that's down the leg side and not taken cleanly this time by Swindles, and they'll pick up a bonus run in the shape of a bye. So 80 for 1, just 35 more needed.
Yeah, making short work of this now, Somerset. Helped by, as we've been saying, some slightly shoddy cricket from Leicestershire.
Well, the game is nearly up for Leicestershire. Take a miracle for them to bowl Somerset out from here. Is Griffiths into Abel, outside the off stump. Abel lets it go through to the wicket-keeper, batting in a short-sleeved sweater. Tom Abel. Most of the Leicestershire fielders out there in shirt sleeves. Tom Lammonby batting in a short-sleeved shirt on this warm afternoon. First time Somerset have played Leicestershire in the county championship since 2007, when they beat them twice, and it looks very much as they're going to win this one, as Griffiths bowls and defended by Tom Abel. But it's been end of the over, 80-1. It's been a closer game than the margin of victory, I think, is going to suggest. When Somerset lost those 3 wickets on Thursday evening,
it was roughly level, wasn't it, at that stage, at the end of the first day.
Jason Kerr, the Somerset head coach, said that it was just about even Steven at the end of the first day, and it wasn't.
They were kind of always short on first innings, though. Then you wanted to be over 300. As round the wicket goes, Parkinson and bowls down the leg side. That one came out wrong, and it signalled wide. I'm not sure that actually. It was a one-day wide, obviously, but I'm not sure that actually.
It wasn't as wide. It wasn't as wide as something he didn't give outside the off stump.
Seen worse than that. In goes Parkinson and bowls onto leg stump, turned by Lammonby out towards mid-wicket, picked up by Griffiths. 81 for 1, 34 therefore needed. Parkinson, a brief experiment is concluded. He's going to go back over the wicket to the left-handed Lammonby, and bowls, drops a little bit short, back, cut for 4.
Terrible. Yeah, and even this morning, I didn't check out of the hotel, and that's proved to be the wrong decision, but you know, that partnership last night between Patel and Lewis Hill, they batted very sensibly, and I said this morning, if they can get through the first hour, you know, Leicestershire could set a demanding target.
Parkinson in, a couple of steps down the wicket, worked into the leg side. Will he get the 2? No, he just gets the 1. Lammonby has to wait on 49, not out. Yeah, and Hill and Swindles battled.
They did, absolutely.
This morning, and at lunch, 74 lead, 5 wickets in hand. Could
easily have set the target between 150 and 200.
I think Overton's burst after lunch was
decisive,
absolutely critical, really, in the context of finishing the game quickly anyway. Parkinson round the wicket to the right-handed Abel, who drives pleasantly but only as far as Dearden, who is deep-ish in the covers, and a good job he is, because that fairly raced towards him. 86 for 1. Just 29 needed. Parkinson bowls, line and length, and forward on off stump goes Abel, just defending it out into the offside, picked up by Griffiths. Yeah, just class told, really, at that point. Picked up the wickets of Swindles and Parkinson as Parkinson bowls and defended by Abel. Jack Leach, another class act with the ball, England's left-arm spinner, chipped in with a couple of quick wickets as well. Chris Wright and Dieter Klein.
Yeah, it was the touch of class in the bowling that made the difference, really, wasn't it? The combination of Overton at one end and Jack Leach at the other.
I kind of feel the writing has been on the wall since the first innings, really. I took your point about Somerset's sort of batting being a little bit flaky at this early stage of the season at the top of the order, but it always looked like they were going to have something in hand.
Here's Griffiths to Lammonby on 49, and he's going to go to 50 for Tom Lammonby. Relief and joy amongst the Somerset contingent down to our right, outside their dressing room. He's such a popular cricketer, Tom Lammonby. So talented, and he's had such a rough time. This is, well, it's a moment of rehabilitation for him. A first 50 of the season.
Well done, young man.
87 for 1 as this is pulled away by Tom Abel just for a single, as there's a man out patrolling the deep mid-wicket boundary. 88 for 1.
I tell you what, if that's the worst bad trot of your career, you're going to have a great career. It didn't last very long, really, relatively speaking. It's just so expectations were so high after last season.
Yeah,
too high.
Just
put a bit of pressure on the
yeah,
boy, and he's obviously a very good player indeed.
Well, he's waiting there now as Griffiths. This very straight, muscular approach from the Bennett end. He's in and bowls, and Lammonby just turning that quietly into the onside.
And happily, after last year, the Village Cup, National Village Cup, starts tomorrow. 350 entries. The 50th Village Cup. The final at Lord's.
One in its first year by Troon from Cornwall.
There you go.
Here's Gavin Griffiths from the Bennett end, and nicely driven back to the bowler by Tom Lammonby.
A team against which I played Hareham up in North Yorkshire a few times. We used to play Hareham regularly, actually. They've won it a couple of times. They're a good side. Very good side, for it was a tiny old village near Helmsley. Wealthy village, though.
Here's Griffiths in a bowls, and that's pulled away in front of square by Lammonby. I'm not sure he entirely got hold of that as he would have wished. It's running out towards the boundary and reaches the boundary. It's a very fast outfield, this one here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, and that was pulled a long way in front of square by Tom Lammonby. Takes the score on to 92, He's on to 54, and the fat lady will be clearing her throat. Leicestershire just rather going through the motions now.
Which will, I'm sure, displease Paul Nixon. They have since tea, rather, haven't they?
Yeah, the cricket's lost its intensity. As Griffiths in and bowls, and Lammonby up on his toes, punching that into the offside, but won't get it past extra cover. It was, I mean, the other strange thing about that over from Lewis Hill was it sort of set the tone after tea, didn't it? You know, first over after tea, you put on someone who's barely even an occasional bowler with no close catches. It was, you know, he might just as well have waved the white flag there and then.
It felt like that. I mean, for example, if they wanted to try something really sort of out of the box like that, I mean, Harry Dearden used to bowl a quite decent off spin, and you know, and bowled quite a lot of overs in his early years. Hasn't bowled in the last couple of years at all, but he was considered a quite, you know, a reasonable prospect as an off spinner. But Hill was anyway. Parkinson is in and forward is able on off and middle stumps, pushing it out into the onside, and there's no run. Dearden has got a couple of first-class wickets to his name. But for someone who hasn't bowled in first-class cricket for 5-6 years, Parkinson bowls, driven firmly down into the ground. Good stop by Griffiths at extra cover, no run. And had only bowled 2 overs then. Maybe he'd done, you know, maybe he'd been playing in the nets a bit and swinging it around, and he did swing it. There were off-out swingers. Parkinson is in onto leg stump, turned past short leg by Abel, and you heard Lammonby, yeah, calling his captain through. Abel on to 26, 22 more needed by Somerset.
Well, they'll want to finish not out, these two batsmen, won't they? Do their
they will
averages
now, yeah,
good.
for sure. Absolutely. Parkinson staying around the wicket to the left-handed Lammonby, who is stroking an odd shot at the ball, just a bit, almost got through him really there, but just lost concentration maybe a little bit. Lammonby there, a little bit too relaxed for once, and just managed to get a bottom edge on the bat and keep it on the ball and keep it out. In goes Parkinson, bowls, and he's turning that one into the leg side. Griffiths gets to the ball quickly and gets his throw away. Good appeal by Swindles, a sort of howling appeal, like a sort of wolf in the Canadian wilderness in the distance. But it's turned down by umpire Bailey.
Going across the empty acres.
Yeah, the Rockies, or whatever they are over in Canada. They extend up into Canada, I suppose they do, don't they?
They certainly do, yeah.
In goes Parkinson and bowls onto the legs of Abel, who clips it firmly but along the ground as far as short leg, where it thumps into the pads of Hassan Azad, and no runs are therefore available as a consequence. End of Parkinson's over, his 7th, none for 18 his figures. Griffiths has none for 22 from 4. Somerset need 21 more runs to seal a 9-wicket victory and take 22 points back down to Taunton,
which will do their championship ambitions a power of good.
Back down the Foss way.
No,
I bet they won't travel that way.
I'm not going the Foss way.
No.
Although the Foss way does actually run,
doesn't it?
Yeah, and it does actually run within about 7 miles of where I live in Somerset. Starting in Leicestershire. Here's Griffiths bowling to Lammonby, plays defensively. It was from Leicester to Axmouth in East Devon, the Foss way, ran in a dead straight line diagonally across the country. It formed the border of the Roman part of Roman-occupied, Roman-controlled part of Britain in the early years of the Roman occupation. And most of it is still highway. It's Griffiths from the Bennett end into Lammonby. Wristily turns that away into the onside. He'll just get a single. Nice shot though. Got on top of the bounce and used his wrist to find a gap in the field. 95 for 1, 20 more Somerset need.
He'll be a happy boy going down that whichever road Somerset choose to head back home.
Yeah, I think relief will be the dominant emotion. Just feel
he's young and resilient.
Well, I know they are, but it must be
yeah,
hard to take as Abel pulls this away down towards deep backward square leg, where it is very well fielded down there by, is that Harry Dearden?
It is, yes, Dasher Dearden.
Yeah, good piece of fielding as that ball was travelling and took it two-handed, rolled over and sent in a good return, keeping them down to 2 runs and more to the point, saving the boundary. Because as we've been saying, this is a lightning fast outfield. 97 for 1, Abel on to 28. He'll badly want to take his side home, will Tom Abel. Griffiths bowls to him, and this time he pulls in front of, well, no more or less the same direction, same fielder, and they think about coming back for a second, which is probably there, but good return in fact from Dearden, and they settle just for the single. 98 for 1, 17 more needed. Ball being retrieved. Not sure how it got up to the boundary at the far end, but just watching the replay of the Dearden fielding. So here we go again. Griffiths to the left-handed Lammonby in bowls, and Lammonby checks his shot on that occasion. He was setting up to play the pull shot, saw that the ball it rather lost pace off the pitch, and just changed his shot and tucked it away down to fine leg for another single. 99 for 1. He moves on to 57. Batted very nicely after an understandably rather nervous start. But since then he's looked rather more secure than his captain, who was dropped in the slips by Patel. Griffiths bowls to Abel, who plays that into the onside, and Patel picks up and edged the delivery from Griffiths just short of the diving Harry Swindles just after tea. 99 for 1, 115 the target, 16 more required.
3 more overs maybe. Excuse me. Parkinson, the acting captain, will continue. He's the captain at the moment. Ackerman, remember, out of the game with a concussion. Checks, really. In he goes, over the wicket, bowls, back goes Lammonby. Plays that one off the pitch, but it doesn't bounce or turn. Just drops it down on the onside. No run. Leg slip is in. Conventional slip is in. The only 2 close catchers, wicket-keeper apart. Parkinson really puts some revs on that one and finds the outside edge of Lammonby's bat. He plays it with soft hands. He's going to pick up 4 for it, but not an authentic boundary. After a run of very authentic boundaries, that one was a genuine edge, and he was a bit fortunate. It didn't go into the hands of Patel at first slip. It ran away through third, all the way to the third man boundary for 4, and the Somerset 100 is up. 103 for 1. Just another 12 runs now needed. Lammonby into the 60s. Parkinson is in. Drops that one very short, and well, not very short, but short enough for Lammonby to go back and just turn it calmly into the leg side runners down towards Harry Dearden, who's at deep-ish backward square. He comes in to meet the ball. Lammonby takes 111 now needed.
This will do his confidence no end of good, Tom Lammonby. Feeling bat on ball.
Back round goes Parkinson to Abel, who turns through mid-wicket, should pick up a couple as right. Working hard, gets to the ball around 15 yards inside the ropes as it heads out towards the popular seats between the meet and the electronic scoreboard. A couple then to Abel, 31 to him. Just 9 now needed. Might be just 2 overs. Then in goes Parkinson. Bowls. Abel is forward. Thick inside edge. Sees the ball roll out to right. Who's at backward square. That wasn't quite where Abel was looking to play the ball. 106 for 1. Short leg. Azad is in as Parkinson is in, and it's turned past Azad, and that's another long chase for Wright. Could run 3 if it doesn't run all the way to the boundary for 4. Wright puts in the slide and does manage to drag it back, showing decent commitment at least, so it will be
coming back for 4.
A 4, an all-run 4. So Wright's commitment, well, in vain in terms of saving any runs, but it showed a good effort at least.
The 100 partnership.
Yep, well batted, Tom Abel and Tom Lammonby. 62 of those 100 runs to Lammonby, 35 to Abel. And we are almost home, or Somerset at least are almost home, and taking them home will be Anthony Gibson.
It's almost the definition of futility, that, from poor Chris Wright, wasn't it? To run all the way down to the third man boundary, putting in the dive, getting himself up, sending in the return, and they run 4 anyway. He might just as well have stayed where he was and watched it run over the boundary. Right, we've got a bowling change from the Bennett end, and it is
Harry Dearden.
Harry Dearden, who is going to bowl
off spin. It was last time I saw it, which was probably about let's say in my first years he bowled quite a bit, did Harry?
So here we go. Just 5 runs required for Somerset. Lammonby on 62, Abel on 35, so Lammonby has outscored his captain. Here's Dearden in and bowls, and that's sliced away for 4 runs by Tom Lammonby. Takes the scores level, 114 for 1. Our Somerset just 1 short of an important victory in their championship campaign. They could not have afforded to lose up here in Leicester after the defeat to Gloucestershire. They needed to stay in touch with Hampshire and Gloucestershire, and that is what they will do. So Somerset need 1 run for a 9-wicket victory over Leicestershire. Dearden is bowling to Lammonby. Lammonby turns it away into the onside and won't get the run that is required. Tom Lammonby, who's batted beautifully for his runs here this afternoon. Dearden to Lammonby. He's down the pitch and taken on the pad and appeal for LBW. And it was a pretty optimistic appeal for LBW. 66 Lammonby is on. Would have done his confidence a power of good. Dearden to Lammonby. 1 run needed, and Lammonby stretches forward.
He's not going to get out now. That was a bit of a...
It reminds me of the time I was put on commentary at Worcester when Somerset needed 1 wicket for the win, and I was on commentary for 2.25 hours. Here's Dearden then to Lammonby. Somerset need 1 run for the win. He's down the pitch, playing it away through the onside for 4 runs to take Somerset to a 9-wicket victory over Leicestershire here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. There have been twists and turns and ups and downs in the course of this game, but in the end it was the excellence of the Somerset bowlers, Craig Overton and Jack Leach in particular, that really turned the scales and set up a position in which Somerset needed just 115 to win. And the 2 Toms, Tom Lammonby, who finishes with 70, and Tom Abel, his captain, with 35, have carried Somerset in the end comfortably home.
Very well played, Somerset. In the end, I think a little bit of class, extra class and depth told Leicestershire competitive in periods, during periods, and at the end of day 1, despite a relatively low first innings score, might have felt they were firmly in the game. But as Anthony said, outstanding bowling from Craig Overton in particular really did make a big difference, and some good batting as well, and in the end the victory pretty comfortable. Well played, Somerset. 22 points to take back to the West Country, and we look forward to coming to Taunton later in the season for the first time for, as you say, a long old time, but hopefully we'll come back with a slightly stronger performance as well when we do that. But otherwise, Somerset very much in contention, 2 wins out of 3 at the top of Group 2.
Well, we wish you every success against Hampshire down at the Aegeus Bowl. Next week we'll be rooting for Leicestershire in that one.
It's Bristol next week for us.
Oh, it's Bristol, is it? When are you at the Aegeus Bowl?
In May the 19th.
Oh, well.
Spectators time.
We wish you equally well at Bristol against Gloucestershire. Somerset's next game is a home game against Middlesex, and I'll be bringing you commentary on that on the BBC website and on the live stream with Kevin Hand from BBC Radio London.
Yeah, no, I'll be down in Bristol with the new Gloucestershire commentator. Look forward to meeting him, whoever that is. Thank you for your company during these almost 3 days here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. BBC Radio's Somerset and Leicester have brought you the commentary on the game, and look forward to doing so again when these teams meet again in Taunton. But for now, from the Uptonsteel County Ground, from Anthony Gibson of BBC Radio Somerset and Richard Ray of BBC Radio Leicester, it's a very good afternoon. The bowling from the pavilion end. Bowls edge court first. Paul Patel has gone, and that is huge. Well, we were talking about the importance of the start.
A decent target as Gregory's in and bowls, and he cuts that away nicely, short and wide from Gregory, and he's there and bowls, and that's driven back nicely, and a dive in vain by, I think that's Gregory in and bowls, and this is driven back straight and goes for 4 runs. Fine shot. With 7 runs so far this morning. Gregory bowls. That's driven away nicely through the extra cover gap between extra cover and...
In he goes, and bowls outside off stump, cut away, or off the back foot, driven away really, almost a back foot drive by Swindles, and he connected beautifully. And no chance.
He's there now and bowls, and Hill is punching that away through the offside for 4 runs. Nice shot. Dragged that one down, and this is swept and will run away for 4 down to fine leg below us. Edges in caught by Lewis Gregory, and that is the breakthrough that Somerset have been working so hard to land off, if you see what I mean.
Updates time as Davey is in. Clipped for 4.
Bowls, and Mike goes for a big hit, which he doesn't quite get hold of. He's going to pick up 4 runs, I think. He decided to take on Leach. Yep.
Lead in goes Davey. Bowls outside off stump, cut away a little bit uppishly by, well, a lot uppishly actually by Ben Mike, but he got it well wide of, but leans forward as Davey is in. Bowling outside off stump, little bit of room and forced away off the back foot by Swindles. He's been waiting for that one for a few. Swindles waits. Davey is in. Bowls to him, edges for 4 in the gap between first slip and gully. I don't think it would be 300. In goes Davey and bowls outside off stump, cut away down to third man for 4 again. Now that again, it was a little bit edge. No more than 15 yards, in he goes, and bowls, and edged, and caught. He's got his man. Swindles walks away. Overton has made the breakthrough again. Is in and bowling. Nicely played by Parkinson. Middle and leg line, and he played it away through mid-wicket, and is going to... In again to Parkinson, who hits him leg before he's gone. It was quick and it was foolish, and Parkinson was done for pace, I think, essentially.
Nice afternoon now as Leach is in and bowls, and Mike sweeps up 4 runs. I don't think there's much that James Hildreth can do about
Just got to have gone on top of the bounce. He wasn't at the pitch.
To his man. It's gone.
Yeah, just nodded there, didn't he, Bailey? Caught behind.
Caught behind by Stephen Davis, and that's the end. In and bowls, and Klein is down the pitch driving.
The heck?
And is caught. Caught at deepish mid-off by Marchant de Lange.
Point as de Lange is in outside off stump 2. Mike, who carves it in the air, should be caught at deep backward point, is caught at deep backward point. De Lange has...
He's right in and bowls to Banton. Oof. Gets an outside edge as he looks to turn that into the onside and picks up 4. Distinctiveness is going to finish today as right is in and bowls to Banton, who gets one on leg stump, turns it away stylishly down to deep backward square leg for 4. Is right in the bowls to Banton, who
got him.
He's got him. He's caught behind. Really good delivery from Chris.
In and bowling edged over. Second slip and it runs away for 4. It would have been a magnificent catch by Patel, but it was high to his left and fine. Shortish run is in, bowls a full toss onto the legs of Lammonby, which was an absolute gift, and Lammonby just gratefully receives it.
Bennett end in and bowls. And that's turned away by Abel, and that too will go for 4. That was over pitch from
Klein. In, bowls, bouncer, pulled in the air. It was a good diving attempt by man at backward square. Didn't, but goodness me, expensive is in, bowls, turned through mid wicket. That'll be 4 more. It was a Midland leg half volley, and Klein in to Lammonby. Bouncer, which is played really nicely by Lammonby, just ramps it over the top of the vacant gully area, lifts it perfectly deliberate. Goes Mike and bowls again outside off stump, and again he's carved away through the offside for 4, this time in front of square. 2 rather undistinguished.
Lancashire. This is swept by Tom Lammonby, and that will go for 4 runs, sort of paddle sweep.
Goes Hill and bowls and is driven out into the offside, the far extra cover boundary. I don't think Dearden's going to get there. He isn't. He did his very best. He's in and bowling a full toss that's clipped through mid-on for 4. Well, Hill puts both his hands in the air. Parkinson.
This is into Abel, who
edged, surely. Yes, he did.
He did.
Dropped.
And that was dropped by in bowls. And that's whipped away by Lammonby down towards long leg, and that will go to the boundary. That was a nice shot by...
And bowls drops a little bit short, back cut for 4.
Terrible. Yeah, and even this morning, I didn't... bowls, and that's pulled away in front of square by Lammonby. I'm not sure he entirely got hold of that as he would have wished. It's running out.
Keep it apart. Parkinson really puts some revs on that one and finds the outside edge of...
outscored his captain, his Dearden, in and bowls, and that's sliced away for 4 runs by Tom Lammonby.